Hello, and now we're here. Welcome to the Geek Stream. My name is TJ. This is Eric.
Hello.
He is my brand new co-host of the night. As for Basic Mountain, he is currently providing a little bit of help with the green screen. He's up there. Anyway, thank you for joining us. We're going to be doing 5 rounds of Modern tonight. Should be an absolute blast. We're going to be playing with some brand new toys. I made a lot more room in our little room here.
I can almost do a dance.
You can't tell because of the green screen, but for everybody who, I just keep changing things in here, and it's a little bit disappointing that I can't show you. But such is life. Nonetheless, this is Eric. As we were waiting for this tournament to get started, we're going to learn a little bit about him. So, Eric, we have already learned your name. Tell us a bit about when you got into the game, what is your favorite style of deck, and what is your favorite dinner in a fairly succinct fashion.
I started playing Magic back in Lorwyn. Those are the first packs I bought. It was quite the adventure. I opened a Vidillion Click, and then was promptly some guy traded me some garbage for it.
A Shivan Dragon?
Yeah,
Steal.
I mean, it's a dragon, and the other one's just a fairy, so why would you want that? But yeah, I've been playing for a while. Started doing competitive Magic at GP Portland during Dragon's Maze. Still have the Progenitor Mimic playmat. It's pretty awesome. Style of deck I like to play, I either like to play the fastest burn deck or combo deck I can, or the slowest, most dirtily control deck that I can. Either want it over quick or to make them regret every decision they made to get to this point.
27 players tonight.
Boom. That's a turnout. Favorite dinner? Steak.
Ooh, nice. I'm a meat guy. Nice. We're starting to really vary. The first time I asked this question, it was a ton of pasta.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Pasta's good, but it's not steak.
Rounds just now getting posted, so we should be getting our first match very shortly. I will keep you informed on what they are, and I believe it is going to be Hatebears versus Abzan Company.
Sounds
this
like
is me being intuitive, though.
That's just a guess.
It's a super educated guess, however. But I'm going to start making some of the possible changes. In the meantime, it's going to be 5 rounds. It's going to be an absolute blast. We're going to try and get as many decks on there as possible. or they're going to be really solid matches that take up the whole time, and that's not really a bad thing either. Nonetheless, thank you for joining us. Questions, comments, and feedback, as always, more than welcome in that chat. Because the reason we put it up there is because we like
so we
having
can read it and see what you're saying.
Exactly. It's a lot of fun. You'll start to recognize a lot of them based on name. Okay. So, still not 100. So I'm pretty sure that what we're going to be doing is Hatebears versus Abzan Company. I think I spelled that wrong. Did I? I don't know.
Oh, sure. I don't know.
Huh.
Sounds right.
Sounds right to me. Either way, so what we're going to be looking at, this Hatebears deck, missing a couple of pieces, currently in the process of building it, so we might not see a 100% list as far as how built it is.
He did beat me last week, actually, with my Blue Moon deck, though.
Okay.
He's running... It's the green-white version, not just straight white, as far as I know.
That is correct.
So,
yep. So it's mostly things like the Leonin Arbiters and the Aven Mind Sensors that are missing, because those are a little bit tricky to find at the moment. Sorry, 29 players. two newcomers.
Apparently someone else.
That is a full house, though. I am excited. And Night to Night, Foila Johnny, Nicolosin, Rob, Captain, Siriu, and was there anyone else in there? Thank you all for joining. I'm sure there are many of you. Thank you for joining as well. It's going to be a good night. In the meantime, Abzan Company, more based around the combo. I think this version started moving a little bit more combo heavy recently in response to the Eldrazi decks.
They gotta be faster.
Exactly.
And there's not a combo deck as fast as Splinter Twin was currently, unless you want to try and play Storm, but this is about as quick as you can get and be creature based.
Yeah, and it really allows for a lot of proactive blocking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If anything, you just dump, 3 creatures out and you hold off the army until you can assemble your combo.
And then the Hatebears, of course, all about taxing your opponent, making everything that they want to do cost more.
Cost more, take more time to do it only on their turn.
Yeah. It's, both very green-white based decks, both very value-based decks. One of them is about inhibiting the value that your opponents can get, and then the other one is about getting as much value out of your own creatures. So, in that matchup, who do you think gets the edge?
I gotta say, probably Hatebears, just because it's gonna, or depending on his sideboard, at least game 2 and 3, if he happens to drop game 1, should have enough hate to stop any of the combo parts coming out, and it's just going to be in a mid-range match, which I like his deck better with Loxodon Spiders, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Because that's bigger than anything that the other decks bring to the plate.
Okay. The biggest thing that I would almost say that Abzan Company has the advantage, because their creatures, they aren't getting taxed because from Thalia, Vrynwingmare, all those things are really taxing on the non-creature base. And this deck being so creature-heavy, the biggest thing is that Collected Company going to be significantly less good.
Company and Chord are going to be less good, and that's going to make assembling the combo harder to do.
That is a good point. Okay. I could so if Adam is able to get at least the right half of the deck, we could definitely see an advantage going in that direction.
One Thalia sets you back a turn, a Thalia and a Vrynwingmare set you back, 3 turns.
Alright, so just waiting, a couple more things going before we really get underway, but round 1 should be starting just about any minute. We were correct on the being Hatebears versus Company, so pretty much just waiting for everybody to line up and get prepared. Otherwise, MTG Shenanigans, thank you for joining us. And how many Eldrazi are going to wreck the tournament tonight? I'm not sure about wreck, but I believe that there's 3 in the room.
I think there's 3 out there that I saw.
Which, out of 29, not the worst odds.
I saw that MTGO earlier is up to 40% of the meta. That's quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely. The Eldrazi putting up some very concerning numbers lately. I maintain that the GPs are going to provide a lot more information.
Yeah.
But it's really getting concerning at this point. It's hard to justify innovation in the face of that. MTGO still a pretty powerful thing in how accessible the deck is, so we might see possibly some sort of adaptation, but it's off to a really bad start.
We'll have to see at the GPs if it puts up big numbers or if this is just a knee-jerk reaction to the Pro Tour and a bunch of people jumping on the Eldrazi bandwagon.
You know, most of the players out there actually seem like regulars. So far, really good numbers. 29 is more than we've had for a little bit, but I'm certainly thrilled about it. But as for Cereal, if you do find your way in the area, absolutely come and play with us. It's going to be an absolute blast.
It is.
Also, fun fact, while we are waiting for this to get underway, join us this Sunday. We are doing our normal stream on Saturday, but this Sunday we will actually be doing a full day stream starting at noon Pacific time for a Grand Prix trial, which should be a whole lot of fun. It's going to be a very long day, but I am getting prepared for it.
It'll be modern. There's going to be, 6 rounds, then cut to top 8?
I'm expecting 5 to 6 rounds, and then a cut to top 8.
So it's a lot of modern Magic.
Yeah, maybe 8 rounds of playing Magic, and
nothing wrong with that.
No, or just talking about it. Should be an absolute blast. Okay. Nonetheless, taking a little bit longer than expected. We apologize, but it should be underway very shortly. So thank you for sticking around. In the meantime, let's do a fun little activity. And looks like there's just a few people in there, but let us know where you're watching from. It's always kind of fun to see what the main demographic is. I tend to notice a lot of people from the East Coast, which is amazing because it's kind of, it's what, 10 o'clock for you guys? So thanks for coming out.
You can sleep later. You don't need to sleep now while Modern's on.
That's a good point. Modern always comes first.
It's true.
It's the only way that I know how to relax. See Oklahoma, Utah, New York, Lestrain, Game Time, and Beltomatic. Thank you for joining. We actually haven't seen you guys for
Seattle, nice.
Awesome. Night to night. Come up and play with us sometime.
Quebec, cool.
Yeah, Daro from Quebec. That is super cool. Oh, okay. It is 9 there. Interesting. Southern California. I'm actually from Southern California. Granted, it was only like a year of my life, but I go back there every
still
year.
Counts.
Totally still counts. Pythias, you don't need to be too worried. On the bright side, that deck is not going to get completely destroyed if one of those cards gets banned. Mm-hmm. The deck will still very much function at a little bit slower rate, and it might go back to kind of that mid-rangey feel. But I don't think that the deck will get put into oblivion.
It won't have the explosive, drop 4 Eldrazi turn 1 type hands, but you're still going to have a good mid-range matchup with pretty much any creature deck out there and disruption for any combo deck.
Yeah, that's Affinity. That's strictly one person's Roman. That's mine. Let's not get greedy and think everybody can play their hand on turn 1.
Just, bleh.
Exactly. That's ridiculous.
Only one group of people is allowed to do that.
Mm-hmm. We're all about exclusivity here. But looks like someone from Washington. 2 people from Washington. So thanks for watching. Watching from Washington. Man, that is surprisingly...
It's a tongue twister. Watching from Washington.
It's a surprisingly...
You gotta want that one.
But nonetheless, feel free to come and play with us sometime. We are streaming out of Snohomish, Washington, from a store called Geek Fortress, which you can tell because it's right below my face. Anyway.
Punch him in the face.
So, absolutely. Eldrazi, pretty much the hot topic issue. The only other issue has been a lot of controversy as far as the secondary market goes. Mm-hmm. And I'm excited to possibly see some results that may put a bit of a stop to the fluctuations of the secondary market. Could be a little bit interesting going forward. I'd like to see something happen because it is just so... the secondary market of Magic. It seems like, again, it might just be because I'm right in the thick of it that it seems odd. Mm-hmm. But it really seems like it got out of hand, maybe 4 months ago. Mm-hmm. And it's just been so absurd with the different price fluctuations since.
Yeah.
So...
I think it's just because, especially for a modern market, there's no number 1 deck right now. Mm-hmm. Getting rid of Twin and Amulet, there's not 2 decks that you're trying to beat, so you're running these strategies or those 2. Everyone has kind of a weirdly level playing field, which makes it uneven at times.
Yeah, the biggest thing that's upsetting that at the moment, Eldrazi, but definitely it was, okay, got out of hand 2 years ago. Well, that's fair. I wasn't...
No, but you're thinking of, Birthing Pod, that sort of thing. Deathrite Shaman, then Birthing Pod, and all those issues.
Oh, absolutely. Scapeshift, very cool deck. But I would like to turn your attention to to Thursday's Go's Scape Shiftless Valakut deck. The Wargate deck, that deck is so sweet. I am very excited by the Wargate deck, and I hope that it's in the room right now. I'd be surprised if it isn't, with 29 players.
He's here, so I just don't know what he's on.
True. He's similar.
He likes
to
to
me.
bring brews,
Exactly.
which is always fun to see.
He's been playing a green-white, different Hatebears lately. That's a little bit unusual. Okay, so I think we are just about ready to get started. Alright, so the Wargate being one each of the bank colors, and then X to tutor up a permanent from your library and put it onto the battlefield. So, I am a big fan of that
Go
deck.
grab whatever you want.
Big toolbox deck. Alright, so it looks like we're getting for round 1, and let's head on down to the match. See you down there. Alright, so thank you for joining. Both players getting ready for round 1 here, and let's get that timer started. So far on the dice roll, probably gonna be Adam going first. As for Red-Green Titan Shift...
Apparently not.
Wow. That is the Scape Shift deck that I built, the Red-Green Titan Shift. Very cool deck. Has a great backup plan of the beatdown.
Just play a Titan and swing with it. That seems to work fine.
Exactly. Totally works out. Sonori the Priest, I am doing excellent.
You guys have the camera? Okay.
Yeah.
Just over to-
Okay. No, this is not Wargate. What we are looking at is Abzan Company versus Hatebears. I am really expecting... So it looks like we have a Kitchen Finks, what appears to be Ghost Quarter, some unusual cards there. So yeah, actually looks like possibly a pretty solid hand there.
Got Leonin Arbiter.
Alright. And from Lauren, we have some things like Wooded Foothills, the Noble Hierarch, Collected Company. So, both players keeping those hands. We have a Noble Hierarch off of a Forest from Lauren, passing the turn to Adam, who is going to follow up with his own Noble Hierarch, but instead
Hierarchs.
off of a Razor Edge Thicket. So at least taking the color advantage now.
Yeah.
So, with that Noble Hierarch, it is both players are now basically on turn 3, able to skip a turn. That gives Lauren access to at least more options and gets closer to the combo. Gonna go for a fetch. I'm expecting to maybe go for a green. Okay, yeah, green-white. The only thing that seems a little bit odd to me is that it's neglecting the color black. A green-black one would have made a bit of sense to me as far as getting to all 3 colors. So
By playing that, I would assume then that she has a black land in hand, which...
I think that you are correct. That is definitely the most accurate thing. And a Leonin Arbiter...
Alright.
Leonin Arbiter, Ghost Quarter. So, taking down that mana base, the Noble Hierarch is going to help out a lot with that, but that Leonin Arbiter is going to inhibit a decent amount of this mana base. And that is going to be one of the cards that can really hurt what Lauren is trying to do, because really getting to turn 4 is pretty significant for this deck.
I hear Wasteland's pretty good. No, it's not even Wasteland.
Pretty much.
It's Strip Mine, because it hits any land if you want.
So, Lauren going up to 21 with a second Kitchen Finks. And we have
Smiter.
got a swing putting Adam down to 16. Locks on Smiter falling up. Both players just kind of going for a solid beatdown plan. But definitely Lauren so far at the advantage. Just right now, no double white. So, Anafenza the Kintree Spirit, not an option at the moment.
I think her best option now, I know she runs Knights. That's probably what she needs right now.
Alright, and actually looks like a block with the Locks on Smiter on an Exalted Kitchen Finks. Seems like a pretty aggressive block, all things considered.
Yeah.
Especially since you can start swinging in for 5 off of that.
The 4/4 body is huge. You don't want to lose that.
Exactly. And Athalia.
Athalia.
So let's... unfortunately, Lauren unable to fetch right now, or possibly going to fetch.
She could still pay.
But can't fetch into a Collected Company.
That's true.
Which is kind of what you would want to see happen off of that.
And that's the Death and Taxes deck doing what it wants to do, where it makes you play at sorcery speed.
Yes. Absolutely. And the Leonin Arbiter and this Thalia are going to combine pretty nicely to inhibit a lot of what Lauren is trying to assemble. So as far as things go, going pretty well for Adam. Still, the Lockstone Smiter block seems a little aggressive, especially when you have a Thalia which has First Strike coming down the next turn.
Yeah.
And you would presume that Adam was aware of that, so it does seem a little bit aggressive to go for that block.
Yeah.
Doro, thanks for joining us. Okay. So, heading into Lauren's turn after a fetch going down to 22 and playing another fetch land in Wooded Foothills. At this point, still 2 cards away from the combo. I think that there is a Collected Company in hand, possibly a Chord, but I think Collected Company is what Lauren is looking to do at the moment. Unfortunately, still 1 mana shy. Not going to be able to do it in this next turn unless a removal spell is also in the battlefield for that Arbiter.
Realistically, she's 2 down because he's going to Ghost Quarter here shortly.
Yeah, a Ghost Quarter is looking pretty likely.
Because this will make a response here.
So, tapping 2 mana. Interesting. I was actually...
You only get 1 search out of that.
Let's see. Nope, it didn't...
Nope, until end of turn. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I'm just a little bit thrown off that Lauren didn't use the land that was going away to pay for that.
I think she did. I think she tapped and then used that.
Then why does she have 2 other lands?
I think she's planning on courting or something here because she's getting this off the Ghost Quarter and then she fetched for something else.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then she has 3, which is going to be nothing because Thalia is going to stop Chord. So I'm not sure what the plan is here.
You know what, Daro? This time I'm talking to you. I hope you appreciate it. Because I certainly do appreciate you being here. Okay. So going for a Plains, bringing in that Overgrown Tomb tapped. Doesn't look like going for anything too outrageous, so it really just feels like the only difference would be if you could have had...
another land untapped there.
Yeah, and at least it signals more.
Yeah, you can at least bluff the either... well, she bluffed the path, but you could have bluffed an Abrupt Decay too if you had kept it.
Okay, so we have 2 Contributing Figs swinging in, no Exalted Trigger, so it is just for 5, and a Path to Exile on the larger one, which means that probably not going to see a block. Again, attacking with the Thalia might just seems a little overly aggressive. I'd be very surprised if this Leonin Arbiter blocks. Okay.
It's doing a lot of work right now.
Thank you for complimenting our wonderful hand cameras. Unfortunately, we don't have attached to the stream. It's mostly for our benefit. Still playing with them a little bit. As for the Hatebears player, still very new to the deck, so I'm gonna at least allow for the
learning curve.
Exactly. There's still a learning process with the deck, which is still occurring.
Swinging with the Arbiter.
And that is about to be...
That's a company.
Yep. And I think that is about... I mean, granted, there's a lot of variation in this card, but it's pretty close to a blowout at this point. If the right creatures come down and she can basically take down both of those creatures, Lauren's options go way up. Plus, there's always the potential of just hitting the combo.
Yeah.
Though, looks
There's also the option of whiffing.
Looks a little bit light on the creatures. I see a Birds of Paradise and a Malira. Oh, okay, and a Noble Hierarch.
Okay.
So
she has the Chord. That should be it for Viscera Seer.
Yeah.
Actually, no. They need a Finks without the counter.
Oddly enough, you're right. The fact that that one has the counter on it, extremely prohibitive right now. That's a little bit curious. But nothing that can actually block, so Adam not getting punished too much for that and going to drop a Kitchen Finks. Both players loaded up on a lot of these value creatures. Okay. We're the next Star City Games Channel Fireball. Man, I cannot tell you how much I would love that. Okay, and actually, is that... So there's a live Kitchen Finks, and now we are one piece this combo away.
Mana's there. because you can convoke it. Oh, yep, you still can. It is not right now.
Nope.
That is, if you nope.
Nope, the fetch land
Yep,
prohibits
it's
that
dead
right now.
now.
So, not live right now. Lands in the graveyard. I think I see 3.
Well, he's ghost quartered twice, as well as
2 fetches, so 4
I think
lands.
4, yeah.
So that Knight of the Reliquary up
big.
to a 6/6, a really solid blocker right now. Going to buy a lot of time for Lauren, but also just establishing a board that's going to be pretty tough for Adam to attack into. Because right now that Kitchen Finks can block indefinitely against this with this Malira also on the battlefield. So no issues on that. The Windswept Teeth not going to be cracking this turn, so functionally tapped out. So what can Adam do? We do have another Thalia, and can you tell what that other card is? Maybe a Kitchen Finks? Yep. Okay, so...
I'm on this one.
Nailed it. So another Kitchen Finks. Both players really... I mean, at this point, it's just a green-white value fest.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen a black card on the table yet, other than just mana base. So, getting close. Alright.
I suppose Vault's pretty good.
Vault is decent. Let's call it decent. Certainly pretty...
They say never-ending Kitchen Finks of Death Touch.
Ooh, now that's pretty cool.
Lifelink Death Touch, so you gain life on damage and on returning to the battlefield.
Ooh, wow. Yeah, Vault of the Archangel. Pretty solid card.
I think we're seeing a Chord here.
And if we're seeing a Chord, that is the end of the game.
Chord up Viscera Seer, unless he has some, like a path or something in range response to the Persist trigger.
Nope, only a Thalia
That's
in
true.
hand. So,
Oh,
though we didn't see the Viscera Seer. Interesting. Not quite sure what we're seeing at the
she
moment.
might not have a Chord, she might just be doing it to get the knight larger.
Okay, I can get behind that.
Because then she can leave up Vault with...
And
there's Chord.
Yep.
Okay.
tapping 2 creatures. That's the extra 1 for the Thalia. Chording for 1. That's the end of the game.
There's Viscera Seer.
Combo presented.
GG,
Lauren,
bro.
I'm not sure if we have a little...
Infinite life. I mean, technically, she hasn't killed him yet.
Technically not, but she can scry a murder, so it caps to the top.
That's true.
So...
She also has a rather large knight that can just win the old-fashioned way.
That's true. I mean, I always forget that this deck has a pretty capable beatdown plan.
I think she's his upkeep. Nope. And no, it's still main phase.
I think right now just presenting the combo.
Yeah. Explaining it out.
Yep, Adam's still a little bit new to the modern... And
There's red cap. Second card.
Wow. Not too often you get to see that. A pass of the turn. Interestingly
Did she only
enough,
do it once? She only changed her life to 16.
which seems... I mean, granted, there's not a whole lot of downside, because in response
do
to
it
any
at instant
actual
speed,
removal, you could just go infinite. So maybe...
Sudden shock. Spicy tech coming out of the Hatebears deck.
out of the green-white Hatebears deck.
He slams down a red land. Sudden shock.
Okay. Story of the Priest being weird because it can't win the turn it goes off. Sort of. It is a pretty functional win when you go to a theoretical unlimited life total.
Mm-hmm.
So it becomes pretty, you have a whole lot of time to assemble your combo again if needed. But certainly not an instant win, but pretty functionally close, and it does allow for that beatdown game plan.
Yeah.
Kitchen Finks blocking the Kitchen Finks. Again, that is not going to be dying because of the block.
Persist.
Going up to, or down to 15 after all of that. Gaining 2 off of losing his own. And we're about to see the win.
Red cap for the win here.
Pretty much.
Sacrifice a whole bunch of times doing damage.
And we're going to see this one assemble. That's going to be a game 1 win.
Uh-oh. What's he got? Oh! Company
I'm not
in
sure
response.
if
He does have mana for it. I don't know what he can grab.
True, but the problem is that I don't think there's anything that's functionally going to save him. You really need an instant or sorcery.
Yeah.
And Collected Company is not going to get you those.
Orzhov Pontiff?
Orzhov Pontiff would be pretty impressive out of this green-white deck.
I mean, it's a toolbox deck if he's running company. Yeah,
True.
I would run... I mean, I wouldn't run it main, but it would kill the Viscera Seer and end the bleeding.
Absolutely. All right,
There we
and
go.
Lauren going to take game 1 with a pretty solid combo out. Really slowed down by that. A couple of things a bit odd from Adam's side of the board. Again, you know, a deck that picking up new, a little bit new to this modern metagame. Something that you, unfortunately, you know, you kind of expect, and that's the way that you learn.
See, Sudden Shock is a good plan.
Sudden Shock is a great one. Sonori, I think Eric was being a little bit facetious. I'm going to assume that you were.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think he's running Sudden Shock.
I actually meant for the Orzhov Pontiff,
Yeah.
in a deck with no black.
I was trying to think of any creatures that would come in and just, you know, instant speed.
Oh, you
Wipe
know,
the board.
Hushwing Griff.
Yeah,
Hushwing
there you
Griff
go.
would do
That
it.
would be good, actually.
So,
Boom.
not in the main board, actually, but still, there's something there. There's something there, so we can at least say that. Nonetheless, getting ready for game 2 here. Lauren taking game 1 against Adam. Out of our 5 rounds tonight, so stick with us. It is going to be an absolute blast. And Darrow, I'm going to call you Darrow, that way Doro, and it's a little bit more variation. But Revoker, possibly a good card. Not in the main board of this
That's
deck,
true.
but a solid option. Definitely worth investigating, and I can mention that to Adam as I think that's really more of a sideboard card than main. But nonetheless,
If he's going to run the toolbox variant with the Chord... Oh, is he running Chord? We didn't see any, but he's running company.
he is not running Chord.
Okay. Then Hushwing Griff in the sideboard would be fine. I don't see it main without someone to go grab it specifically.
Yeah, and the deck doesn't have a whole lot of enter the battlefield abilities, all things considered. Kitchen Finks being a big one.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I can't think of any. I can't think of a whole lot. So, as for sleeving the sideboard, you know, things happen. Things happen. All right, so
Maybe he had only exactly 60 sleeves.
it's pretty possible. Looks like some of you have joined us recently, so thank you for joining. My name is TJ. This is Eric. Joining me for the first time, so be nice to him and also let him know how he's doing. But nonetheless, comments, questions, and feedback, always welcome in that chat. Always looking to improve. We've been doing this for, I don't know, about 5 months now?
Yeah.
Give or take, and it has been an absolute blast the whole way, and I feel like we've definitely improved along the way, but there's always more to do, and I hope that it continues. So, if there is any way that we can...
sideboard cams. So we can see what we're pulling out.
Unfortunately, we still need to adjust those cameras just a bit, but nonetheless.
And this isn't the first time you're seeing me. I have played on stream before.
I could be yelling at everybody. That's pretty reasonable. I'm surprisingly an even-kiltered person, despite the outrageous amount of energy I have on a general basis.
He's lying, he's really mean, and really he's like punching me under the table. You can't see it.
Only when you deny me that super sweet bathrobe from the hotel.
That we realize afterwards you could have taken and no one would have done.
Probably. Man, he got a free cookie from a Vancouver hotel. Absolutely excellent. How prevalent has Eldrazi been at our LGS? Only one person has it here, and he's having horrible luck. Not super prevalent, actually. We have had 2 players previously playing it. I think we have maybe 3 people out there tonight, so not a huge amount. And we are getting ready for game 2. Adam on the play. I see 2 lands. Looks like a pretty solid start. Interestingly enough, I think I might have seen a card. I'll be really surprised, but I think I might have seen a Core Firewalker. And that would really throw me off if that was what I saw. And a Canopy Vista looks like the search trigger for Adam. Maybe gonna go for okay, going for the Shockland now. I kind of like it. If he's planning on entering it tapped, though, so maybe... Yeah, he really should have gone for the the Tango land first, if you're intending it to enter
Yeah, if
tapped.
he's running those, he might as well grab that.
Because then it gives you the option to go for it later.
Yeah.
And a Leonin Arbiter with
Response gonna fetch.
really the solid play. You don't want to say okay and then fetch at the end.
Oh crap!
Okay. Let's see what we have
Black
got.
white, no green.
Probably signaling
A
green mana.
land in the, yeah.
Exactly. Probably a basic forest or a shock, maybe a green-white shock.
Mhm.
Doesn't need a whole lot of black mana out of this. I do see a Chord of Calling in the hand, and I'm not quite sure what that one is. I always find myself leaning, and it's never a good idea.
Just look there.
Oh, that's a good point.
He puts his cameras in and then he doesn't look at them. Oh, Razorverge Thicket, that'll do.
So Razorverge Thicket going to enable that mana base. I'm not sure if that is a Core Firewalker in the hand. I don't think so, but it just looked like it on the art. Alright, so Razorverge Thicket, the mana base pretty assembled at this point, but nothing yet from Lauren, just a pass turn that Leon and Arbor are going to start swinging for 2. Not a bad way to do it. Go for that slow and steady beatdown play.
Here comes the Wasteland.
And I like going for the Greenland here.
Mm-hmm.
That's a...
Is he going for green or black? Okay, he's going for green.
Mm-hmm. Though, if I am Adam, I probably would have done that pre-combat.
Yeah. Draw out whatever it is.
That, and you can move to combat just to eliminate
Any floating mana.
Exactly.
Yep. Well, we got a Scoos.
Scavenging Ooze, solid card, really good at interacting with this combo for the persistent
It also gets
triggers.
rid of lands for night.
Yep.
So that's a 2. It's good in multiple ways against this deck.
Yeah, so I think that it's going to be a really big one. Could give Adam a pretty big edge in this one.
As long as he can get green up, he only has 1 green land currently.
Okay.
I have found with Scavenging Ooze, you can almost outrun the green if they don't play lands. If they miss land drops, you can outrun it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's a Wall of Roots? Or is it?
A Voice of Resurgence, not going to be excellent against Lauren, but certainly not bad, and it can be a really solid blocker.
Mm-hmm.
A Wall of Roots from Lauren here. So Wall of Roots, a bit of an interesting card, a 0/5 with Defender that you can put a -0/-1 counter on it to add green to your mana pool, and that is what we are seeing now. Looks like paying for a fetch?
Yep. No. Is that another?
Yep,
That's
'cause
another
the
Ghost
ghost-
Quarter. Another Ghost Quarter.
Okay, so paying looks like floating some mana, and might actually be seeing a Chord, which would be a little bit interesting. 14 foils is pretty close, congratulations. And a block there, but doesn't look like much happening for Lauren here, and if she is going for that Chord, we'll be giving Adam one of those tokens. Doesn't look like it, just passing, still got... Okay, so checking the text there.
Leonin Arbiter is one of those. Yes, it does work exactly how you think it
Yep,
works.
and we've got a Ghost Quarter fight happening. Leonin Arbiter not really caring about who it's inhibiting, doesn't say just your opponents. So a little bit unfortunate there, getting a taste of his own medicine.
That is one of the things about most of these cards in the Hatebears deck is they're symmetrical. So you need to have a strategy around them as well. I mean, your deck comes equipped to beat them.
Mm-hmm.
But if someone can take advantage of it, you are in trouble.
Alright,
There's a
and
draw.
paying 3 with that Wall of Roots to play a Kitchen Finks really leads me to think that Lorna's got a 1 mana play up, probably a Path to Exile, because it's the white mana that is left up. But again, a little bit interesting with that Voice of Resurgence still being active.
Mm-hmm.
So waiting the turn until you do the path might be a little bit, I guess there's something to be said for a surprise factor.
Yeah.
But, okay. And a Path to Exile.
There's the path.
At the main phase, looks like... Did he just float 2 green?
It's a green-white.
Oh, okay. Actually, just paying the 2 for the Leonin Arbiter
Gotcha.
to be able to search.
He wanted to search up instead of eat something out of the graveyard.
Possibly getting hurt from the missing some land drops
Mm-hmm.
and the inability. So taking that opportunity to do that and signaling no cards in hand this time.
Well, and there's Knight. He's getting punished for it right now.
Yep. So I think 3 to 4 lands in there. 4 lands. So we've got a 6/6 Knight of the Reliquary, a Kitchen Finks, and a Wall of Roots with 2 of those -0/-1 counters on it. So down to a 0/3. Going up against a Mirran Crusader, a Leonin Arbiter, and a Voice of Resurgence.
So that's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Gonna really apply a lot of pressure. Maybe not enough. The protection from green
He can block
and
all day in
black
this deck, though.
definitely gets through all of the available creatures. And an attack from that Voice of Resurgence, I guess just trying to get a 3/3. Could you let him know that there is an elemental token in the box next to them?
There's a token in the box there.
It's an 8/8, but just let the dice.
Not the elemental. It says there's not no token there.
There's an 8/8 elemental.
Oh.
And he can just put the dice on it.
There's an 8/8 elemental if you want to use that.
Okay.
I mean, the Voice of Resurgence swing is one of those, are you going to let it through and take 2, or are you going to give me a 3/3? It's like,
It's one of those
you got to
inevitable
stop this
clocks.
at some point.
It's, take that free swing. It's like attacking into a Dark Confidant. You know that they're not going to block it. So we do have the wrong token, but it is a 3/3. I am not
It's
able to
an
find
elemental.
one of those. I will work on it.
They're actually like the 3rd most expensive card out of Dragon's Maze is the token. It's like $9 for that token or something like that.
Rate of Trains, yes, this Knight of the Reliquary is in the main board.
Mm-hmm.
And a Viscera Seer hitting, the combo is now assembled.
Yep.
So,
Anafenza works the same as...
Malira?
Yes,
Yeah.
that one.
Because the Kitchen Finks goes down to having 1 toughness, it is an available option for that bolster trigger, and we are going to see an unlimited amount of scrying and life gain. Lauren, I'm a little bit surprised to just actually be seeing her do the single activations of it, because normally once you demonstrate the loop...
You can do it.
Exactly. So as long as your deck stays in the same order, but seems to be demonstrating this, and I'm sure eventually that will be accepted. But in the meantime, I'm just going to put 100. How's that sound?
Can you go with 100?
Nope, I'll do 99.
990?
So, we're going to keep seeing that. A little bit surprised to see still having to demonstrate the combo. Because functionally, life total is infinite. Could have, kept it on top 10,000 times and then continued from that.
I mean, life total isn't that important here, except that I would make her show me the red cap, make sure she didn't side it out, and then I would probably just concede, because he does have the Crusader that can block all day any of the things coming at it.
But not all of them.
I mean, yeah. It can whittle away.
Still,
I'm not saying I think
pretty much
that it's going to be a win. I'm saying I would make her show me the red cap.
yeah. So pretty much at the end of this one, gonna keep presenting this one up to 31. I'm not entirely sure why they're moving the dice for us, to be honest. But nonetheless, that is going to be our round 1. Would you like to do me a favor and see if you can find us another match who can
I will
jump
see
over?
who is between matches.
Excellent. Okay, so we should be getting another match for you. Eric is out there trying to find someone at the moment. To those of you just joining us, thank you for that. Currently seeing the end of Game 2 here. Pretty much the only way out at this point is if a Path to Exile off of the top for Adam is kind of the only thing that I can expect that would stop this. But doesn't look like we do have that. Playing down a Plains. Doesn't have enough of a beatdown game plan at the moment. And a Whitley Fleege. Going to grow that up to being a 4/4 with a plus. Pass, and going to be a win. Leshazior, that is correct. That once you demonstrate the combo, you can do that. I'm a little bit surprised to see them moving through it one step at a time. But, nonetheless, going to see a block there. Bring it back, gain the 2 life, and then when it goes to Lauren's turn, I'm going to draw the Murderous Red Cap and go for the win. Actually, one interesting thing at the moment, probably went for the Chord, an Eternal Witness. Going for a Chord, oddly enough, did not have the mana, so needed to go for a Chord of Company. Or a Chord of Calling, and then tap the creatures to go for the Murderous Redcap.
Gotcha.
Definitely an interesting little play there. Because she did not have the double black.
I told you it's one of those make sure you're dead type things.
True, but normally you can... Even just going one at a time, normally, once you demonstrate the combo, if you keep the deck in order and then swap it, that is a solid option.
Everyone is in the middle of game 3s.
Everyone is in the middle of game 3s?
Yep.
Okay. But did you happen to catch what... I know that this game started a little bit late. Did you happen to see what the time was for the other one?
11:30.
Okay. So, just about 10 minutes left. Let's update that to the real-time kind of thing. And in the meantime, we will have some fun conversation. So, stick with us. We are still going to be having 5 rounds. We're going to be coming back up to us in the meantime. So while I'm getting that set up, if you do have any questions for us, any comments for us, any feedback, or anything that you would just happen to like us to discuss, let us know. Especially because I have Eric. If you have any questions for Mr. Eric, just put @GeekFortress into your question, and I will see what we can do to answer those. And let's go ahead and bring it back up to us. So, Eric, while we were waiting for some of those things, what have you been playing in Modern recently?
I've been playing Blue Moon recently.
And how do you feel about that deck in the current meta?
I really like it, mainly because I love land destruction. I'm a horrible person. I understand this. Nothing's better than turn 2 Spreading Seas, turn 3 Blood Moon against your Jund opponent or Abzan opponent, and watching them be sad on the outside.
So you are running Spreading Seas in this deck as well. Is it pretty similar to the Pro Tour list?
It's similar. I'm running Vidalcan Shackles. It's a little more old school. That was kind of the build about a year ago to make it kind of a mono blue Shackles type control rather than... I'm not running any Pia and Kieran Nalar.
That card is so sweet.
It's really good. I'm running 2 Keranos instead because I love Keranos.
Okay.
Because Lightning Bolt or draw a card is... How do you beat that?
That's reasonable.
With Thopters. That's how you beat that.
No kidding. Another blue-red player next to me? Absolutely. I can't keep him away, and you are actually related to the other
I am.
Premier
Bryce
Blue.
is my brother. He's the Twin player who was very mad when Twin got banned.
Doro asking a question. We kind of answered it, but what kind of player are you?
Control or aggro or crazy combo. Really, I like all of the facets of it.
I like
But
Magic.
I want either like a turn 1 win or a turn like 20 win. I don't... Mid-range is not really my jam.
So 5 through 19, not really your...
No.
Okay.
Like Legacy, I've played Show and Tell Hive Mind, which, turn 1 you go Ancient Tomb, Lotus Petal, Show and Tell, Hive Mind, Summoner's Pact, you lose. And then I've also played, Modern, I've played Jeskai Control for years, and just the whole land, your turn. Land, your turn. Counter that.
Okay.
And just wait.
Would you consider yourself a spike? As far you're aware of the 3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I
will unashamedly switch to whatever deck I think will win.
Okay.
I did it when Mono Black was in Standard. I hated it, and then I'm like, fine, I'll just play it and destroy people. And I went to an SCG Open and did pretty good with it. But
Excellent. I definitely fall much more into the realm of Timmy Spike. Ever since I became a competitive player, Spike definitely a factor, but still all about having the fun, which is why I have, for the most part, stopped competing, at least for these tournaments, to do this, because it is just such an absolute blast.
Dolan Pooley, he can still play. Did you lose any at any of the Modern things at the GP?
I lost one to
He lost
Jeskai Control.
1 game out of like 10 that he played.
Yeah, it was awesome.
With Affinity, so he's a bad person. But I like the turn 1 wins, so...
Yeah, Affinity
Win,
is functionally a turn 1 win. I had people pick up their cards after...
You just go, bam, 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 ha! And
I had
like,
my most glorious turn 1 ever involved having 3 Mox Opals in hand. It was Darksteel Citadel, Ornithopter, Mox Opal, Cranial Plating, Mox Opal, Vault Scourge, second Mox Opal, Signal Pest, third Mox Opal, equip the cranial plating to the Ornithopter, pass.
Because you're a bad person.
It
Waffles. Waffles over pancakes. They're more delicious.
Yeah, I'm a pancake kind of person myself, but that's because I make pancakes. If I'm going to be buying them and just like letting other people do all the work for me, waffles. But my homemade pancakes are certainly solid. He can say whatever he likes about me. It doesn't matter to me. But thank you for joining. Still waiting on basically round 2. Unfortunately, all the games currently in game 3, which means that we may not have to wait for that time that is down there quite to the end of it. So stick with us. It's going to be an absolute blast. Going to have a lot of fun with it. Otherwise, we do this stream 3 times a week. And this week is actually a special exception. We've got a little bit more to come. But we do this Wednesdays. We have Modern at 7 o'clock, which is what you are currently viewing. This is all Pacific time, by the way. On Fridays, we do Legacy. That is at 7:30. And this Friday, I'll be having Joe Klabowski back in the booth with me, who is one of our fun...
Likes to play crazy decks.
Yeah.
If you ever play against him, you never know what's coming. Like, when... There's a Mystic Snake. Okay.
Expect
Great.
blue and green, though.
Yeah, expect blue-green something until zombies appear, and then you're more confused.
Other than that, Saturday, 6 o'clock, Modern Tournament again. What did I say other than Twitch? I'm not sure. But, I honestly am not entirely sure. But, on Saturday, we do Modern at 6 o'clock. Again, pretty close to 5 rounds, usually. Tend to get around 20 plus players. And then this Sunday, the 21st, starting at noon Pacific time, gonna have a Grand Prix trial. Looking at maybe 8 rounds of commentary. It is gonna be a lot, and it is gonna be an absolute blast. I'm pretty excited. Troy Monster, thank you for joining us. It is always good to see you. And to everybody else out there, thank you for joining. This continues to just be an absolutely fantastic experience to interact with you guys. And I've got Eric here for the first time hanging out in the booth.
Glad to be here.
Exactly.
I have a question for you, TJ.
Oh, God.
If you couldn't play Affinity, what would you play in this meta here?
What would I play in this meta here if I was not playing Affinity? Of the decks that I have, or do I have unlimited resources?
Any deck.
You know, Infect is probably in a solid spot right now. So maybe Infect and then tune it a little bit to have a counterspell heavy sideboard for like the couple. There's like the Delver decks that would be the biggest issue. There's Delver and Burn in a couple places. Those would probably might be my biggest issue. So maybe just tune it to have a bit better answers for that. Maybe go for a Wild Defiance backup. So maybe Infect would probably be my call there.
He likes playing fast creatures and turning them sideways.
It's a lot of fun. What is the art on the green screen? It is actually an unhinged forest.
Yes.
It's the John Avon forest, and it's just a small version of it. So this is one piece of the bigger art, which is not seen because our green screen isn't big enough.
Should go look up the art, though. It's pretty cool.
The art is fantastic. Infect is pretty close to Affinity. Yes, it is. I'm a big fan. Other than that, maybe Burn. Lantern Control, surprisingly potent right now.
It is, but that's the opposite end of everything that you were just talking about. Affinity, Infect, Burn, Lantern Control.
Absolutely. Other than that, maybe the Red-Green Titan Shift is a whole lot of fun. And Scape Shift has a nice advantage of going around, especially the Eldrazi decks.
Yeah.
Winning on a little bit of a different axis. So definitely a lot of options that I would think about. Affinity, by far my favorite. It is just so much fun to play. Nice Guy, hello. Thank you for joining. And to Troy Monster, I believe we have 2, maybe 3. But there are 2 confirmed. There's a red-green Eldrazi.
And red-blue.
And a red-blue Eldrazi. And those are the only 2 that I'm aware of. Because we do have 29 people tonight, I'm giving myself a little bit of flexibility room by allowing for a 3rd player. You had someone bring... Whoa, McPatches, that is the coolest thing ever. bringing Glistener Elf post board. That is my favorite thing I've heard.
It's horrible.
That's amazing. That's the coolest. They take out all their removal. It's awesome. Duro, red-green scape shift, not super consistent. Definitely, but I like it nonetheless. It's been fairly consistent, and it's an absolute blast to play Commune with Lava. That card's super cool, as it turns out. How's the red-green working? I don't know, to be honest. I know that how it operates is basically you're in green so that you can have access to, I don't know the name of the one I'm spacing on at the moment, the World Breaker?
World Breaker, yeah.
World Breaker, and then Ancient Stirrings, and the red is for Lightning Bolt and Kozilek's Return. So
that seems like 4 cards that should be played together and would make a deck.
Pretty much. Other than that,
that is my insight on that deck.
It's your basic shell. Outside of that, does operate on a pretty aggressive basis. So, other than that, I'm going to take a look at what link you just sent me. I'm not entirely sure what that is.
It's a picture of the forest.
That is... Oh man, you are right. That is... I think that's still a different one. It's one of them. I don't know. It's definitely from an unset. Absolutely. Even with this many basics, you fold to any Blood Moon deck and get shut down by blue, white, red, and friends.
That's why I play Blue Moon, to stop that shenanigans.
Absolutely. It does have a little bit of issues with that. The biggest thing is that a whole host of Nature's Claim in the sideboard really help out with that a lot. But, not quite sure where we got this art then, which I just looked back at, even though that is not there.
Shh. They don't know that.
True.
It's really here, guys. We're in this forest right now. You don't understand.
Maybe it's a Zendikar full art.
No, it's not. It's
No.
the one.
No? Okay. I don't know. Maybe it's just the artist proof and we've got odd things going on with it. Nonetheless, we're having fun with it. We get to hide in the forest and pretend like people don't know that we're here. Even though they all do, because there's cameras all around.
There and there, there.
Okay, and we are now on turns. So, should be getting the end of those matches pretty shortly. Getting ready for Game 2. Thank you for sticking with us. Just another minute or two, and we will be moving on to some more awesome things. And apparently it's John Avon.
Yes, John Avon. So it's not necessarily the picture they used for the forest. It's just a picture of a forest that John Avon did.
Okay. Duro, absolutely true. Certainly red-green Scape Shift, not my first choice in this meta, just because I think we do have 2 Blue Moon players, you being one of them. And the other one being Nathan, who sometimes actually plays Lantern. But, yeah, definitely my first choice would be Affinity, and after that, some of those aggro decks. Have we ever had Sliverhive in this place? Once we do have a Slivers deck. It is Vince, who normally is on the mono-white Devotion deck. But we actually have Aaron, who sometimes plays Allies. He has been putting together Slivers, so we actually will be having a Slivers deck down the line. So, should be all kinds of fun. Our meta here, pretty diverse for those of you who haven't joined us previously. A lot of variety in the meta. Tends to be a decent amount of the Tier 1 decks. There's usually a good representation of the Tier 1. Sometimes missing 1 or 2. I don't think that we have Red-Green Tron tonight, but on Saturdays we usually do.
Yeah.
A good tier amount of the Tier 2, and then a nice healthy
Occasionally
mix of...
people bring, random stuff, and then you lose to the random stuff because you don't know what to do against the random stuff. And it's like, well, that is entertaining.
Yeah, and then there's a decent mix of brews and also, a variety of things like that. So, I really like it. Our meta is fantastic.
What was it, that one? There was 22 people here, and we had 21 different decks, and the only repeat deck was Fish? Like...
Yeah.
How...
Any requests on the decks to see tonight? By the way, if you guys do have any requests, let me know. I can put it out to the store owner. Not sure what we're going to get for this next round, but we can always try and get whatever you guys are looking on. So, if there's something that you're looking for, let us know. As for cookies, brownies, or cookies, personally I like cookies.
I'm a brownies guy.
Interesting.
Cookies are up there, but brownies are above cookies.
We differ on a whole lot of things, apparently.
You can eat the cookies, I'll eat the brownies.
Yep. Blue-white Amiria control is in the store. Blue-white-red, if Dylan's here, we do have a Jeskai control in here.
I thought about bringing Jeskai control tonight if I was going to be playing, but I stuck with Blue because...
Wargate, definitely here. So yeah, let's see what we get. I'll let him know. Wargate, if it's here.
I know there's zoo decks out there. There's like 3 different zoo decks out there.
But they're all in this weird variation of zoo. You know, we do have like the really low to the ground zoo. We've got the mid-rangey zoo, and
then you have Mason Zoo, which no one knows what that does.
Yeah, absolutely. What's Wargate? Interesting. Not sure what just happened there.
Is it supposed to say Wargate?
I assume so, but it didn't quite work out. I think you have to hit enter, go down a space first, drop it down, and then try it again. But Wargate, it's a tutor deck, wins with Valakut, but doesn't run Scapeshift. So you use Prismatic Omen to get that out, and then using the tutor card, which is Wargate, which is a blue, a white, a green, and then X, to search your library for a permanent with converted mana cost X or less, put it into the battlefield. So you end up tutoring for a whole lot of permanents, and it's a whole lot of fun.
It's a permanent toolbox deck that is not based around creatures, which I like, because then they don't die to lightning bolt. But we got Eldrazi on one side of the table.
Okay, so
I can just open the door.
Actually, hold on.
Oh.
Yep.
Let's use the technology.
We've got so much capability.
Oh God.
Ooh, so we have got David Bradbury going up and
Hedron alignment.
Oh my goodness. Do you know this deck?
I saw the list.
Okay, so we have got some
Some spice for you.
We have got the spiciest of spice for you. It is going to be Hedron alignment
versus blue-red Eldrazi.
We have got the tier 0 and the tier 20 going up face to face. So, now what this means is that they're either both 1-0 or 0-1 on the right side. So, definitely about to see a really
I really want to see Hedron alignment win. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm gonna find this list. It's way up there, but he posted it to our group. So, I will say it's a surprisingly decent build.
It's a control deck that can win through Hedron alignment, so it's not necessarily all in on the combo, which is good.
Things that we expect to see that are actually excellent against this Eldrazi deck.
Yes.
Ghostly Prison, Sphere of Safety,
Leyline of Sanctity,
Ruined Halo, Oblivion Ring,
3 Supreme Verdicts main,
Heliod, and a God of the Polis.
Because why not?
And then you have... This is going to be the grit, and then 3 Path to Exile, and some Pull from Eternities, just in case there's processors. So, this is going to be, this is going to be the coolest
4 O-Rings main. Oh, God.
Alright, so let's head on down to the match. Okay, so both players getting ready for their opening turn, and yeah, gonna be some very curious things coming out of this Hedron alignment deck. Yes, you should all be excited, because what we are gonna be hopefully seeing out of the win condition here is this. 3 mana hexproof enchantment. It's off to a good start. This Eldrazi deck doesn't have a whole lot of ways to interact with this.
It's not an enchantment killing type deck. His best thing is to try to get get 2 of them out of his hand with Thought-Knot Seers, but then he can pull from Eternity and
so this might be the most flavorful match we've ever had on camera.
So the Hedrons should stop the Eldrazi if we follow the story here, or Zendikar falls and everyone dies.
Yeah, exactly. So this is going to be amazing. Yeah, it is essentially a pillow fort with Hedron alignment in it. Interesting. Doro is excited. Man, this Doro has made all interesting things in there to do commands, and so far some of
The
them seem
Hedron deck
pretty
is
cool.
mulliganing to 5 currently, so that's not boding well. But
Off to an interesting start. They are both 0-1, unfortunately. So, but on the bright side, it is possibly the most flavorful match that we'll ever see. So, let's see what we can do, and depending on how quickly this game goes, we can jump into some other matches. And I'm going to try adding their records here. Still learning a little bit of things here. But yeah, we're looking at a Pillow Fort deck from this Hedron alignment. Okay, excellent. And as we go forward, then if you want to take a look, see what we can find. I am seeing 2 Eldrazi Mimics and an Eye of Ugin in the opening hand.
well, that's
a
fast
good
start.
That's a good start for Eldrazi. I mean,
Passable.
it's decent.
It's not an Affinity start.
It is not an Affinity start. There has to be another
He can't
4
dump
of
his
those in
whole
there.
hand.
There has to be another 4 of them in there. And a Leyline of Sanctity
Ha!
out of the turn 1 here. Not going to
Nice
have
Thought
a
Knot
huge
Sears.
effect. The Thought Knot
It's
Sears...
is it opponent, or how's Thought Knot Seer worded? Is it target opponent, or... I think it's target opponent, so I don't think you can hit him with that.
So, going down to 4, it looks like. Now up to 5. Pretty unfortunate here. And those Eldrazi Mimics, another Eldrazi Mimic coming down, swinging for 4, David going down to 16. At this point, all Bryce needs to do is land a giant creature, and is that a Smasher in hand?
That is.
Game over.
GG!
Oh my god. So, Eldrazi off to a really solid game 1 there. Hedron alignment going down to 4.
Hadron's not looking so good.
Mm-hmm.
Got my Ulamog shirt on today, so I got
Nice. I've
root
got my
for-
Aperture one on since I'm on camera.
I get it.
Yeah.
See what you did there.
Thank you. It took a lot of precognitive thought that was pretty much non-existent to do it. I'm pretty excited by it. Okay. No deck can do much. True. Going down to 4 is about the worst place to be, because at a certain point, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anybody win going down to 3. I think 4 is the lowest I've seen it happen. I've heard about 3, but I've never seen a win off of 3.
And when you win off 3, it's always a weird grindy match of like they didn't draw lands also or something like that.
So, this Eldrazi deck, extremely powerful, doing a lot of kind of damage to the format at the moment. We will see if it recovers. On Duro, don't worry. It appears that we should be able to get some other matches on shortly.
I mean, if it goes that fast for
If
round
it
for the next
goes
one.
3 Mimics into a Smasher again, that's certainly a pretty telling sign. When Halo naming Mimic, that would have been sweet. But unfortunately wasn't in the cards. Okay. So, Eldrazi Mimic, extremely powerful. Well, interestingly, not an overly powerful card, except in this deck.
Mm-hmm.
A 2/1 for 2, but whenever another colorless creature enters the battlefield, you can have it become a copy of that.
Yeah.
And if that is a Thought Knot Seer or a Reality Smasher, that's a 2-mana 4/4 or 5/5
Yeah.
coming in. Breeze, please. We will, actually. I like that idea.
I mean, I like Serum Powder in combo decks. I don't know why people don't run it more often if you're running, a Glass Cannon type deck. But I approve.
Yeah, and also it does have an odd amount of synergy with a Hedron alignment, which is a card that you would never really expect to say when
Because you could
talking
have
about
the
Modern.
one exile it, and then there's your exile one. Boom.
Easy peasy.
You just broke Modern, people. You saw it here first.
Really, Breeze, please broke it.
I said we, not me and him.
Is the life gain warrior here? I'm actually not sure. I don't think so. That's being Hannah.
No.
I have not seen Hannah. Granted, we have not been out there since we started doing
Actually,
this.
she is here.
Oh, is she?
I saw her.
Okay, so she's either on Merfolk or on the life gain deck. Honestly, not sure which one, though. The bright side, The Eldrazi deck is pretty solid. I am still waiting to see what happens with it. These GPs coming forward, I'm excited to see, but as it currently goes, not off to a good start.
No.
I am concerned, and at this point, skeptical as to whether that deck will be around at the end of April. Okay. Duro, on the bright side, it is not Soul Sisters. It is a black-white life gain that... It's a brew, but it's interesting.
I've seen it win through the Sanguine Bonds, the combo with the...
Yeah,
Where
winning
you
with the
gain
block
and you
last time.
lose.
We did get to see winning with a block, blocked with the, oddly enough, a Vampire Nighthawk. To
Life
gain
gain,
life,
I get
to
it.
drain the final two. It was the greatest thing.
I've always liked Vampire Nighthawk. It's just not quite fast enough and good enough for most constructed.
Mm-hmm.
I really want it to be.
Okay, so we are looking at another
Double ley
Eldrazi
line.
mimic from... I mean, targeting is not an option at this point, but it's still not the greatest.
I mean, echoing Truth Thought-Knots here.
Yeah. And we have... Okay,
Oh.
so an endless 1 for 2. Interesting that he didn't wait a turn to play it for more, but maybe just waiting to get some more value out of that next.
I mean, swinging for 4 on turn 2 and then playing another big guy and swinging for more. Just depends on...
That's true. Could end up being a bigger swing, just getting that extra 2 out of there. It has Muffins. Oh yeah, we added a green screen. That is a Vile Aggregate, but now 3 power. So, a swing for 5, putting David down to 15. Vile Aggregate, definitely an interesting card. So Vile Aggregate, an X5 that has power equal to the number of colorless creatures you control, with Trample and Ingest. For a little bit, actually saw some people try it out in Affinity when it came out. Yeah. And
I can see that.
The fact that it doesn't have the buff over the Master of Ethereum is ultimately what ended that, for me at least. Okay.
Ratchet Bomb. That's how you get rid of the ley lines.
And we have a Ghostly Prison into a Sphere of Safety off of a Nykthos.
That's...
So,
You can't attack!
the Ratchet Bomb, at this point, a key card. Needs
Yes.
to get up to 3.
Yeah.
And David has a couple of ways to interact with that Ratchet Bomb, but not many at all.
His best option is going to be Oblivion Ring.
His best option is Oblivion Ring. Other than that, does have a Stony Silence in the sideboard.
I don't see him bringing it in for this matchup, though.
Pretty unlikely. But those are pretty much the 2 options that he has. It is possible. As for the ways that he exiles it, Oblivion Ring, one of the ways, he can actually just exile his own Oblivion Ring. And I think that might be it. Oh, yeah. Yep, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much it.
Or he plays an Eldrazi deck that has processors and lets them hit him and processes it out.
It's the perfect tech against the Eldrazi. How flavorful. So, 2 lands in Bryce's hand, getting a little bit of a flood situation
Actually,
going
that's
on.
not bad right now if you have to pay, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Yeah, it's 7 per attacking creature.
True.
I
And
don't think he
currently-
has that.
Nope.
he
if
has
he wants to
6.
sacrifice
Or, yeah,
the
he
Eldrazi
could.
spawn...
But it's 1 swing.
Yeah.
Is
Bryce...
Heliod online? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yes.
5. Oh, he is. Whew.
Yep.
We could say a Heliod swing. That'd be impressive.
Oh, there's a lot more cards with Heliod in it than I thought. But yeah, it is a 5/6. And also, David can just load up on 2/1 clerics.
Yep.
With that, using that Nykthos. So, a surprising amount of options for David at
Just
this
the
point.
end of turn, just boom.
The biggest issue being this...
Ratchet Bomb that's about to ruin his day.
Yep.
But
Yep.
Bryce is drawing straight lands.
But those Ivugans are not going to help.
That's true.
Because they don't not tap for mana. And there is no Urborg in this deck. So, right now, functionally, at 7 mana with a fetch, because of those 2 Eldrazi spawn.
Making a bunch of clerics.
This is just absurd. So, Bryce with a board of a Drowner of Hope, an Eldrazi Mimic, a 2/2 Endless one, Vile Aggregate, and 2 Eldrazi Scions. That Vile Aggregate, currently a 6/6. And then David with a board of a Ghostly Prison, Sphere of Safety, Heliod, God of the Sun, and
Also,
2 ley lines.
the clerics power the sphere because they're enchantments.
Yeah, and I think that they are grabbing some tokens now. Interestingly enough, I don't have any 2/1 clerics because I never expected those
No
to
one's
be
going
played
to
in
play
Modern.
Heliod, so that's cool.
True. 5 being... I mean, 3 takes care of the Ghostly Prison, but that really, you're right in that it doesn't answer the Sphere of Safety.
You need 5.
So Bryce has got a long way to go. And with that Nykthos, we could see David possibly just
Push
flub
him
the
out of
board.
the game. Especially Sphere of Safety with the cleric tokens.
Mm-hmm. So going down to 17 for a fetch now. Not sure what we're expecting him to get. Maybe just
I think he just wants lands out of his deck right now. He doesn't want to draw any more lands.
and just going for a tapped shock. Possibly just wanting to get it done with instead of having to pay for it if he needs to. The life. But a really curious board at this point. Heliod acting as much more of a win condition than Hedron alignment at the moment. And Bryce definitely coming up across the Hadrons as an Eldrazi deck. I mean, that's about as good as it gets. All things considered. A surprise blue Sun Zenith, unfortunately, I mean, a white Sun Zenith is an option.
White Sun Zenith would be
Pretty
You
sweet.
just need more cats. That's
Always. Everybody needs more cats. And more land from
Ugh.
Bryce. Interestingly enough, going to combat, those 2/1 clerics are enchantments.
Yeah, so they power Sphere of Safety so that however many he's making here. So he has 2. There you go. So it's 1, 2,
Yep.
4, 5, 6.
Currently enough devotion to make just 8.
So it's 10 to attack currently.
Oh, man. This is fantastic.
Per creature.
Hedron alignment, definitely a brew. Don't try this at home.
These are trained professionals.
I mean, they're trained.
Sort of.
So a Runed Halo in hand, along with looks like another Leyline of Sanctity. That Runed Halo gonna come in. Not sure what you name at this point. Maybe, you know, you have such a
know.
board control over it. It's not even sure if you need to.
At this point, you just need to not lose for long enough to get there.
Yeah, but naming your card really unnecessary at this point because the Leyline of Sanctities and that Sphere of Safety pretty much already showing up all the problems.
Name Ratchet Bomb just because.
It's possible. But, yeah, this Hedron alignment deck, I'll be curious to see what kind of win it can pull out. Otherwise, I'm expecting a Cleric win. But this Ratchet Bomb, I would hope that David is keeping up maybe a Sphere of Safety in hand to drop.
Well, we know he has a Leyline in hand.
Well, but
Yeah.
another Sphere of Safety to drop if the Ratchet Bomb takes the one out.
David, what'd you name? Thoughts.
Thought-Knots here being the name. I guess maybe in case those Leyline of Sanctities go away.
And his third one in hand goes away, and he is somehow able to attack. I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much the board
He's-
is locked down except for this Ratchet Bomb, which is going up to 5, really going to allow for a solid amount of attacks. But those clerics are going to get in the way of that a pretty decent amount.
More land.
Why is he not attacking with the Heliod? You know, that's a pretty solid question.
Reasons?
I think it might be that he just never really occurred to him that he would want to attack with it. But Social Gamer, you were correct that attacking with a Heliod is probably the right play at this point. Heliod being a 5/6 means that it is going to go, well with that Drowner of Hope and the Vile Aggregate. And it is indestructible, so you don't have to worry about any kind of attacks in that form.
Yeah.
And it also won't die to dismember, or at least it won't die because you attacked more than anything. So, not a whole lot of reason for David not to be attacking with a 5/6 into this board, because if Bryce blocks at all, he will be losing creatures. Destus, hello, and thank you for joining us. And also, it looks like some other people have joined recently, so thank you for joining. If you do have any questions, any comments, and any feedback, please let us know in the chat. It is always fun to interact with you guys. So, looks like we are starting to see some attacks now.
Through an Eldrazi Scion. Oh!
And a Supreme Verdict taken down the board. Interesting. So even now when that Ratchet Bomb goes off, still not a whole lot of option. Bryce able to activate this Eye of Ugin, however. So... yes.
What does he... I don't know.
Or is that... That's not that's an Eldrazi Temple, correct? Because he has the other eye in hand.
Yeah, that's an Eldrazi Temple.
Okay. So what do you grab at this point?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe... I mean, a Reality Smasher isn't going to be fantastic. Maybe a Drowner in Hope because it creates the most bodies?
Let's see what he grabs.
Reality Smasher. Yeah. Okay. So, going for a Reality Smasher. That Ratchet Bomb now up to 5.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Gonna get rid of the... Leyline is 5, or is it 4? I don't remember.
Leyline is 4.
2 and 2 white, or is it... Yeah.
Yeah.
2 and 2 white.
But it will take care of that Sphere of
That
Safety.
Sphere, which is then just the Ghostly Prison's keeping him back, and he can afford 2.
Okay. Can definitely afford 2. And the haste on that, and an Eldrazi Sky Spawner also in the hand of Bryce off of his draw there.
Boom.
So Eldrazi Sky Spawner, the 2/1 flying for 3, though in this deck functionally a single blue for a 2/1 flyer that also makes a 1/1 mana producer.
3 power for a blue.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Delver, except it makes mana.
Interestingly enough, even with this Reality Smasher on the field, once Heliod untaps, it's going to block that Reality Smasher
All
just
day.
fine.
Yeah.
So then that Sky Spawner is really the biggest clock. Has to pay to attack with those as well. So...
But it's only 2 now instead of like 13 or whatever it was at one point.
any interesting decks being played tonight?
Hedron alignment?
We have all kinds of stuff going on. But yeah, Hedron alignment certainly probably the spiciest thing in here. Otherwise, we are at 29 players. We have got all kinds of decks in the room tonight, so should be able to get a pretty
I bet
nice
there's
variety.
probably at least 25 different decks out there.
Yeah, very likely. Very likely. So more land out of David. Still has plenty of devotion. Can probably rebuild that cleric board, if nothing else. But I think he has another Ghostly Prison in hand, or at least he's got some kind of thing. Other things that David
Look,
wants.
he's holding in front of the camera.
Oh, that's nice. Let's
I think
take
he
a
knows we're watching. Ish. Oh god.
Alright, so still another Ruined Halo in hand. Let's take a look. No, okay, that's not gonna do anything. Maybe a little bit too close there. So can't quite get a good view there. Any mono black? We do have someone building mono black, but I'm not sure if they have it built yet. So mono black does show up every now and then, or at least could be showing up going forward. We had someone buying up some Phyrexian Obliterators recently. As for Tooth and Nail, we might have a mono green Devotion. I'm not sure if we have Tooth and Nail.
I don't think we have Tooth and Nail out there.
So a great variety, but maybe not those ones, unfortunately. But looks like we just did get a nice little surge in people joining. Thank you for joining. My name is TJ. This is Eric.
Hello.
We are currently in round 2 of 5. Let me change that thing so that it says 2. I unfortunately forgot to do that. My mistake. But
Are you new at this?
of course. Otherwise, having an absolute blast. Don't know what that Eldrazi deck lost to, however.
I'd be curious to know what it lost to. And whoever beat it is probably...
Snap Empty
well,
Wallet.
There you go.
And a Supreme Verdict. Okay, so...
You can activate the eye again next turn and grab another Eldrazi if there's something worth grabbing.
Does still buy
Ruined Halo.
a nice amount of time, though. Probably going to name Reality Smasher or Drowner of Hope. Swinging again. So, a little bit of an interesting choice there, but I can certainly get behind it.
He's got a Hedron alignment and Laying on Sanctity in his hand. That's what David's got there.
Wow.
One of the 4. Boom. So close, you can taste it.
So, I mean, Hedron Alignment with no way to tutor them in this deck, it's certainly a really odd thing. Sir Quasi, are we offline? Someone mentioned that we did. So if we are, please let us know. Frosted Flakes or Fruit Loops?
Fruit Loops.
Okay.
He's got that second eye in his hand, and it's just...
It is just miserable. And an Eldrazi Obligator coming out. Pretty interesting. But doesn't look like it was able to take that Heliod? At least it didn't appear to. So let's see what we have got from that Eldrazi Obligator. Dang it, dang it. I should have put in more defining characteristics. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't end up targeting that Heliod. Or maybe couldn't afford to also attack with the Heliod. I don't know. I'm thrown off because if he had paid the 2, he would have only been able to attack with 1 creature anyway. So
I would swing with the Heliod.
Oh, we would lose devotion. I didn't even occur to me. MJMD36.
Gotcha. That's true.
Good looking out. Thank you. We
What if he
appreciate
really
that.
wanted an enchantment? Oh, I suppose that Sigil Empty Throne can get there too.
Okay.
Boom! Hadron alignment on the field.
And we've got at least 1. Now, that Hedron alignment...
It makes an angel more than anything.
Hedron alignment, definitely an unusual card in this deck, but it does have a little bit of value outside of just what it does, and it's pretty much just that it scries 1. That's it. It's a hexproof enchantment, so it's not going to be going away. But that Sigil does allow it to make an angel, so a surprising amount of beatdown potential for David in taking a game 2 here. So, a pretty, I mean, the fact that Hedron alignment might actually be taken down blue-red Eldrazi, really curious at this point, and it's throwing me for a loop. So, a Drowner of Hope coming down can tap some of those creatures, but can't pay to attack with all of them. So, tapping down that Angel, sacking a Scion, and can pay to attack with 2 of them.
Yep.
But just going to attack with the 1. David going down to 4 in a dangerous position.
It's going to be tight.
Yeah, at this point, if you're David, do you just assemble enough angels to go for a pretty clean win?
I mean, I would just make Heliod make a bunch of cats and you get angels out of them.
They're not cats, but it does look like that might be what he's doing.
The clerics.
Yeah.
How
I
many
think
does he
we
make?
are getting devotion at this point.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 mana?
How much is Heliod? 4?
Yeah, but
So
I think
that's
it's
3?
Yep. It's just 1. So that is 3 clerics or whatever he has in hand. There's 1 card behind the current card. So this is really... So,
Ring. Drowner.
An Oblivion Ring taking down the Drowner of
Tap
Hope.
something down in response.
I really like this Drowner. Taking down the Drowner of Hope means that Bryce doesn't get to keep tapping down those creatures.
Or he didn't do it.
Interesting. Does
Just
get
gonna
an
block the
angel.
Heliod, take 4, and then go for the swing back.
And it looks like David missing his angel trigger. So that's a little bit unfortunate there. AJ, hello. And hello to everybody who did just join. Got a little bit of an unusual matchup here right now. Hedron alignment. Certainly an odd one. And we are getting...
He gave him the clerics.
Yep.
Or the angels. You know what I mean.
Yep. So we do have some angels on the battlefield.
I don't know what he hopes to rip here. Block Heliod, take 4, go at 3.
Pretty much, and then it's just does he draw what he needs. With 2 blockers on the field, not a whole lot of options.
What does he need?
I mean, a Reality Smasher would deal 3 damage, unfortunately, and I think Smasher is naming
Probably
a
not
card.
that.
Wow. Elandria, how does he exile a Hedron?
His own Oblivion Ring.
Pretty much his own Oblivion Ring is the only option that we've seen, so definitely some unusual things going on with this deck. But we are going to game 3, oddly enough. So,
More than
this
I
is-
expected, which I like.
yeah, certainly at least getting a game win, which is beyond our highest expectations. No offense to this deck, but it is about it is a brew among brews.
It's one of those. This card says win a game on it. I want to try building a deck around it.
Yep.
Okay.
So, Hedron alignment certainly going up against the blue Eldrazi, suffering against prison decks, even when that prison deck is Hedron alignment. Pretty much exploiting a weakness in that deck. And also, pretty much about as much of a flavor win as you can get. As far as the Hedron's taken on the Eldrazi, once this match is done, we will be able to get some more of the conventional decks on the stream, certainly. So... Okay, so getting ready for Game 3. Doesn't look like a whole lot of sideboarding, so you should be moving towards it fairly quickly. Should be setting out one Hedron alignment. Unfortunately, that doesn't count as exile. I certainly wish.
That would be amazing. You go wish for it and then exile it from that, win through that way.
Oh.
Because
Absolutely glorious. Just keep all three in the sideboard. Wish for the ones that you need to get to the graveyard. Man, that would be fantastic. Someone earlier mentioned that David normally plays Eldrazi. Well, actually, his deck is playing against him.
yeah, that's David's deck.
What decks do we have in store? We've got 29 players tonight, so I do not have a comprehensive list at the moment. Though when this game starts, if that's something that you... looks like we actually have got it off to a start.
Cavern on, I assume Eldrazi. Could be Nephilim. You never know.
Ape, actually, an option.
I was going to go Nephilim.
Nice, Nephilim.
Feldegrif.
That was a good one.
Called it.
Feel like the deck would be better without Hedron? Very likely, but David, the Eternal Brewer, going to be doing what he wants to do. So, a 1/5 Vial aggregate from Bryce. Would you be willing to maybe go take a look and get a list of the decks based on what's playing right now?
I'll be back.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. So that Vial aggregate currently 1/5 facing down David's board of just a Prairie Stream and a Flooded Strand, it appears. That is Magus of the Tabernacle. Snap Empty Wallet. That's pretty fair. Delver will come back. That card is always going to be good in one way or another. So a Thought Knot Seer coming in, unable to target David, and that swing actually processing a card. Looks like that's an Idyllic Tutor that got processed, and a swing for 2 from that Vial aggregate. That Thought Knot Seer acting as another colorless creature. So a much slower start from Bryce here. Got some blue cards, but no colored mana. So Bryce in an issue with, or I guess has some colored mana in the form of that Cavern of Souls, but still in a pretty problematic situation, and also what appears to be a Gemstone Mine or Cavern. It is one of the two. That is a Gemstone Cavern. So, that Cavern adds 1 mana to colorless mana. Does not have the luck counter on it. So only colored source is from this Cavern of Souls. And it looks like nothing to be playing at the moment. So a Ghostly Prison entering the battlefield from David, going to slow down some of those attacks. Only actually has 2 available mana, so if Bryce chooses to play creatures, then he'll be slowing himself down as far as attacking. A Stubborn Denial, that is not going to be good, and a Sky Spawner coming out, turning that Vial aggregate into a 4 toughness creature. Probably going to be seeing that attack into that life total of 17, going down to 13 now. And a pass back to David at this point. So let's see what we can see. Absolutely, it is a bit The deck is certainly interesting. David likes to brew a whole lot of things, and this is an idea that someone gave him the challenge to build the Hedron deck, and him, being David, certainly went for it. So, appears to have an Idyllic Tutor, a Supreme Verdict in hand, which is going to be really nice. If he gets to that 4th land, expect to see him casting that, which he does have currently. Looks like going to go for the Supreme Verdict. So Wipe and Bryce's board still has that Ghostly Prison and the Leyline of Sanctity, so any of those player targeting effects not going to work. Bryce does have a counterspell in hand, but it's not going to be super effective at this point. Other than that, an Eldrazi Mimic and a Drowner of Hope in hand, and one other card which appears to be a Reality Smasher, it looks like. So the Eldrazi Mimic coming down, turning that Mimic into a 5/5 until the end of the turn.
I have returned.
You have, and
There are 5 Abzan Company decks out there tonight.
really, that is the highest actually duplication that we've had in a long
There's
time.
2 regular Abzan decks, a Blue Moon deck, a couple of Zoo decks, Fairies, Red-Green Eldrazi, and then Blue-Red Eldrazi Hedron, another Zoo, Life Gain, Hannah's on Life Gain again, Hexproof, Slivers is out there, Shamans is out there, Affinity, Kiki Jund.
Okay.
A little bit of everything out there.
Interesting. So a pretty wide variety of decks out there.
For the company. I don't know why there's so many company decks.
No kidding. That is crazy. Okay. Yeah, Abzan Company, definitely a popular deck at the moment. So, David currently has 5 cards in hand. Looks like one of them is a board wipe, but this Reality Smasher really pressuring David. The Ghostly Prison not doing as much as he'd like. So, and a Heliod currently not active.
He only has 4. Yeah.
So needs to get out another card, and if Bryce is able to prevent that, because he does have actually no colored mana, so cannot cast the Stubborn Denial in his hand.
If it was an Eldrazi spell, he could.
If it was an Eldrazi spell, he could. But otherwise, David down to 3, and actually getting a 5th land, so if he's got, maybe that...
Sphere or
we could see David stabilize at 3 life, but it doesn't look like that is going to be the way that it goes. We have an Idyllic Tutor in hand, not going to do enough because it can produce... he can get a total of 6 mana, can go for another Ghostly Prison, but that's not going to be enough to... Actually, that would be enough to make the Heliod active as well. So Idyllic Tutor for a Ghostly Prison, and then casting the Ghostly Prison is, I think, the line for David. Because that means that only one creature can
one
attack.
can attack, and he can block with Heliod.
And Heliod becomes active.
See if he sees the line.
So that's, I think, the line that we are looking. Doesn't look like a Halo is in hand, but could go for a Halo. The only problem is that that would make Heliod active as well. So could name the Reality Smasher.
Name one of them and then just block the other one.
Okay. So I like that play as well. Ruined Halo or Ghostly Prison, the 2 options at the moment. Going for a Ghostly Prison is certainly not a bad
I
idea.
think Ghostly Prison is the best long-term answer, just because it'll bog him down more. Because he does have Hasty Eldrazi.
Yeah. And I think it'll also just tax his mana the most to force him to do that one. But both creatures, if they attack into that active Heliod, will get destroyed. Because it is a 5/6, we've got 2 5/5s on the battlefield. So if you can make them only attack with 1, granted you can make one of them ineffective at even attacking. So we have abandoned the safety of the well-lit closet. No, they're still here. They're still here. They're just hiding behind that.
Yeah. They're in the forest somewhere.
We hid them inside of a tree.
TJ's really a Keebler elf.
So tap in 3, looks like going for the Devotion, and I think we're about to see... Interesting, dropping another Leyline of Sanctity.
Up the Devotion.
So that makes him active, but I don't think that he saw that line.
Passes the turn.
I'm a little bit thrown off by this play, and I think that might give Bryce the win.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't have colored mana for his hand right now, though, so we'll see. He just has to
pretty much pay to attack with both.
Yep.
I think unless David has got... He has a Pull from Eternity in hand and a Hedron alignment. Neither of those are going to be fully effective. So...
We'll see if Bryce embraces his inner aggro player and turns him sideways.
I mean, it's not going to take a
Boom,
whole
there
lot
we
of
go.
inspiration. And I think that is just going to be the game. Unfortunate, but that does mean the end of that one, which gives you a absolutely glorious task. Are you prepared to hear what it is?
Sure.
It is finding us another match.
I will see who would love to play for us.
Thank
and
you.
Lovely people.
Excellent. Okay, so stick with us for just a moment. We are going to try and get another match here in round 2. I will see you up in the booth. So, Hedron alignment not fulfilling its destiny of taking down the Eldrazi menace. That Eldrazi deck go into 1-1, the Hedron alignment deck go into 0-2, but such is life, and we are trying to get another match up on that camera for you. Other than that, we've got about our fix of the brews for the night, so I think going forward we will be looking to get some more of those tier 1 decks. That one providing one of those, but certainly we can try to get some pretty consistent decks up there. Quick Rar, welcome. I haven't seen you in a little bit, so thank you for joining. Eldrazi moving to Innistrad. I'm not sure if you were referencing the Shadows over Innistrad set that is coming up. Personally, I'm not expecting the Eldrazi to be in that set.
We're in the middle of 2 Game 3s, and that's all that's left going.
Never mind. So we should be heading into Game 3, or to Round 3 very shortly. Just 2 Game 3s. Did they appear kind of near the end?
One did, the other one not so much.
Okay. The Teegler Elf.
There you go.
I love
Copyright
it.
that.
I love it. Eldritch doesn't relate to Eldrazi at all. Any control decks? Yes, we do have some control decks in here.
Blue Moon is here. There is a Jeskai control, or at least there wasn't one playing, but there is, what's his name, who plays the one?
Yeah. Other than that, we will try to avoid more Eldrazi and try to get some more of those things. Master of Ethereum Affinity, definitely in the room. There's one that is currently on a 3-1 split with Master of Ethereum as a, with and Edge Champion. Yeah, so my deck is out there at the moment. Quickrar, that is awesome. The Taken Turns deck is excellent. Snap Empty Wallet, can we get Blue Moon on camera? Absolutely.
I can do it. I'll just tell Draven.
Yeah, just let Dylan know. I can just text him, actually.
Okay. It's
Yeah.
Draven on camera.
Oh,
He's
okay.
playing my deck.
Excellent. How is Amiria control against the Eldrazi? Actually, it's pretty solid.
Yeah.
The deck is really good. It has access to a good amount of removal and board wipes for that. So, going to be a lot of fun. And teach their elf. Excellent. Affinity. Abzan Coco, we did have Collected Company in round 1, so I may not do it next round, but that's certainly, you know, especially with...
Well, there's 5 of them out there.
Yeah.
So.
Interesting that is, that's the highest density of a deck that we've had in a long time, so a little bit surprised to see that.
It's weird because there's a bunch of people who are playing it who are usually on other decks, like Ian, who usually plays Infect, is playing Abzan Company. There's no Wargate out there, he's playing Abzan Company.
Oh, his is actually Kiki Company, I think. So
I didn't see any red, so I didn't call it Kiki Company.
Okay,
it could be Kiki Company.
Interesting. But, Shadows, maybe the Eldritch, but Eldritch and Eldrazi are not quite the same, and are not close in phonetically, but not by definition. So
I mean, it's supposed to be based on the Cthulhu.
The Eldrazi
story.
themselves,
No,
or the Eldritch?
The Shadows over Innistrad is supposed to be based on that.
Is it really?
Yeah, Emrakul is supposed to be Cthulhu. You know. It could be. I'm just speculating on what I've seen and heard. I would like Emrakul.
Yeah.
I just want him to be more broken. Can he be a 16/16 with the same stats and everything, the same like abilities, just a 16/16?
That's it?
Yeah, just one more power, one more toughness.
He's been working out.
Yep.
He's been
He's
working.
doing some push-ups in the Blind Eternity? Is that where he is? I don't know.
Alright.
See, no one wants Abzan.
Right? I need you to fill up conversation while I talk to the store owner.
I can fill conversation with myself. I sometimes need expert advice, so I talk to myself a lot.
Absolutely.
Hopefully we do get the Blue Moon deck. It's my deck. I loaned it to Draven for today, so I will have incredible insight into what's happening. I don't often have incredible insight into anything, so...
insight is always good. Right now I'm letting them know that Affinity and Blue Moon are the main requested ones, and also just looking for a little bit, at least going a round or two without some of the brews. Which brother is older?
Me.
Obviously.
Bryce is the younger one.
Okay. You want Abzan most of the cards besides the land base. The mana base is a pretty important part of that deck, but it is a very cool deck. I'm just going to try not to saturate the meta with it for the night at least, because with them being out there, at least want to get some diversity. We did see it in round 1, so slowly crashing. Of course you're serious. The Company Mirror is fantastic, but
there was a Company Mirror out there, and one of them went to infinite life while I was out there, and they had to keep playing because they can do infinite damage. So
it is certainly an interesting one. I think the biggest issue is from the people watching it. It's a lot of fun, but it's also very tedious.
Yeah. It's a thinking man's game.
Mm-hmm. Similar to the Pod Mirror of old.
Oh god, yeah. It is the Pod Mirror.
You can expect it to go to time.
Yeah.
Certainly. And yeah, that's Coleman. So, looks like some of you have just joined. Thank you for joining us. We are getting ready to head into round 3. Just a couple of games still going. Was Coleman one of the players still going when you were out there looking for people?
Wargate guy?
Yeah.
No, he was finished.
Okay.
He was the one who played the mirror.
Should be heading into round 3 shortly. Just a couple of matches, but thank you for joining. It is an absolute blast to have you. If you have not hit that follow button yet, please feel free to, because it is always fun. We do this 3 times a week, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Modern on Wednesdays and Saturdays, Legacy on Fridays. Our schedule is right below where you are currently viewing us.
There, somewhere.
It's
I don't know.
a little bit over here. You can see our schedule. But nonetheless, if you ever do have any questions, any comments, or any feedback, please do let us know. Feedback is especially important. Always looking to improve this stream. Been doing it for about the last 5 months, and always, we keep adding new things. I spent a couple of hours trying to add some fun new stuff, and it's all like tiny things that you guys can't even tell. It just makes things easier for us.
He cleaned here, like I can scoot back, I can scoot forward.
When we get up to leave, it'll be much less of a show.
Rather than like, excuse me.
Exactly. So, a lot of small improvements, but any kind of feedback is always relevant. One thing that we were finally able to get through is someone once asked us to just make the life totals a bit bolder instead of smaller, and tonight that is the case. So even when you're looking at those life totals, and if you like that as opposed to what it was, let us know, because that's a change that we make, and it's all those little things that add up over a very long time.
Storage room background.
Please add a storage room background. I'll tell you what, I will take a picture of the storage room.
Make it the background?
Make it the background on the green screen.
You should do a bunch of different storage rooms, so it looks like there's like a whole warehouse behind us one day, and then, just a little tiny broom closet the next.
We can have an entire day where all we do is just be transported to different storage rooms. Mm-hmm. Oh, I kind of like it. Probably not going to happen, but maybe on a throwback day. Maybe on like
Thursday.
The 1 year anniversary.
There you go.
The 1 year anniversary.
This is where we came from. It's just going to be like a picture of a wall.
Oh, absolutely. A Looney Tunes background.
If you can get the licensing, we can do that.
Oh yeah. We'll even make it to where we'll wear green shirts and
just get running across.
Get the circle to where we can look like we're Porky Pig coming out of that circle.
That's all, folks.
Yeah, so we'll just both wear green shirts. We actually changed what it looks like behind the green screen to make so much more room for it, so it's not as it used to be.
There's so much more room for activities.
So much more room for activities. Nonetheless, thank you for joining us. We try to enjoy a little bit. Interacting with the chat is one of our favorite things of doing this, and it's a big reason of why we continue to have so much fun with it, is that you guys interacting is a blast. So if you do have questions, let us know. Comments, let us know. And just feel free to interact. We do like having an active chat. What if we wore a green screen morph suit?
We would just look invisible.
You would never know.
Yeah. You just hear voices, and then that's it.
We could just like cut out the eyes and have just the eyes floating.
That'd be creepy.
That would be really. We'd probably end up having to do like a background that is like bushes, so that
Just a couple eyes.
peering out from the bushes. Yes, our talking should be the background, and the wall should be in front.
Ouch.
What do I think of Patrick Dickman's Affinity Blue list that he ran for the Pro Tour?
TJ has strong feelings on Blue and Affinity. Prepare
Actually,
for a show.
So, here's the thing. I like Master of Ethereum right now. I think it's a really solid call. 4 of them, not the wrong call. Currently, I'm just on 3-1 because I like Edge Champion, and we are not totally flooded with the Eldrazi in this store yet. Hopefully, we won't be. But nonetheless, it is. I'm currently doing that split. I still think the Edge Champion is a decent amount of value. I don't think that, if I remember right, he was pretty similar to Frank Karsten's list, in which there was the Thoughtcast, there was the Ensoul Artifact, you know, a lot of those variation cards. Scissors, not a big fan of it. I think that the meta is extremely prepared for 5 toughness creatures, and I just don't think that it's in a solid spot right now.
With the Eldrazi, I think 5 toughness used to be like gigantic, and now it's everyone's running Dismember. So
and then you add on Tasigur and Siege Rhino to that, and just 5 toughness is the toughness to beat. It used to be 3, now it's 5. Thoughtcast, however, I like Thoughtcast. I don't run it myself, and if I did, I would probably max out as a one of, just because I hate having 2 of those in the hand. It's really clunky, and I don't like having more than really 4 non-artifact spells, especially if they have a colored mana cost. So I'm currently on 4 Galvanic Blasts because that is a huge personal preference. I like having more
He's a red
option.
player.
Yeah. And I like having access to those, removal and interaction in the game 1 when you don't quite know what you're going to be going up against. As for your 5/5 artifact land, Lashazior, Dismember doesn't gets around that. So I like it. I would probably run a little bit less Thoughtcast, but Thoughtcast definitely not a bad card right now. I'm not sold on it. I prefer Galvanic Blast. I'm with Duro in this one.
I've just noticed with Affinity, there's a lot of times you get their life total down to like 4 or 6, and it's like, well, if I'm holding a Thoughtcast, you're like, I can draw more creatures, or you just Galvanic Blast their face, and you win the game.
Yeah, and Kuderna, thanks for joining us again. Haven't seen you for a while. But yeah, it's pretty much Galvanic Blast has a huge amount of versatility, and versatility is something that I really look for in Affinity. Affinity has this, one of the things that makes Affinity so powerful is that it has so many angles of attack. You know, it can do some called the Swarm or the Spear sometimes. The Swarm being that game plan with, you know, your Master of Ethereum, though technically that supplements both of them, Signal Pest, Steel Overseer, things like that. And then you can go for that Cranioplating Arcbound Ravager, just that Spear. And it's even able to switch between those almost instantaneously, depending on what the situation calls for.
And for 2 black, you can.
Exactly. And so, going forward from that, it's still something that I like having that versatility in my spells outside of that as well. And Galvanic Blast adds that option of both providing a huge amount of reach. 16 damage on 4 cards is a lot. And then you also get that ability to interact with creatures. So it's in a little bit of a worse space at the moment because, 5 toughness, kind of the big number. But a lot of those decks that have that 5 toughness hot item, you weren't as worried about. It's the ones that have that smaller, either go underneath, not quite underneath you, but, you know, are also an aggressor, or the Abzan company decks can also be an issue. And so
you're more concerned by a bunch of little creatures than you are one big creature type thing.
Exactly. As for the 2 Thoughtcast, I think, Thoughtcast possibly, I think 2 of is about the most that you should go. As for the Metalcraft Exile card, not a fan.
The thing is, when it's good, it's good. When it's bad, it's garbage.
It is absolutely awful in the early game. Granted, you can make that same argument about Galvanic Blast, but its worst,
it still does 2 damage.
It's a shock, and that at least has some amount of value. The reason why that tends to get over Dispatch is it's just when that card is bad, it is awful. And at that point, you know, if you're looking at a sideboard, I'd rather take Dismember. It's going to hurt me some of the time, but it's also always going to be that product. And that's one of those things to where if you're not going to go for versatility, you need absolute consistency.
Or, I mean, Path to Exile, I feel, is better if you're going to run a 1-white type thing like that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're going to do it, giving them the land, not a huge cost. If that is the effect that you're looking for.
Yeah.
But again, usually Dismember or Galvanic Blast will do the job. What do we think of a Jeskai control minus Pia and Restos in place with the through the breach Emrakul win condition? You have played Jeskai control. Tell me your thoughts on that.
That's an interesting way to do it. The problem's going to come with... So when you play control, you're all about velocity and maintaining playing just on their turn. And you just want to sit there and react to what they do until you land a Restoration Angel, that sort of thing. Through the breach, Emrakul win. You're going to catch people off guard. I will guarantee that. But I feel like it's not quite the trade-off you want to make. You could do like a good Jeskai through the breach deck. I guarantee like you could make that no problem. It's not going to be a Jeskai control deck. If that's what you're looking for.
My initial issue with it is that P and Kirin Nalar and Restoration Angel, while they synergize very well together, are both good on their own. Through the breach.
If you're just sitting with through the breach in your hand and nothing else, you're like, well, this card is just nothing.
Exactly. When does Modern Season end? I think about 3 months.
Yeah.
Around April is when it goes back to being a standard season. What do I think about Blood Moons?
I love Blood Moons.
Huge fan. Wow,
Blue
my
Moon
eyes
player.
got weird there.
You really love Blood Moons.
Blood Moon, fantastic card. I don't think that this is the time to be going away from Blood Moon. The card has a huge amount of incidental value. Personally, I have it as a 2 of in the Affinity sideboard. I have thought about going down to 1, but as it currently sits, the card just has so much game and is keeping people honest, and it's definitely... It falls under that category of you cannot rely on a Blood Moon to be the silver bullet that wins you the game.
Yeah.
But a good Blood Moon right now is hugely powerful. And if you can lay it down with pressure behind it, huge. I mean, it takes down the Inkmoth Nexuses in Infect, which is a problem matchup. It takes down a surprising amount of the mana base of Hatebears, which can be a problem matchup. And these are all things
Eldrazi lands, like Eldrazi Temple, that sort of thing.
Yeah. And it's something that's still on the plays when I prefer to keep it in.
Because you want it on their turn, too.
But I've brought it in against Boggles. Hurting their mana base is huge. It takes down the Daybreak Coronet as an option in a lot of cases because they're so green reliant.
It also makes tap to draw a card. The green-white land.
Horizon Canopy?
Yes, that one.
It worsens Horizon Canopy.
Makes it a mountain.
I've brought it in against Merfolk, oddly enough.
When they get greedy and try to do too many of the utility lands.
When they go away from the utility lands and completely avoid Choke. I actually Blood Mooned a Merfolk deck.
Well, it's an Affinity deck. I'm just going to grab all these. Oh, crap. I have mountains.
It helps out against Abzan, which is a problem matchup. The biggest issue is to be careful with those Blood Moons. And I will agree that there are sometimes I could probably go down to 1 safely, because just the threat of Blood Moon is sometimes enough to make it lose some of its value.
That's what I found when playing Blue Moon, is turn 1 they see a Blood Moon, or game 1 they see a Blood Moon, game 2, side them out, they'll play around them, you have the card in your deck without having it in your deck, and you have other cards to help you.
Yep. So oftentimes, if they do see it in that game 2, I brought it in, I'll take it out for game 3.
They're going to play around it anyway, which means you're getting the value of it without having to run it and have other things there.
And certainly I try not to be too obvious about it, which is part of the reason why during most games, basically even if I make no changes, I'll usually side a
couple things in.
Between 2 and 3. So what about Blue Moon, except with Through the Breach and the Emrakul Wincon?
What would you take out for the Through the Breach Emrakul Wincon?
My guess would be Vidalcan Shackles.
That's true. You don't have to run Shackles. The new lists aren't running Shackles, though. They're running Pia and Kirin.
Which I honestly kind of like. You're going to have a hard time taking a lot of those Eldrazi, which is a key card, and unfortunately it's at the point where you have to basically make decisions around Eldrazi as it currently sits. And also, Kolaghan's Command is still a card.
Yeah.
So it has lost a decent amount of value.
I think it could work.
So,
I mean, Batterskull I like in Blue Moon. I only run 3 Blood Moons anyway. I feel like drawing a second Blood Moon is probably the worst feeling you'll ever have after you're already ahead and you just can't find a way to kill somebody. Mm-hmm. And you're like, all right, I got him. I just need to draw any pressure. And you're like, Blood Moon.
Yeah.
Great.
And the big threat of Blood Moon is really just the fact that it's in the deck.
Yeah.
More than anything. It has a huge amount of potential, especially game 1. Mm-hmm. You can catch a lot of decks off guard. Mm-hmm. But it's just the fact that Blue Moon exists almost gives it and takes away some of its power.
Yeah.
In that if it's in the meta, it's something you have to concern about. Sometimes you will make those fetches. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, that means that you don't even need to draw to be getting that value out of it. But definitely, the problem is that through the Breach, Emrakul...
You're going to have the same issue of you're going to sit there with an Emrakul in your hand.
Or through the Breach.
Yeah, and...
You might... Here's what you're looking for. Polymorph.
There you go.
Run a Polymorph deck using
unexpected results.
Boom! That's unexpected.
Flip that Emrakul, cast it.
But Polymorph in a deck of token producers,
yeah.
Something like an Esper color, running Lingering Souls, some of those lands that produce a token, and then you can Polymorph any one of those, go for your only creature in the deck, which is 2 Emrakuls. Solid amount of value there.
Yeah.
I'm playing Grixis mid-range.
Okay, is round 3 up?
No, it's almost up.
Okay.
But I'm going to be okay. That's it.
Okay, which side do you want to sit on?
What?
And you said Grixis mid-range?
Yeah, I'll sit against the wall.
Thank you. Excellent. Well, we know what our round 3 is going to be, but otherwise, the time just about up. Going to be going to round 3 here in just a minute or two as the last match goes away from its turns. Proteus Staff, also a really fun option.
I agree with the Gristlebrand. I think you should have Gristlebrand in any deck where you're trying to cheat creatures in. I play Reanimator and Legacy, and that's... I was down for Gristle Daddy.
I've held on to the promo one just because it's so much fun. Like, I got that one from the GPs, and it's just such a sweet card. That was a great art. Mm-hmm. So, getting ready for round 3 should be starting in just a moment. One player that we are going to be having is Dylan.
Round start.
Excellent.
Okay.
And the matchup is starting. We're going to be having Grixis Control. So, for anybody who is looking for that Grixis deck, we are going to have one there. And then we will be finding out their opponent shortly. Actually, can you open that and ask him what his record is?
It's Affinity. What's your records?
What are your records? 2-0? Are you?
1
Okay.
1-1.
Okay.
They're not sure. They played Magic.
Apparently not. Okay, so we are actually going to have Grixis Control versus Affinity. So, I like that a lot. Josh going to be playing Affinity. It is actually my Affinity deck, so my reputation on the line at this point. But getting ready for round 3 should be an absolute blast. I already have my opinion on it, but what are your thoughts on who's favored in this one going forward?
I'm not sure the Grixis build. I have played Control against Affinity a lot. If the Control player plays it right, he should have the edge on this, especially Kolaghan's Command, Lightning Bolt. Just take out those early creatures and just wait them out.
See, I actually give the advantage to Affinity just because the mana base of Grixis is really painful, and they don't have a whole lot of options for flyers as far as things go. So that removal becomes very key. But the problem is that what if they can't develop any board while they're on their back foot? Mm-hmm. Definitely not a clean-cut match as far as who gets the favorite. All right. Let's head on down to the match. We will see you there again. My name TJ.
I'm Eric.
And if you have any questions, comments, or feedback, please feel free to let us know in that chat. We do keep an eye on it. We do interact with you, though sometimes during the match we get a little bit distracted. But certainly if we miss something, please feel free to let us know between rounds and we can address it better. See you down there. And let's take away that game win there for both players because this is the start of round 3.
Fight.
Does it feels like a 50-50 matchup? In some ways, I could see it being a 50-50 matchup. It really comes down to card choice. Josh losing a little bit of that value because he is now only on 1 Edge Champion as opposed to the 2 previously. Is Jace in this deck?
I don't know. If he is, he's very good in Grixis control. I beat you with Grixis control against Affinity.
You did. You
I
did.
have practice with this deck against Affinity. I don't know if it's this deck specifically, but
No, that was in a train station.
we were playing some weird places.
Yeah,
We had time to kill after GP Vancouver.
Yeah, we played in an A&W, a train station.
On a train.
On a train. On my pull-out bed.
I think it'll all come down to how the Grixis control deck is built, whether he's running how many Kolaghan's commands, because that's probably his best card in this matchup. It's a straight 2-for-1.
Yep. Now, we do have an Arcbound Ravager, Cranial Plating, an Ornithopter, so pretty solid, decent opening
Looks like
hand.
he's keeping it.
And keeping that 6, and
He's got Pyromancers.
a Scalding
Grixis deck.
Tarn from Dylan going into, and this is going to be a turn 2 Arcbound Ravager. That is or a turn 1, I'm sorry. A turn 1 Arcbound Ravager is excellent. Probably going to see a Bolt in response.
I've seen the control deck. I've been the control. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I've been the control deck, and you see that, and you're like, great. Well,
This is
game
fun.
1 is probably going to be a loss.
So, and
Unless you
with
draw
that
one.
Cranial Plating in hand, another land is currently in hand. We're going to be seeing a huge amount of power swinging
Turn
in.
2 is going to be huge.
If Dylan tries to go for the Young Pyromancer this turn, just to go for kind of that value, take the time, and he's about to take a huge amount of damage. We're about to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, God.
This is going to be a swing for 8. Dylan down to 11 at the end of turn 2. So that is very significant. Also, offering that trade to the Young Pyromancer, not a bad idea. Because if you lose that Young Pyromancer, again, huge backfoot. Okay. And now we do have a Terminate in hand, a Cryptic, a Snapcaster. So that Terminate is going to be fairly valuable going forward. It's going to be able to take down some of those creatures, but Josh now has the instant speed equip up. The problem is that most of his creatures are on the ground. So if he can find some way to protect this Ornithopter, unfortunately not a lot on the main, or get some other flyers out, that's going to be key. And I think he does have a Blink Moth or an Ink Moth in hand, and I think preferably we would have seen him play out one of those so that it wouldn't have Summoning Sickness on the next attack step. But this is also Josh recently picking up Affinity.
Yeah.
Previously a Mono Bluetron player and a Storm player. So trying out Affinity recently, which is why he is currently borrowing. Technically, but it does really help for board clarity, in my mind. And so there is the Blink Moth Nexus that I would have liked to see, take the swing for 7, just to get that extra value. We do have instant speed. At this point, I'd probably reattach it
Jump
to
into the Ravager?
Yeah, because I'm willing to lose that Ornithopter. It's going to go up to being 2 power, and I'm willing to lose that Darksteel Citadel to keep it alive. So that's what I'm expecting here. Josh so far getting a decent amount of land, so if he isn't able to draw any kind of follow-up gas, really powerful opening hand.
Yeah.
But may actually...
With nothing follow at Kolaghan's command if he gets that is.
Yes.
We didn't like that die. I'm betting here comes the command.
The Cryptic command is the one that I saw in hand.
Okay.
Yeah. Possibly a Terminate. If he
Terminate?
does have a Kolaghan's command, that's going to be excellent right now.
Yeah.
Probably pointing 2 damage at the Ravager, maybe?
I'd point it at the...
And the Cranial Plating.
Yeah, destroy Cranial Plating, 2 at the Ravager, make him sacrifice something to keep the Ravager alive. 2
Yep.
things to keep the Ravager alive.
Okay. Let's see. So we do have a tap for 3 and an Electrolyze, pointing both of those at
Trigger.
the Ornithopter.
He's going to get...
It's
Element.
kind of baiting Josh into basically sacking a bunch to this Ravager and walking into a possible trap. The big issue at this point, so going to be putting 2 counters, getting it out of bolt range. I like this. It's not going to protect it from the Terminate,
No.
but it is going to be a pretty powerful swing, still hitting for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 potentially, if he activates that Blinkmoth Nexus. So it's going to be a potential
I think
swing
he has the
for
Galvanic Blast.
7.
Up, swing for 8. Up 7. There you go!
And there it goes.
Told you it's a burn deck.
Yep. So, Affinity taking game 1 against Grixis. Kind of what I was expecting. The sideboard really improves the matchup for Grixis at this point.
Is that Hercule's Recall?
Probably Engineered Explosives
Yeah.
coming in out of the sideboard. All kinds of things. Dylan definitely has a sideboard plan here. Okay. For the sideboard plan of Affinity against this Grixis player, things that I would expect to come in: Stubborn Denial, probably 2 of those, possibly the Thought Seizes, might be taking out some number of the Steel Overseers, probably going to be his first cut, because in a bolt, against a bolt deck, they lose a lot of their value. He might bring in Blood Moon, probably not this time. Gear per Aether Grid coming in. That's a really interesting play, but I kind of,
Was that Whip Flare?
Whip Flare, also not a bad call, because it's a 1 of in that sideboard, and it's going to take down the Young Pyromancer.
And all his tokens, that's true.
And if he's expecting P and Kier and Nalar, then that Gear per Aether Grid is really going to be able to take down those Thopter tokens and any Young Pyromancer tokens. So, going to help out a lot. Okay. So, as it currently stands, the Pokemon cards acting as the tokens, pretty much until I get Young Pyromancer tokens, which should be soon. I actually found someone who has them. I should be getting Young Pyromancer tokens. And then
They're hard to find.
They are. They are very hard to find. Okay. So, game 2, Grixis control starting off. Would you have kept in any of the hand disruption? I'm expecting
probably no hand disruption. I want all the removal I can get. Don't care what kind. Don't care what flavor. Removal. That's the name of this. 1 for 1, straight across.
Yep, gonna be very important. Alright. And both of these players currently 1-1. Still looking at adding an actual thing to where we can enter that as a separate field. Should be a lot of fun when we get that up there. Okay, so we have got a turn 1 Polluted Delta from Dylan and a decent amount of lands. I'm not sure if Josh has a super explosive hand, but there is a Spell Snare for Dylan that he's keeping up. No Metalcraft currently, does have an Arcbound Ravager, and I think actually that might be a Steel Overseer in the deck, along with a Galvanic Blast. So a pretty decent hand, pretty threat heavy. The biggest issue is going to be keeping them on the field. Okay, so going for a tapped Steam Vents.
I might have fetched for basic, just knowing that Affinity decks run Blood Moon.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that he brought it in this game, but also, if Josh is paying it, I told him when learning the deck, pay attention to the way that they fetch in game 2 if you didn't bring it in, because if they are being greedy with their fetches and chucks, then that means that you can bring it in game 3 if you end up, being on the play, and you can really shut down the mana base. Okay, so a Polluted Delta again. Having a Steam Vents. Josh currently 2 lands and also a Mox Opal. Going to be dropping a Signal Pest, and then probably I would expect this to be
Overseer.
Interesting. So let's see if that Spell Snare hits it. If it does, that is
that was
really curious to let that resolve, because if Dylan doesn't allow that, that actually shuts down the Mox Opal.
And then you
even
can't
as a
cast
mana
anything
source.
else, yeah.
Exactly. So you really wanted to counter that one.
That would've been a
Keeps
big
them
tempo
from
play if
making
he had done
any
that,
other
yeah.
plays this turn. So granted, you can do some things that I'm expecting maybe an Electrolyze in hand and just wants to get the value off of that.
Pyroclasm? I mean,
Pyroclasm, also going to be very good.
I'm not sure what he runs, so I don't know what to look
But
for.
getting into a dangerous position by allowing that,
Mhm.
though... Okay,
Terminate. Okay.
maybe just trying to be mana efficient, but that still throws me off pretty... I don't know, I'm still a little bit thrown off.
Pyromancer.
And a young Pyromancer keeping up that spell snare now that he does have that third mana.
So Ornithopter's going to swing for 1.
And a Galvanic Blast on that, dropping another Mox Opal, and going to go into an Arcbound Ravager here, probably going to get spell snare.
Yeah. Is
At-
he?
Now you do not want to tap the Blinkmoth Nexus for this. Actually, going to go for combat first. A pretty dangerous place.
Especially
thing
if
to
he
do.
has some way to kill the...
Yeah, it's pretty common to want. You know, one of the things that people learn is that you really want to play your creatures post combat to hide information. Arcbound Ravager doesn't quite follow that rule.
Because you want to be able to move the counters around if you need to, that sort of thing.
Exactly. So any kind of combat tricks that they have, you're able to interact with. That is a decent point. Holding up Snare for the plating, not a bad idea, and now able to take down that Arcbound Ravager with it, which also would have made removal pretty tricky. So, ends up working out pretty solidly. Okay. So an activation, and looks like pre-combat.
Got a bolt.
Yep, a lightning bolt on that Signal Pest. Currently does have an engine explosive, so that Ornithopter and Mox Opal also at risk. Really solid game for Dylan. Most likely going to be, as it currently sits, Dylan is a huge favorite. Now it just comes down to, can he come up with some kind of way to actually apply that pressure to Josh before Josh gets any sort of clean answer. So, an activation of the Blinkmoth, activating the Inkmoth, and just going to start going for damage of both types. The interesting thing is that, not knowing Dylan's full hand, it is technically possible he may not actually have an answer to these manlands until, because Edge Champion or the Engineered Explosives doesn't take him down,
lands.
and I would assume that he has other removal available to him.
I probably would save the bolt for a manland, not the Signal Pest, because you can... The Signal Pest swinging by itself with one thing is not that bad.
It seems to be moving into the Infect plan pretty heavily.
I mean, I'd rather swing for 2 that can't be gained back than 1 that can.
Tom Don, hello. Tom Don, hello. And thank you for joining. Alright, and a basic mountain from Dylan, still not interacting very well. So, pretty curious at this point to see what Dylan even has in hand. Doesn't seem to be operating very well. So, plays out a Memnite. Again, not a
I would
huge
play the
threat.
explosive this turn, because you gotta...
But we are going to get a swing with the Vault Scourge, with the Memnite, hitting for some damage, going down to 19, hitting down to 13, and going up to 5 Infect. Kooky, good morning, though for us, it is the evening. But thanks for joining nonetheless. Heading into Josh's hand, Dylan really looking diminished at this point, popping that for 0, taking down 3 of those creatures.
Yeah. Well, 2 creatures in the Opal.
And the Opal. So, but still a Vault Scourge and the means to
He
attack
can
with
swing for
Infect.
3 Infect.
And had another Mox Opal in hand.
He can swing for 3? No, he can't.
Nope.
He can't buff the...
Let's see here.
Terminate on the... Okay.
Alright, so Terminate, a solid play there. Takes down at least one of them. And...
Would you play out the Springleaf Drum, or would you hold that bluffing the burn spell?
You know, I probably would have at least tried. It's doing very little. Not knowing the full board state, you probably hold it in hand. At that point, all of its value is gone.
Yeah.
but there's some argument to be made for playing it out because it will permanently enable that Vault Scourge. Or at least, until
Here's the next bolt for the Ink Moth. Infect is cleared.
And Infect, unfortunately, no longer relevant.
Overseer.
And Josh up to 21.
Cold against command? Oh, Electrolyze. Oh, there we go.
And that is brutal. Okay, so able to draw a card off of that. Hopefully,
You can't do that.
And
You can't tap the Opal. You're on Metalcraft. You don't have Metalcraft.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay, so an Arcbound Ravager coming down to the field. Not a whole lot to sack, and any of the damage removal as it currently sits will be able to take it down. So in a dangerous spot with that Arcbound Ravager, it is pretty much the option that he's got. And I think Dylan a little bit surprised to see that 3 Mox Opals have entered the battlefield. So a Creeping Tar Pit, and interesting, probably has a 2-mana play if he is not swinging with that. So Dylan down to 10 and playing out a Vault Scourge painlessly. I would have really
At
liked
22, I'd
rather play out the Vault Scourge and then use that Mox Opal to activate the Blink Moth and swing for 2.
Plus, then you can move the counter if he has some sort of removal for the Ravager.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so pretty interesting play there. Again, once Arcbound Ravager is involved, playing creatures pre-combat starts to have a much higher value to it. So we have a Inquisition and a Snapcaster Mage. So Dylan getting a Snapcaster Mage, excellent spot to be in at the moment. Has to decide an Electrolyze, not going to be super effective.
Probably Terminate is what you're going for here.
Terminate, a really good one, just to point at that. I mean, you kind of go for the Arcbound Ravager,
Yeah.
but still problematic. Especially with all these counters out.
Or do you Stone Rain and then block the Ravager?
Still with another Blink Moth Nexus on the battlefield now. So that's going to be able to pump. So in Electrolyze lost a huge amount of value, so getting a 2-for-1 or a 2-for-0 with that draw. Not a huge option at the moment. The Blink Moth, so Josh actually putting up a pretty solid fight, all things considered. And actually activating the Creeping Tar Pit to
Blocks and
serve,
then do all of it at instant speed before damage? Or is he just gonna...
or possibly see how he reacts.
Yeah.
And then go for what he's targeting at. It will mess up the math. I'd be willing to take 2 damage here. And in response, we're about to see a very unfortunate
In
circumstance.
response, he is dead.
Yep. So a really solid play by Dylan there. I probably would have liked to see him, at least trade with the Creeping Tar Pit if he's intending on letting it die. Land-wise, he's not in a horrible
He was
position.
able to buff his Blink Moth so it didn't die. So
A little bit of value there. Nonetheless, still taking 3 damage. So Dylan, a little bit of a precarious position. Out of these options as far as interacting with those flyers go. And he's losing this race at the moment with those 2 Blink Moths coming in through the air. So, Dirty RM, absolutely. Pretty much Kolaghan's Command is the card that Dylan is looking for.
Kolaghan's Command or bust right now.
A Snapcaster Mage, decent. We'll take down one of those Blink Moths.
He's
But
gonna Electrolyze.
runner removal is what he's looking for. With Dylan swinging for 5 and Josh swinging for 2. The clock is okay in Dylan's court.
He can't swing with both Blink Moths right now, though. He can't animate both of them.
That is true. It actually gets a Galvanic Blast, so that is going to shorten the clock pretty significantly. So that's a really good point, though. He cannot activate both of those Blink Moths right now. And going to... Nope, cannot pump that one.
Nope.
Yep. Okay. You know what? The forest hides the flaws in our green screening best. That's why. It keeps the little green aura from showing. So, going down to 6, and...
Snapcast.
Snapcast Bolt. Wow. So, Josh in a pretty tough spot. This Galvanic Blast does have some value.
I mean, Dylan's at 2, virtually.
Dylan is... Well,
3.
I mean, if Josh is able to get up to
Yeah.
Middlecraft.
That's true.
Otherwise, Dylan's still functionally at 4, and right now, he's swinging for more. So, it's possible for Josh to lose this race just from Snapcasters and Creeping Tar Pits. No, I'm sorry, he's at 9, not 8.
Well, there's Metalcraft if he wants to cast the Galvanic Blast.
Okay. So, that Ornithopter, really enabling that. And, going for a
No.
Snapcaster Mage, this is where we want to see that Galvanic Blast in response. And that actually might be the game.
He needs to Galvanic Blast now.
But no, that's the game.
Mhm.
Doesn't go for the Galvanic Blast. Really
Might
curious
just be an
there.
interaction of him not realizing he had it for a moment.
But that Creeping Tar Pit puts him at dead this turn.
Yeah.
Possibly he wanted to Galvanic Blast, and I think he just realized that he can't. I think he was waiting to hit the Creeping Tar Pit.
Gotcha.
And unfortunately that doesn't work the way that you want to. Yes, we will compliment Dylan for you. I can certainly put that on my to-do list. So, a really solid play by Dylan, taking game 2, and we're going to be seeing a game 3 between this Affinity player and this Grixis control. Grixis, yeah, I think control is probably the best way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
So, some solid matches. Who are you expecting to take it down with this game 3?
Control just gets so much better after sideboard. I still think Dylan's got this one.
Yeah?
Affinity wins game 1 usually in the control matchups, and then
Suffers after that.
there's just so many hate cards.
You heard Twin was banned? Okay. But, looks like some of you have just joined us. Thank you for joining. My name is TJ,
I'm Eric.
and we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. If you do have any questions, any comments, and especially, and I know I keep saying this, but feedback is important. So, questions, comments, and feedback, all of which are excellent. Feel free to toss that into the chat. We certainly enjoy it. We like interacting with you guys. That's why we've got it right above our heads now. And when we have it up on the full screen, it's over that way towards him. So it's always a blast. And thank you for joining. If you have not yet, hit that follow button. It means a lot to us to just, when those numbers go up, an email goes out to the store owner. And seeing as I am operating very much in the red, under his good graces, seeing the evidence that other people are appreciating the things that we are doing means a lot to me, and it gives me something quantifiable to show him to keep dumping resources into me, because it at least has a purpose. So, that follow button, definitely important. You saw a non-matching set of Blood Moons in Josh's deck. That's my deck, and yes, those are non-matching Blood Moons. I even have 2 matching sets.
He could be matching. He chooses not to be matching. That's how trolly he is.
You know what, I'll tell you what, I will move it both to do it double white border, just for you guys. What do I think of Spell Snare versus Stubborn Denial in the sideboard? I'm going to assume that you mean for Affinity, and I really prefer Stubborn Denial. There are very few 2-mana cards that aren't hit by Stubborn Denial. The biggest one, Kataki. Mm-hmm. And against all the decks running Kataki, most likely it's because they can either Aether Violet in,
Or just go grab it
or
with like
company.
Chord or something. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that in almost every applicable situation, Stubborn Denial will be better because they'll play that hate as soon as they possibly can, which means that the Force Spike effect on it will usually be effective. And in the late game, it just becomes a hard counter for anything that is going to be ruining your day. So I really prefer Stubborn Denial. Tried Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce a bit nicer in the early game.
I like Lavamancer.
I'm sorry, where...
Grixis control.
Ah,
Right there.
Grim Lavamancer going to be a very effective card. One of those in the opening hand for Dylan could give him a nice edge in this game.
Removal on a stick is pretty good against Affinity.
Mm-hmm. And Josh going down to 6, also significant. It being a critical mass deck does mean that it matters when you mulligan. Certainly the first mulligan of these, with this new Scry rule, the first mulligan significantly less relevant because of that Scry rule. We do have a Cranial Plating, Darksteel Citadel, Spellskite, so that's going to be really nice against that Grim Lavamancer. So going to be a pretty nice game here. And I will say I'll be talking to him about his sequencing. Always land first. What if he does a free force spec on you? Granted, in this particular situation, it doesn't matter.
No, it's double Spirit Guide, Manamorphose, Spell Snare, or Pierce, or something.
Wow. That's
Something to kill
elaborate.
it. You know, I mean,
Days.
as convoluted as you can get.
Okay, so a Polluted Delta from Dylan, followed by a Darksteel Citadel into a 2-drop, which is going to be Spellskite.
Oof.
If Dylan has a...
Now would be the time for the Spell Snare.
Yep.
There we go.
And we have that. Now, having that and that Grim Lavamancer in the opening hand, really powerful opening hand for Dylan, could be putting this pretty significantly into his core.
Yeah.
Josh gonna have to rely on that. Actually, is that an Arcbound Ravager and a Cranial Plating left in hand?
Yeah.
Not a bad way to do it, all things considered. Guy Montags, thank you. One idea, someone suggested that we might start doing a tour around the planes, where I'm gonna try and find high-res arts from various planes in Magic's history, and just maybe each stream be on a different plane for a day. So one day we'll be on Kamigawa, and then we'll be in
that's gonna ruin
Morrowind.
his day.
And an Inquisition, showing a Thoughtseize also.
I think if you're Dylan, you don't care about the Thoughtseize right now.
I don't think that you do either. That Cranial Plating is really the big issue. And that Grim Lavamancer landing. And, ooh, unfortunately no colored source, but does get the Galvanic Blast. Not going to be enough. At this point, you pretty much play the Arcbound Ravager, and
Pass the turn.
if he goes for that Grim Lavamancer kill, unfortunately he does have a Bolt in hand, but if he doesn't have the mana base to, he does have a Blood Crypt, I think we're about to see pretty much a blowout. As the nice way to put it.
Just when a deck gets that removal dense, like Grixis Control can, post sideboard, it's really hard for Affinity to operate.
Yeah. So getting out that second red source, and I think he has a Bolt in hand, it means that he can force the sack there and then use the Grim Lavamancer in response.
Yep.
Josh, definitely aware of that, not getting too greedy, keeping up that Blinkmoth Nexus. In the really rare event that Dylan is pretty much out of options, at least there is a 13-turn clock across the board. Which is not insignificant, just mostly. So,
Just sort of insignificant.
a Memnite from Josh, and gonna activate this Blinkmoth Nexus, go for a swing. Unfortunately, this Grim Lavamancer is certainly gonna have something to say about that going forward. Another Serum Visions, and looks like...
Explosives and...
Is that Dark Blast?
I think that was Dark...
If that's Dark Blast, this is gonna be... Yep, pretty much
gonna
Grixis
be rough.
Control taking game 3. So, that's gonna be...
You got S Champion. Without Metalcraft. Or...
We'll have, if he gets the third land, he'll have Metalcraft. So, granted that Memnite, now he will not, but... if he's able to get another Darksteel Citadel, that Edge Champion is going to be a really key card. So, getting it, very good. Unfortunately, not in the right position to be capitalizing on it. And we get the land, but does not have the Metalcraft, should not be playing it right now. So I'm expecting Josh to pass, maybe, and not even swing at that Blinkmoth. He's going to lose it. Let's wait until we get that other Resilient Artifact and get it. Okay. So, still a Thoughtseize and a Galvanic Blast in hand. No way to cast them from Josh. Pretty unfortunate at that point.
Yeah. If you're going to be playing the Drago game, the control deck is going to win this.
Yeah, and mulliganing down to 6, pretty unfortunate. I think what we might be seeing is a case of overboarding, and it just diluted the deck a little bit too much. So a Steel Overseer, we're going to get to see that get taken down by the Grim Lavamancer if he wants to play it. Again, pretty unlikely that that's what he's going to be going for. And we do have a Snapcaster in Dylan's hand. So if he wants to, he could even just snap back either the Bolt or the Spell Snare. Dylan in a very commanding position at this point. Slowly crashing, bringing up a sweet point, Dark Blast and Grim Lavamancer. have a fantastic synergy together. Every time you dredge, now all of a sudden you can take down 3 3s, and you're not going to run out of graveyard. And Dylan swinging in with the Grim Lavamancer seems like a risky play, maybe trying to bait out getting to use that Dark Blast. I think he really wants to use that Dark Blast right now. And we're going to be seeing a Snapcaster spell snaring that. Or
just the old-fashioned way.
Or maybe we'll Cryptic it. That too. It's an option. That's an option. So, Dylan going for a fetch, going down to 11, but still in a very safe position. Grabbing a tapped fetch. Josh really in trouble. I mean, having a Steel Overseer, an Edge Champion, a Thoughtseize, and a Galvanic Blast. That Steel Overseer, not going to survive. Doesn't have the Metalcraft for that Edge Champion. Dylan loaded up with cards in hand. Still has a Snapcaster and a plethora of removal. So, really in a dangerous position. Okay. If I were to collect a forest, it would be a mountain.
It'd be stomping grounds.
How does Josh win this game? At this point, the odds are very, 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 very slim. Possibly going Darksteel Citadel.
Dylan has a strike, basically.
I mean, I guess if he, yeah. I mean, if he can maybe play out a card, have Dylan get greedy, go for the Snapcaster Cryptic Command, land a second Darksteel Citadel, drop the Etch Champion, and then manage to land a Cranial Plating, there's a way to win. But it is very convoluted, and mostly it involves Dylan misplaying.
Yeah.
So...
horribly. Like, 3 times in a row.
Yeah, that's pretty much, I think Josh's game plan at this point is for Dylan to mess up.
I've been on that game plan before. I've won with that game plan before.
I mean...
not saying it hasn't happened in the history of Magic.
It certainly is an option, but Dylan being a fairly... granted, his experience is mostly with Jeskai Control, but being a fairly experienced control player, and especially since Jeskai Control, he's operating definitely in the blue and red cards at this point. Pretty much unlikely.
Yeah.
Alright, and we've got a Shock going down to 10. And let's see what we can do. So, Colm, you know it beats Affinity. Games 2 and 3. Well, that is part of the reason why Affinity has gotten significantly worse at the Pro Tour, oddly enough. The fact that now the top 8s in the Pro Tour are the best of 5 really hurts that deck's odds.
A lot of sideboarded games.
Having 4 sideboarded games, needing to win 2 of those, or, you know, worst case scenario, winning 3 of those, very problematic. Jaskel, are those cameras? Yes, but they are only for our benefit, unfortunately. We do not have those for the stream. That's mostly so that we can try and get a glimpse at some of these players' hands.
Here, Tassier is good, too.
Yes, Tassiger, excellent card. Still, that Delve is going to disable a little bit of what Grim Lavamancer is able to do. Dylan in such a commanding position that that's not a huge...
yeah. Plus, he can just activate Tassiger to put more in the yard.
Why not play Ornithopter? Part of it is that he probably wants to save it in hand so that if he is able to get more of those, he can assemble a critical mass of artifacts that Dylan will have trouble handling all at the same time. So if he gets up to, you know, a couple Ornithopters and an Etch Champion, something like that, he can really flood the board out and try and get a board state that will protect that Etch Champion. And it looks like going for that now. Dylan's still not reacting, though he does have... this is going to get Snapcaster Cryptic.
Yep.
And look at that. Speak of the devil. And I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't choose to bounce the Steel Overseer over that, but the Grim Lavamancer is just going to handle that so
just
well.
Gonna kill it right now.
Alright.
Or, you know, Dark Blast.
He does have Dark Blast, and he also does have Engineered Explosives. He's pretty set. And also that Dark Blast, going to refill the graveyard, enable that Grim Lavamancer. So a swing for 6. And that is going to be pretty much the end of Game 3 here. Some solid plays by Dylan. A little bit less than optimal in that Game 1, but very much seems to have learned from his mistakes. And approached the sideboarded games with a lot
Finally
more
has a colored
confidence.
source.
That is true. And it is active. And really, I mean, if that's 2 Galvanic Blasts, not the worst place to be, all things considered. He is in trouble,
He could
but
Thought Seize. So this will clear the way to try to Galvanic Blast twice next turn, and then rip another Galvanic Blast for the win. Is that the plan here?
that's the plan.
Or do you swing with your Blink Moths that he's going to shoot one down, but one gets through?
The only problem is that he is dead on board.
That's true.
That Grim Lavamancer going to deal 2 damage,
Mm-hmm.
then swing for 6 next turn, and then get another kill. So, unfortunately, taking the 2 there actually put him within the kill range. I would have preferred to just really try and slam down some of those Galvanic Blasts. I think he might actually just have one in hand. So I don't think that this was a game that Josh ever had in his court. Okay,
If all the
so
cards have to give it back, you're like, I guess you can have a Spell Snare. I mean, it's pretty good against Affinity.
yeah, the Dylan's hand extremely loaded up for this, and I don't think that Josh has an option. So we have a swing keeping back the tar. I'm not sure if he has the tar pit at the moment, but we do have an animating it. Unfortunately, going to get hit by that Dark Blast, but the Blinkmoth's actually able to save it. Interesting. So maybe just going to go for a different piece of removal, because that. Yeah, okay. Just going to terminate it before going to blocks. That'll do just fine.
Because if you can't Dark Blast, just Terminate.
Yep, and if that Ornithopter dies, then Metalcraft is significantly hurt. But not... Man, Josh is in just such a tight spot. And a Dark Blast.
For that one.
So really solid sequencing from Dylan. I greatly enjoy that sequencing.
Mm-hmm.
That was really good.
Luck. Take 2.
I mean, pretty much sets up the kill for next turn, so the only thing that Dylan maybe could have done is try to take down that Ornithopter as well. Guarantee getting in for 6 puts Josh down to 1, but that's already, so yeah, 2 Galvanic Blast in hand.
I mean, with this board, it's...
And no Metalcraft.
Yeah.
Can attack with the Blinkmoth Nexus, but Dylan's not going to have a problem with that.
No.
Can only deal the 4 damage, get Dylan down to 6. Otherwise, yep, game 3 in Dylan's, unless Dylan were to just get up and walk away. So, that's about the end of that one. In just a moment, we will try and get possibly someone else's game 3 to move over. So far, these matches that we've been getting have actually been
pretty
some
long.
solid matches that actually provide a decent amount of time.
No, it's just Vendilion Click.
And Vendilion Click revealing that hand. Probably,
I'd be like, you can keep that.
yeah, I wouldn't take anything.
No. Oh,
okay. That's
That goes on the bottom.
an interesting
I mean,
choice.
He can't make colored mana right now.
I mean, he
It's
can
just-
activate a Blinkmoth Nexus to then use the Mox Opal. But that's, I mean, if you want to talk about going to some
corner
great
case
lengths,
scenarios type thing.
and then you also lose the Metalcraft and only deal 2 damage because that Grim Lavamancer can then
Kill
take
it,
down.
yeah.
So,
And swing with the team.
and that is an overwhelming clock that is not going to be able to get beat. With no creatures up, the Grim Lavamancer ready to shut down any of the creatures there. Activating both of those. And then Electrolyze, taking them down.
Still had all these.
Oh my
Galvanic
goodness.
Blast.
So Grixis Control takes it in 3. If you could do me the great favor of trying to find a game 3. And a rough game for Affinity there in round 3, game 3. So, we're going to go ahead and bring it up to us in the time being, and I'm going to introduce ourselves to anybody who is just joining. Otherwise, so stick around. Hopefully we'll be having another match. If not, there's certainly more Magic to come, and I'll see you in the booth. So, thank you for joining us. My name is TJ. I have Eric in the booth with me. He's not here at the moment. He is out trying to find some more matches for us to display for you. But thank you for joining. We are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Looks like there's a little over 130 of you guys. Thank you. It is such a pleasure to be able to do this for you guys, and the more that you show up, the more that it helps us. Certainly some fun incentives. One day when we get to 500 viewers at the same time, 2 things are going to happen, and hopefully you guys can help us achieve this. One of them, which I'm much more in favor of, is we have a revised starter pack that we'll be opening up for the stream.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is I will eat a delicious Tybalt in some Alfredo sauce.
Are we cooking it first, or what's the...
I will be making... It's going to be homemade Alfredo sauce.
Okay.
And then I think I'm allowed to use fettuccine noodles, in which case I would make some fettuccine.
Just
and
like
then
shred it into the...
I would slice up... I'm going to go... I mean, I'm going to at least 4-star it. I can't 5-star this, but chop up the Tybalt into some nice noodles there, mix it into the sauce, serve it for myself, and enjoy a delicious, delicious Tybalt if we get to 500 people at the same time. So, hit that follow button, keep joining us. We do this 3 times a week. It is a blast. Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Our schedule is just below, I think underneath Eric, if you want to look just below him. Not in the weird way, but we do have a schedule posted there.
We're in the middle of a bunch of Game 3s out there.
Huh?
We're in the middle of a bunch of Game 3s out there.
Interesting. So, classic.
Keep going to time.
No kidding. And apparently we are doing trivia. So, I'm not sure why you are doing a trivia there. What Nemesis creature would later on go to star in a Magic the Gathering commercial? Oh, that is the Org? Org? It's...
I don't remember.
It's a really simple one, and it's that giant one, and it has the accountant going up
Yeah.
against him.
Shrek.
Shrek. Oh, no. Hold on. I don't know. What is the, I don't know this one. Man.
Shreks. Yes, Shreks.
Rocks. I was,
Okay.
I was thinking of that one, because that's the one that can get through damage as if it wasn't blocked. Interesting. So this is the weirdest thing, but apparently we are doing some trivia? A little bit thrown off by that. But nonetheless, if you guys do have any questions, comments, or feedback, now is an excellent time. We've got, a few minutes. Stick with us. We do have 2 more rounds of Modern to have going forward. Should be an absolute blast, and it's going to be awesome. So, stick with us. Hit that follow button. Keep joining us. Decks in the room. Do you want to give us a quick read off of the decks in the room? Knowing
Sure.
that one of those is, I believe, Kiki.
Uh-oh.
I got you guys at game 3.
Ooh, what do we got?
We're going to have Draven Against the Wall on Blue Moon up against Ian Price on Kiki Chord.
Excellent. Thank you.
Perfect.
So, we have got a game 3 about to start. It is going to be Blue Moon on the right in the hands of Draven. I believe it's your deck.
It
They
is.
have a 4-minute time extension.
4-minute time extension. Perfect. We
And
got a 10-minute control game.
pretty much. And Ian Price, who is on
Kiki Chord.
Kiki Chord. Going about 10 minutes left. They got a bit of a time extension for moving over. And should be an excellent game. Prototype. Good cover. Thank you. We've actually recently put a lot of effort into improving the way that we talk about it, trying to say as if people are, unable to...
He said blind earlier.
Yeah, I said blind. If you're blind and you can still know what's going on, that's good. So, let's head on down to the match. We will see you down there, heading into Game 3. Okay. Slowly crashing. Thank you for stopping the trivia. Got a little bit out of control there. Drunken Platypus, unfortunately, Affinity got hit, taken down by Grixis Control. I was a big fan of it. As a note to everybody, they do have a 4-minute time extension, about 9 minutes and 30 seconds left in this match, heading into Game 3.
And
Drunken...
I actually played against Ian last week with the Blue Moon deck. If you can get an early Spreading Seas and then a Blood Moon, or just go after his lands and play tempo, it's a pretty good matchup for Blue Moon. But Kiki Chord has the ability to, just win out of nowhere if it wants to.
Mm-hmm. As for Drunken Platypus, I too am an Affinity player. It's a shame to see it happen. Stick around. My commentary for Affinity is fairly good. I'd like to think. I don't know. Alright, so a pretty solid hand for Draven. Looks like a bit too many lands, but knowing what he's up against could be exactly what he wants. I see an Electrolyze, a Remand, a Snapcaster, enough lands, and possibly one. I think I saw one other card. I think it's 3 lands. Ian looks like going down to 6. Not sure which player is on the play in this one, but that will make... But, Weapon, Drunken Platypus, Quick Rar, pretty much everyone else in there. Quattro Hockey. Thank you to E-Prototype. There's a bunch of you. Unfortunately, I can't name all of you because there is about 120. But thank you to everybody for joining. It does continue to mean a lot to me to have you all here. It's an absolute blast. And, yeah, you guys are all amazing. And the only reason that this works is because of you. So, alright, so.
Looks like Draven's on the play.
Draven on the play, putting down a tapped Steam Vents. As a Blue Moon player, so you talked a little bit so what's the approach to this Kiki Chord deck? Is it mostly just keeping the creatures off?
This Kiki Chord deck, I like... So depending how he's sideboarded, I would bring in more land destruction, knowing that it's a 3-color deck, and he gets kind of greedy. So I would bring in... I have Molten Rains in the sideboard. I'd bring them in, and I would just go after the land, as your deck wants to do. Play Spreading Seas on something.
Alright, and
response here.
Serum Vision's dropping, but we are getting a fetch off of that Windswept Heath.
Okay, he's just doing it to save time.
Excellent.
Yeah, I would just turn 2 Spreading Seas, turn 3 Blood Moon is how I would want to play this game, if I could.
Gaimon Tags, I'm going to assume that you're talking about us. If you're not, I apologize, but you're welcome for enabling you for chocolate. That stuff's delicious.
Plays the Ghost Quarter.
Pretty solid play there. It is going to disable because duels are pretty important to this deck. When it's trying to get triple red, sometimes triple green for Chord.
Yeah.
Granted, you can tap creatures, but still a cost nonetheless. And a Kozali Pride Mage coming down.
Wonder why that came in.
Right? Able to take down the Blood Moon and Spreading Seas. And both had a colorless thing. I mean, yes, it's obvious, but for some people may not.
Okay.
So.
Well, we got the Blood Moon, but he knows there's a Pride Mage in hand. It will turn off the Pride Mage if he can... No, he's got the fetch. He can just go grab white.
Yep. Alright.
If I were Draven, I would have hit the forest with the Ghost Quarter, seen what he grabbed, and then Blood Moon.
Mm-hmm.
Because you force him to make the choice before you play the Blood Moon, and he doesn't know you have it.
And we have got a Horizon Canopy entering the battlefield. Unfortunately, the closet will not be coming back. I quite like the increase in production quality that this brought us. Yep. Okay. You know what? I'll say bring back the pun games, but only if they're excellent. I don't want to see a bunch of fake ones, because those would just be electro lies. Huh?
Boo.
Okay, that's fair. I take a lot of pride mage in my jokes. Nailed it.
Door's over there.
I know.
I'd probably slam the Blood Moon here.
Okay, so a Flooded Strand entering for Draven. So far, still has a single fetch. And actually going for the fetch now. Hopefully he's saying, I reserve the right to change this depending on what your play is. Because going early on this... Really? Okay, and actually just playing around the potential of a Blood Moon. Anyway. Okay. 1.5 out of 10. That's fair. And cracking that Horizon Canopy to draw a card. Did we see Draven pass the turn again?
Yeah, he...
Interesting.
Land goad.
Playing very conservatively when this Blood Moon could really just... hugely inhibit this mana base, especially with a fire lit thicket.
Got a very greedy mana base, which is what I would... Here comes a Wall of Roots.
And that Wall Root's going to enable a lot of things.
Snapcast Remand here, and then Blood Moon next turn.
Possibly.
If I'm
He
playing-
also has the Cryptic. Doubtful that he'll try and fire this off early. And a Stony Silence.
To stop the Shackles. He must have lost to Shackles.
That
early.
that pretty much tells me that he lost to Shackles.
I would...
I mean, Ian's still a little bit new to the modern metagame, to my knowledge.
Mhm.
So it could be that he saw that in that game 1, possibly game 2,
Mhm.
and just if that is
Here comes
one of
the,
the primary win conditions, enough so that Draven thinks it's worth countering.
Yeah. I mean, I have one through with Shackles. It's
a good card.
instant speed. I'll take your guy.
It is a good card.
Counter draw, or counter bounce.
Hyper Devo, that would be amazing. I would be quite pleased to see if Ian can get out. The longer that Draven waits, he is risking dropping a Blood Moon into a flashed-in resto,
Yeah.
and then it just enables the Kiki.
So he needs to do it this turn here.
Drunken Platypus, if you do have any questions, we do try and cover things, trying to balance between if you're a new player as opposed to not over-explaining to experienced players. But if we do explain something subpar for you, please feel free to ask. Asking questions is the best way to learn this game. And if you do have those, let us know.
Slam
We can
it,
do our
Draven.
best. And Draven, at this point, with him being tapped out, man, playing very conservatively. I mean, I can get behind at least casting the Serum Visions first.
Yeah.
But if there's a turn to cast that Blood Moon out of his hand, this is it. That Blood Moon going to disable all of the red mana that he currently has. That Violet Thicket finally giving him that to him. And we have got a Steam Vents.
Shock, and then
And
go top. There you go. Keep all your mana up if you can.
yep. And a Blood Moon coming down. So, Draven now in a very commanding position.
He's still got 2 sources of green and a white, though.
True. Pretty much the biggest loss here being red mana. Which,
I mean, he has all the red mana he needs.
exactly. So, not the most effective Blood Moon that I've seen, and part of that is just, I think Draven held on to it a little bit too long, trying to get a little bit greedy with the counter spells when you wouldn't have really needed them.
Oh, well, that's a problem.
And check it out, there was a Blood Moon at one point. So, remind me of the name of that card.
Reclamation Sage.
Thank you, I was trying to think of that first one. So, Reclamation Sage coming down. Of course, there's a lot of cards named Reclamation. I should have known that, but Reclamation Sage coming down. 3 mana, 2/1 elf. When it enters, you can destroy an artifact or an enchantment. Used to be a slot that was filled by the Sliver, but was non-optional. So had a little bit of a downside in which it was a must.
Because you could, in response, kill your own artifact or something, and then... Although, you just take his elf if you want.
And somehow I missed this joke. Dual World bringing to my attention that you can call it the Wrecked Sage. Don't know how I always missed that. That's awesome. So, Vidalcan Shackles coming down for Draven. Not bad. Going to be able to take care of some of those things. Not a whole lot of creatures that he's actually looking to take at this point. But
I mean, I would take the Sage. I mean,
Start swinging
he's got a
him.
wall that he's either going to have to use for mana or just block all day. There's not a lot of good creatures to take right now, but it is an instant speed way to take an Angel or a Kiki Jiki.
yeah, which is why I think possibly save it back from now.
Yeah.
And you'd much rather surprise something. I would hate to tap it down and then immediately have followed
need
up
it.
by an excellent card.
Chord for 2.
Thank you, Harmonic Sliver. They got a time extension, so they should be going into turns shortly. So for Strider there, they got a little bit of an extension for moving over to the camera.
They have about a minute left, and then they hit turns. They got an extension for moving.
Okay. So they have about 1 minute left. I'm just going to update that timer really quick to say that. Okay.
The problem is I don't know if he can win the game right now.
I think
if either side could win the game right now.
I think if one of these players can win before
well.
and a Phyrexian Revoker naming
Can
Vidalcan
you
Shackles.
trigger on the stack, take it, and is it still named that? That is
yes.
the real question.
You cannot respond to the naming. It's as it
That's
enters
true.
the battlefield. So it's not actually something that is respondable.
Well, then he has a lightning bolt in hand.
Then he has a lightning bolt in hand. Which is fairly helpful.
So you bolt it, then take whatever he wants to get
Yep.
angry with.
Get angry with?
Get angry.
Yeah. And we have got a swing for 4. I mean, really, just attacking might be an option for Draven, or for Ian at this point, but certainly a problematic. And they are now on turn 1.
Yep.
So, turn 1 now in play. Both players having basically 3 turns to try and get the win. I don't think either is capable. That Vidalcan Shackles, unless Ian maybe goes
Unless he...
Reclamation Sage, Restoration Angel, Kiki.
Mm-hmm.
That's Ian's required curve. Draven, I don't think has an option. I think it's going for a draw.
He has a
at this point.
Batterskull? If he's turn 1... No, he doesn't have enough. Batterskull suit up? No. Wall.
Why doesn't... I'm going to ask this to you so you can explain a bit.
Yeah.
Why doesn't Kiki, or why does it run Reclamation Sage instead of... I'm going to assume Nature's Claim. Doesn't it win with infinite combo, so life gain is irrelevant, or because the Chord Calling Convoke?
Because you can go grab it with Chord. So it's a toolbox deck. You want to be able to X's 3 on your Chord, go grab that, instead of just... Oh, Sower. That's one way to take something.
Yes, I can bring up Vidalcan Shackles for Amori.
So yeah, you want to be able to go grab it with a Quarter Calling. You can't go grab a Nature's Claim.
And a Sora of Temptation coming in, taking that Rex Sage.
So now you take the...
What, you take the wall, I
You
guess?
take the wall and you swing for 4?
4? Across 2 turns? It's not going to be enough, though.
Unless he could... What? That's flying. Yeah, this is going to be a draw.
Yep. I mean, he didn't have many options beyond
Mm-hmm.
that. I don't think that this is a winnable game for either side at this point. So,
Yes, Snapcaster. He could counter this if he wanted to.
I mean, yes. But wouldn't
as
you
to the
rather
clock.
at least save it for the unlikely event that he untaps into, you know?
Kiki.
Exactly.
Well,
Or,
he has the Resto mana. He could Resto Kiki next turn, win.
you like Quasari Pride Mage more? Luckily, this deck enters...
Has both.
Exactly.
One is enter the battlefield, one is sacrifice. So you have all the different ways.
Pride Mage is better against Torpor Orb, but, you know, one of them... so
There's
we
the
do have the
Angel.
Restoration Angel. Very unfortunate. Plenty of land in hand, but Ian just not able to actually get anything together. I am sorry for Draven. He's a Kibler impersonator.
He is. He tries really hard.
Personally, I know what's in my hand. And a draw. So, kind of the expected draw at that point. Otherwise, we are just waiting for round 4 to start. We're going to bring it back up to us for just a quick moment while waiting for that. So, again, and the next round already up. So, I'm going to bring it back up to us just so that we have time to transition it. While we have you for this quick moment while the next rounds are being posted, thank you for joining. Looks like some of you have. It is a pleasure having you. I'm TJ,
I'm Eric.
and I just gestured towards him to signal his cue. Worked out pretty well. How are you enjoying your first time in the booth?
It's fun. I like it. Being able to watch all these games. Talk to the chat room. They seem like good people.
They do seem like good people. It's been a very civil group all in all. I actually really enjoy our chat. I've seen some
Some
chats.
Twitch chats can get out of hand.
Yeah, and
It's
so
nice that you guys are not.
the fact that this has been an extremely reasonable, really kind and helpful, and it's fantastic. You know what? I'm not gonna stop it. You guys are fantastic. I like you guys. Plus, if I'm nice to you, maybe you'll hit that follow button. Sometime, maybe I've got an ulterior motive. Just,
He's all about them follows.
I'm all about them fellas. It's pretty much the only thing that I have to quantify it. And plus, eventually it could enable us to get a subscribe button, which may help me may help me get out of the red. So,
You're very far in that, though. It's going to be...
yes. Operating with
That-
4 cameras, playmat. So we are going to have...
Peter?
That's green-red Eldrazi on
That is
blue.
green-red Eldrazi.
And going up against Nathan.
Nathan is on Abzan company.
Kiki Chord. Okay. So,
It's a deck that runs Abzan colors, and it has Quarter Calling and Collecting Company. It just happens to have Kiki Jiki in it instead of, the other parts of the combo.
alright. So, we are going to be seeing some pretty an unusual flavor of Eldrazi now. Going up against another Kiki Chord deck. We did just see one last, but it was only a single game. Other than that, going to be in the hands of Nathan. So, round 4. Everybody, let's get excited. I said in possibly the cheesiest motivational bit I've ever
Get
done.
excited, everybody!
Let's go! It's gonna be a blast. We're gonna go. I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking when I said that. I knew the moment that I did that you guys were gonna call me on it, and now I'm just waiting for it. But thank you. Yeah, if you guys want to get your friends to watch this, I'm not gonna ask you to because that feels a little bit.
He's going to go find every one of your friends and make them watch and follow.
Yep. So, let's head on down to the match. It's going to be an absolute blast. I keep saying that because it's going to be a galvanic blast. Round 4, starting now. Let's have some fun. So, both players getting ready. Peter on the right, a little bit outside of his usual realm. Normally is a pretty popular person on our stream because he has an
The shiny
entirely
Jund deck.
yeah, an entirely foiled Jund deck, trying out something a little bit unusual. As for Amori, thank you for flicking that switch to excitement. It's always good. Okay, so this green-red Eldrazi deck, the unusual things about it. The green is in there for Ancient Stirrings, very good card when so much of your deck
Is colorless. You
Exactly.
just go grab it.
You also have access to the
World Breaker.
Thank you. I'm so unused to interacting with that card. But World Breaker, the other reason to be in green, looks like an overcosted card, but it turns out that when you're only casting it for 5, it's a very good acidic slime.
It is. And then, you just buy it back at your graveyard.
Exactly. And then
It's a
the
recurring
red
acidic slime.
for, I believe, 4 bolts and some Kozilek's Return. Those Kozilek's Return going to be very good against this deck.
Yes. Just going to board wipe as
And
much as possible.
Especially if World Breaker is in your realm of options. We do have a Kiki Jiki, a Stirring Wildwood in the hand of Nathan. For Jund, looks like going for
Not
a
Jund.
mulligan.
Not Jund.
Sorry, I'm so used to it being green-red Eldrazi, going for a mull to 6, really looking for one of those. One thing that I've noticed for the Eldrazi decks is that they tend to mulligan until they have one of those soul lands in their opening hand. Whether that be the Eye of Ugin or the Eldrazi Temple, both of those allow them to extremely accelerate their gameplay. Okay. Yeah, Peter's game plan in this one, apply a lot of pressure really early. Smasher is going to be pretty significant. Thought-Knot Seer, excellent. And if things get out of control, he always has Kozilek's Return, which is going to be really nice. Having more
As a
removal...
4-of, that's going to be huge in this one.
Yeah, having a lot more removal in his arsenal than most of these decks is going to help out a lot. Nathan, I think it comes down to protecting the combo and being very conservative.
And then try to do the combo, flash in something Angel
Exactly.
and then go off that turn.
If you can avoid a Thought-Knot Seer, dodge the Thought-Knot Seer, keep both those cards in hand, wait for the right opportunity to dodge that removal and slam it down, that's what you're looking for.
Wall of Omens.
That is not a Wall of Omens.
Yeah,
Is it?
I just drew a card.
Oh, is that a promo?
Yeah.
Interesting. I did not know that it had a promo. So, Wall of Omens entering the battlefield, excellent value card. 0/4 defender that when it enters the battlefield, you draw a card. Not great against those smashers or those Thought-Knot Seers. Thought-Knot Seers, it buys you at least a turn. Otherwise, able to block a good, significant amount of those smaller creatures. Can it beat the 95-96 Bulls? That is Fantastic.
It cannot.
Amori, let's explain that Kiki Chord combo. So, what happens is that they will be looking to land down this card, Restoration Angel. For the board state, a Courser of Kruphix coming down reveals the top card of his library. Whenever he plays a land, he gets to gain a life. So,
Here comes Thought-Knot Seer.
Thought-Knot Seer, gonna be a problem.
Yeah.
We see a Kiki, Resto, 2 Wall of Omens, a Scavenging Ooze, and an Orzhov Pontiff. That's a really solid one. Those Wall of Omens are nice. Does have the full combo, so it's pretty much just drawing lands.
So Restoration Angel comes down. When it enters, you flicker a non-angel permanent. So you, at the end of his turn, you're going to flash in a Restoration Angel, flicker whatever you want, probably wall to draw a card. But then you're going to play Kiki Jiki on your next turn. He has haste. You tap him, make a copy of Restoration Angel, flicker Kiki Jiki, he comes back in, tap him again, make another copy of Restoration Angel. Do that for, 10,000 angels, and then swing.
Yep. And Kiki Jiki going away. Very solid play by Peter. Good choice. So far, that mana base, not a whole lot of those soul lands entering. We have a Grove of the Burn Willows, 2 Stomping Grounds, and a basic forest. So not an overly fast hand, which is part of why Peter is pretty much playing in curve, which is not ideal.
That's weird.
Right? Absolutely. That Courser, we do have lands. It allows him to play those lands from the top of his library as well. So let's go ahead and bring that up. A little bit of a recent standard card. Haven't seen it in a ton of these Kiki Chord decks, but I do like it.
I saw it in a couple modern Jund decks for a little while, just to try to combat how self-destructive Bob is. Life gain's good, 4 toughness, gets around Lightning Bolt. It's not a bad card, it's just at 3 mana, there's a lot of other stuff you can do in modern in green.
Lilian Veil,
yeah.
Maelstrom Pulse.
But if you're running a green deck that needs some card advantage through lands and then some life gain, you can do worse.
Okay, so
What are we debating?
looks like we've got
He fetched.
possibly
That's fine. He can fetch that.
enter that. Maybe just keeping track of the fact that when he fetches, getting the life totals correct. Because
Gotcha.
he gains the life from the fetch land
Yep.
and gains a
the
life from that.
entering.
But he ends up netting 1 life loss because of the fetch and then the shock.
Is that another Pontiff?
No, that's a worship.
I was gonna say.
That looks like a worship to me. And if that is a worship,
This
that
game just
is-
got hard for Eldrazi.
dang it. Dang it. I can do this.
There you go.
Yeah, that
it
is
a worship.
definitely a worship. That is going to be game-breaking for Peter. Though, that World Breaker is going to help out a lot. That World Breaker able to take it down.
So, the blue-red Eldrazi deck would just be dead to that, but the green one has the World Breaker, which can beat that.
Wasteland Carl. Our modern tournaments are $5 entry, Wednesdays at 7, Saturdays at 6. It is full prize payout, so anything that comes in as prizes, entry fee goes out as prizes. And then on Legacy is $10 on Fridays at 7:30. Okay. Is the video cutting out on anybody else? If so, let me know and I can try and fix it. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's going down for me. Are you the Wasteland Carl? So, a Scavenging Ooze in for Nathan. Not going to have a huge amount of value against this
Life
deck.
gain.
Pretty much. It can become a large creature.
Mhm.
That's the biggest plus that we're going to see there. And that is a Voice of Resurgence, which is now a 4/4. So we do have the Elemental token just to the right of that Courser Kruphix. Trulmer, hello, and thank you for joining.
Tabernacles for 30 cents. That's a sweet deal.
That's a really sweet deal. I'm hoping you mean the Magus of the Tabernacle, because if you got other Tabernacles for that price, plus. So, the Worship coming down, the biggest issue is that World Breaker is just... I mean, that's exactly
That's why
one
it's
of the
in
big...
there.
Yeah, that is why the World Breaker is in here. Alright, so... That's true. You did warn us about Magus of the Tabernacle. I'll give you that. So, Worship coming down. Peter reading it, but I think he does have that World Breaker already in hand.
It's one of those cards when you read it, you're like, oh, it does do exactly what it says it does.
Pretty
That's
much.
Unfortunate.
Oh, so it beats me.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
It's like, well, so if you go to 1, if you go below 1, you go to 1. But what about nope?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Nice. I've got a bunch of hapless researchers just waiting for those to skyrocket. And a Kozilek's Return, wiping the Scavenging Ooze, and I think that's about it.
Yeah.
I think what he's really trying to do is enable it so next turn, or not, sorry, 2 turns from now, when he casts that World Breaker, it's going to flash it back, wipe the board, and take down the Worship. So I think that the biggest reason to be casting it right now is just to get it in the graveyard, especially because that Scavenging Ooze, now that he's tapped out, would have been able to take down a Kozilek's Return out of that graveyard. Okay. Magus of the Tabernacle is a bad card, buyout or not, kind of, but, I mean, you know, it's only worth what people pay for it, and right now people are paying a lot. Okay, so we have got a swing for 2, Peter going down to 17 after taking down that Courser of Krufix because of the 2 damage and then a bolt dealing a total of 5. And a swing for 4 with that Thought-Knot Seer. Nathan not blocking with his
There's
Wall
the
of
Ancient
Omens.
Stirrings.
A Mutavault, an Endless One, an Eye of Ugin, which is going to enable that World
Grove?
Breaker.
Where's that? Yeah, it's a Grove.
And I'm not... Okay, that is a Grove.
Yeah.
And a 5th card that we can't see. So I think
Like a fetch. Could be.
right now what we are expecting... Oh, actually, you are correct. That token went down to being a 2/2 and had 2 damage on it.
That token should be dead. It had 2 damage marked on it when it went to a 2/2.
We got it fixed.
It didn't affect the board state, so that should be easy to just...
Yep. Boop. Simple fix. Alright, so, and that does make it very likely that Peter's World Breaker, now that he has that Eye of Ugin, has to wait 1 turn to be able to cast
The World
it.
Breaker is going to be a backbreaker.
Whoa! Man.
Ugh.
And a Matter Reshaper coming in really solid, especially when that Kozilek's Return comes back. Unfortunately, Nathan will be drawing a card off of that Thought-Knot Seer. But Peter will have a chance to flip a card with that Matter Reshaper when that comes back. Okay. And to the chat, thank you for catching that. Sometimes we don't catch everything. So, a Wall of Omens coming out again.
Right. Another voice. Yeah.
Yep. Voice, unfortunately, kind of nice, but unfortunately not what you're really looking for at this point. And a Ghost Quarter to take down the Eye of Ugin. Oh, okay, and going for the basic. I thought I saw him not going for a basic right now. Okay. And going for a basic Mountain. Mpopa, I'm going to guess. This is Peter's first time playing the deck. I think he put it together earlier today. He played a little bit with the colorless one, but he is much more often a Jund player. So, not able to cast that Matter Reshaper or that World Breaker just yet. Still waiting on it. But in the meantime...
has it in his hand. He can cast it this next turn.
Yeah, if he...
Or what is that land in his
He
hand?
needs a...
Is that it?
Yeah, that is a Karpluzan Forest, I think. Okay. So dropping that and the World Breaker coming down, going to be bringing back that Kozilek's Return, leaving pretty much the board just a 5/7, looking down a 1/1. And that's going to be not where Nathan
That's
wants
right
to
where
be.
you want to be.
That's where
You got
Peter
him on the
wants
ropes
to be.
then.
Yeah. That's where Peter wants to be, with a giant 5/7, presenting a pretty short clock, especially with that blocker there. Okay. So, the World Breaker,
Uncast,
before
yeah.
it targets, or it is cast, so both of those entering the stack And that Kozak's Return going to wipe the board. Nathan going to be drawing a card off of the Thought Nuts here. Peter going to be revealing the top card of his library. And if it's converted permanent converted mana cost 3 or less, going to be going in. And an Endless One being revealed. That is unfortunate. So Endless One being revealed gets put... I don't think that it's an option. That is so unfortunate. Of all the cards to flip... Oh, so Matter Reshaper, you may. Okay.
Okay. So it's just
Otherwise, put the card in your hand. So just putting it into his hand...
It's just draw a card.
It
Gosh,
is a
it's
May
so
ability.
bad.
I was really hoping that it's not. So that's excellent. And we have the token as a 1/1, now a 2/2 because of a Wall of Omens coming in. Still has an Orzhov Pontiff in hand. Not going to be super effective at
Not
this
that
point.
great right now.
No. And a swing for 5, just going to get jump blocked. And possibly some more. A Restoration Angel
Flicker the
flickering
wall.
it.
There you go.
Okay. So, actually,
If he has a Kiki Jiki, which I don't think he does, but
if he has the Kiki, or if he even just draws it, a Chord
yeah,
would do really well right now. I think he has a World Breaker in hand, so going to cast that, probably just take down a land.
I would take down a red land.
Yep. I'm pretty curious about the Black Splash in this deck, and I think it's just for the Orzhov Pontiff. Okay, but my guess is going to be going for that Sacred Foundry, and instead going for
Some other land.
a Stirring Wildwood.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I can understand that, but him still having access to that triple red, I think a dangerous place to be. At
Because
least
he could Kiki Jiki right now if he had it.
doesn't look like it. Playing the Courser of Crewfix, and we have a Birds of Paradise. McPatches, good point. Sometimes these Kiki decks, if he is only running one, that is going to be pretty problematic. And it also takes away his odds of really pulling out a win in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Facing down 2 5/7s is a beatdown race that you are pretty hard pressed to answer.
Plus, if he manages to kill them, they just come back.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oh, I don't think he realized it had reach. Because he just swung his angel into that.
Mm-hmm. So, man, that is a very unfortunate situation. Just, I mean, a casual swing for 10 happening. A block with the Wall of Omens. Not many other blocks. Going down to 5 in a very, very dangerous position at this point.
Lava Axe.
Yeah. I mean, definitely has the mana. So,
That's big.
that is a 9/9 Endless One. So right now, dead on board unless Nathan can get some kind of presence out.
I
But
don't know what he...
especially with Peter has an Eye of Ugin,
Actually,
that's about where you're looking for.
it's about the best thing he can draw.
Yeah, a Pian Kirinalar.
But I believe he's just conceding.
Yep. And we have got a swing. Okay. So, that game 1, going to Eldrazi. That was quite the game 1. The big issue at this point was that Kiki Jiki getting exiled takes away the ability, and the Worship getting hit by the World Breaker.
Yeah.
So, this particular build having a lot more resiliency to some of these combos than other ones that I've seen. Both of these players currently 3-0 heading into the 4th round. With the amount of Chord decks that are running around, Peter's got to be doing something right, since those can be so favored against this. And coming up against another one, off to a really great start. Okay. Amori, it's decks like Eldrazi that make you not want to play elves. I wouldn't let it be too prohibitive, especially since this deck may not be lasting past April. But Elves is still a sweet deck. I like Elves a lot. And
Especially playing combo elves, you just make a bunch of mana and...
yeah, the combo Elves itself basically outraces them.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty impressive thing to do. Granted, if they get the, three
here's my...
mimics into
yeah.
then that's not exactly what you're looking for. But a very big swing from Elves can definitely take down the Eldrazi decks. In Cloudstone, of course, Doro advocating for the Cloudstone Elves. Certainly I can get behind that. A 1 of Cloudstone in those Elves decks is really, really sweet. McPatches, I am a fan of Burn, and I think that you should do it.
I approve of Burn. I've been known to play Burn on occasion.
Oh yeah, Burn is such a blast to play. So, these sideboards, probably just bringing in some more removal. The life gain not going to be super relevant.
No.
It looks like may have actually moved one of the bolts to the sideboard, which seems surprising to me. And some number of the World Breakers. The most interesting thing to me is this this Kiki Chord deck running Worship in the main is really cool. And I've seen it in the sideboard a lot, at least possibly changing in the last week or so, but normally not a main board inclusion.
Yeah.
But Worship is such an interesting card with a lot of value at the moment. It's excellent against Burn, if you can get anything with larger than 3 toughness out, any resilient creature. It's good against Burn. It's good against Affinity. It's solid against Zoo, which is pretty light on removal.
Yeah.
Really good against Merfolk. Basically, their only option becomes to Echoing Truth it.
Yeah, pretty much any aggro deck, it's going to buy you a couple turns at least to find an answer for what's going on or win yourself.
McPatches, definitely a lot of creature hate, so that is something to worry about, because I know that some Kozilek's returns Ensnaring Bridges certainly at a high point. So there are definitely some issues, but nothing that a well-tuned sideboard can't handle. I mean, Reclamation Sage alone has shored up. Granted, a lot of it was also Collected Company, but Reclamation Sage has done a lot of good things for Elves decks, enabling something.
Having Elf you can go destroy things with.
Yeah, it's very cool. Gamonteg's blue-white mirror combo can finally be tier 1.
Yes.
Live the dream.
Do it.
Put it together, send a list. I've got like 3 people who are usually happy to try out whatever decks people send. So, if you want to send that deck to Red Baron MTG on Twitter, I'd happily put it in the hands of some people. If they have most of the cards, they're usually down for it. Okay. Usually bring some Flint and Steel to deal with Eldrazi. Not entirely sure what he's referring to there.
Burn?
I
assume
imagine
he means fire of some sort.
that's kind of what I'm expecting, but he's a Gristlebrand player. So a fetch
You can play
into
lightning bolts with Gristlebrand.
That's true.
They're not exclusive to, just Ancient Stirrings.
So an Ancient Stirrings off of that Stomping Ground. Otherwise, Nathan with a tapped Stirring Wildwood as his turn 1 play. Not a bad one. It's going to, maybe have some incidental value later in the game, but definitely not the best card in this matchup. The 4 toughness doesn't match well against a decent amount of these threats that tend to have a lot of 5 power. Some number of Endless One in this. Possibly, if he doesn't have one of those Soul Lands in hand now...
Just grab it now.
Exactly. Oh, okay, Flint and Steel to light the cardboard on fire. That works too.
Okay.
This isn't a seance.
So, real fire. That works too.
And going for a Mutavault, okay, does have the Eye of Ugin in hand. So that Mutavault, gonna help him to continue hitting land drops. Looks like he may actually be light on some of those. So just want to make sure that he can.
Mutavault is an Eldrazi.
Mutavault is an Eldrazi. Otherwise, a Voice of Resurgence from Nathan, going to be a pretty excellent blocker, but that's really the biggest value that it's going to have at this
What on earth
point.
is that a...
That is a Mind Stone.
Okay.
Yep.
I thought so. It's weird to see it.
Yeah, basically helps the deck accelerate a little bit, and a
Gotcha.
Spellskite coming in. A little bit of an unusual one. I think the big point to that is to protect a Worship if he gets one.
It's got a big old butt.
Absolutely. Pretty much just gets hit by the returned Kozilek's Return, and also the World Breaker. The nice thing is that if he has a worship and a spell scout on the
He
battlefield,
can send the Worldbreaker to the Spellskite instead of the Warship.
interestingly enough, if Peter stacks his triggers correctly, he cannot.
That's true.
Depending on how you stack the triggers, you can actually make sure that the Spellskite is... Or I guess actually both abilities would resolve.
Yeah, because...
You're right. So it would, yeah.
It's one
You can
target.
redirect it.
I read that article today.
You are correct.
The one I sent out.
Yeah, man. That was a good... Everyone needs to read that.
It was like a 3-page article just on how Spellskite interacts with things.
It was a good article, though. Did you learn anything?
Sure.
Yay!
Is there
So,
a test? I hope not.
both players at 15, a Thought Knot Seer coming in, and we're getting a fetch in response. Not quite sure. Okay, so going for a Stomping Ground to help fix the mana base. But I'm not quite sure if he actually has maybe a path to deal with it, but that's not going to keep him from looking into his hand.
Yeah, I had this interaction actually at a pre-release. I played a Thought Knot Seer, and I play it, and my opponent's like, kill it. I'm like, okay, I still get to look at your hand.
Yep.
You draw a card first, so I'm going to see the card you draw. It's that whole
And going for the path. So
I
is
need to
it...
stop them because they draw.
And that is a Realm Razor in hand.
No, it didn't die, so it's fine. Gotcha.
So a Realm
Realm
Razor...
Razor. Okay.
That's
probably going to be the target.
another Spellskite and a Ghost Quarter, which is probably going to be targeting that Eye of Ugin. What an interesting card to include.
That's some tech right there.
6 mana, still 3 land short. So that is a pretty interesting inclusion there.
It's KNOT.
Oh, whoops. My bad.
TJ can't spell.
Clearly. It leaves the
Oh,
battlefield.
he should draw a card then.
Alright, go at least some.
Hey guys.
Alright. We are letting them know now because it leaves the battlefield. Alright. And a Scavenging Ooze in that as well.
Probably still the Realm Razor.
Probably still the Realm Razor, but the Scavenging Ooze does disable the Kozilek's return. But yeah, we are operating on about, I don't know, a 30-second delay. So we did get the message, just tried to let him know. But, you know, it's always funny because I can immediately tell, because immediately
There's just walls of text.
a wall of text shows up.
It's like, no. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I actually myself thought that Thought Not Seer was Dies. I
Dies.
haven't played against it enough. I've played test against it a decent amount, but playing Affinity against it, rarely that interaction.
You
doesn't
don't
really
kill it
come
that
up.
often, you're saying?
Yeah, so that is good for me to know, and I should have known that. So I will improve.
Be better, TJ.
Exactly. That's all I ever try to do.
Did you take the Scoos instead?
Looks like it, and it's not a terrible idea
Yeah.
because, I mean, now that getting that Birds of Paradise,
That's...
a pretty convenient draw, but he still only has 4 mana.
Would you have
after
Ghost Quartered there, or would you have...
You know, I
Realm
probably
Razor
would
next
have.
turn? I mean, you're going to kill the Eye next turn anyway with the Realm Razor.
You know, that's a good point, and you can still use it in response if anything degenerate does happen.
Yeah.
That mountain is gorgeous right now.
The foil full art.
Yeah, and with the perfect...
The lighting.
Yeah. Okay. Drunk Platypus, I did read Frank Karsten's new article. I spent a decent amount of time today just going over that. That was pretty interesting. Agreed with some, disagreed with 1 or 2 things, but very little overall. But it was a fantastic read. Mostly I just disagreed with ever running Insult Artifact these days. And the Worldbreaker coming out, pretty much I think that was what he was concerned with for going for that Eye of Ugin. But, and
Ooh, he doesn't know you can change the
redirect
target.
to the Spellskite.
If he had read that article today, he would know.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was expecting. As for the Tezzerator,
I'm a fan of Tesserator.
Ask me about that one. We can talk about it at the end of round 5, because that's a conversation that'll be a bit more in depth. So another Birds of Paradise coming out. So some interesting
he needs
draws.
one land, and he's got. Yeah, it's 5, right? Or is it 6? Realm Ranger.
Okay. And we have got an Eldrazi Temple tapping along with this Mutavault. Going to be going for a Reality Smasher. Huge clock presented all of a sudden. A 5/7 and a 5/5 with Trample. Looking down 2 Birds of Paradise, 2 Spellskites, and a Voice of Resurgence. I'm expecting the Voice to block that World Breaker at this point, because he'll be getting a 5/5, which, and I'm a little bit surprised.
They want you to link your article.
It's not my article.
Well, the one that you sent out to all of us today. We'll get it between rounds here, so he doesn't have to try to run a bunch of stuff while.
I will tell you
surfing
what,
the web.
I will link the Spellskite article and actually the Frank Karsten one to my Twitter. So find my Twitter and I'll link them through there in between rounds. Okay. Oh, and actually I can put the Frank Karsten one onto my Twitter as well. But I'm a little bit surprised. I was expecting a block with that Voice of Resurgence, because he could have gotten a 5/5 out of that. And that would have let him, granted he still takes 5 damage this turn, and instead taking 10 damage, that is a huge amount.
Yeah.
Puts him in a very dangerous position. Okay. So, at Red Baron MTG, and I can put that Frank Karsten article up there at the end of this round. Or I can try and find it now. Otherwise, drop in an 8/8 Endless 1. And yeah, I'm thrown off by the play by Nathan. So we've got a tap for 4 mana going at the moment. Never mind. Bringing it back. Okay. So, heading into Peter's turn, just a pass from Nathan, who is currently at 5 mana, looking down the 13 life of Peter, but no clock presented currently. Okay. And... perfect.
Blocks all around.
Blocks all around. And we are going to be seeing maybe not a Collected Company, maybe a Chord of... oh, okay. Activating that. I like that a lot. So that is going to keep any from trampling over.
And he's going to get a token that's a 2/2.
That is such a hard place to be, though. I have a hard time imagining Peter not winning.
Yeah. Oh, well. Another World Breaker.
And another World Breaker takes down the land, and that's going to be
There we
pretty
go.
much the end.
Let's see if I can find another one.
Excellent. So, stick with us for just a moment. That is Green-Red Eldrazi taking it down. But otherwise, I'm going to bring it back up to us. Eric is currently on a mission to go find us another match, and we should be having one shortly in an ideal situation. So, I'm going to bring it back up to us, and we can talk about some things. Okay, so thank you for joining. I am currently adding the article that was in question to my Twitter, so I just now added it. If you are looking for that one, feel free to find it there.
Apparently they're all in Game 3 again.
Again, all on Game 3.
I can't control how fast people play.
Interesting. So that is certainly an odd thing. A couple of interesting things there. Ghost quartering a little bit early.
Mm-hmm.
When that Realm Raiser would have probably gone for a land anyway, left him in the same position.
Mm-hmm.
So, and, and it would have enabled him to actually cast that Realm Raiser off of that. So,
I think the turning point was the not redirecting the World Breaker to the Spellskite.
yeah, that was
that
huge.
took him off the land he needed to cast Realm Raiser next turn.
Exactly, because that Birds of Paradise, he would have had the 5 lands.
Yep.
Next turn, most of the things that he can drop gets him to that 6 lands, and having those 2 Spellskites that enable it,
Yeah.
that would have been an absolutely huge play. Other than that, Peter playing a pretty solid game, all things considered. Nothing that struck me as being overly incorrect. There was a couple in Game 1, but Game 2 seemed to be playing a pretty solid game.
Ancient Stirrings are pretty good in a Eldrazi deck.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely an excellent card. So, currently in round 4, looks like a lot of games on round of the
Or
matches.
at least in the middle of games, Bryce is keeping an eye out right now. But they're all
Yeah.
here.
So if a game shows up, we will be getting it on stream. It's possible that some of those are in Game 2, and if they are going to a Game 3, we will get them on the stream for you. So stick with us, stick around. In the meantime, if you do have any comments, things for us to discuss, any questions, any feedback, let us know. In the meantime, to address the question of Tezzeret in Affinity. I love Tezzeret, but I don't think that that is quite the... Sideboarding into a Tezzeret deck sounds really sweet. But I think that if I'm really going to beat the an only Eldrazi meta with Affinity, then that's a great way to do it. You can land down an ensnaring bridge, prepare for it that way. But you end up running, I think he was running the Talisman of Dominance. Yeah, to really enable that one. And it just seems like taking a lot of extra work to slow down the deck in its Game 1, when Game 1 is... when it has its biggest advantage through its explosiveness. Because pre-sideboard, you are the aggressor in, 95% of all your matches. Infect strikes me as one to where sometimes you have to be a bit defensive, but even then it's situational. So, losing a lot of that Game 1 potential for a Tezzeret, slowing a lot of things down, yes, it can make things a bit more consistent, and with Stony Silence at kind of a low point with the white decks, mostly just colorless decks being around, maybe. But I think if you're looking for a long-term deck, that is not the investment that you want to be making if you are looking for things that you want to go beyond potential bannings. So, I'm not too sure about that one myself, especially since, at least in the limited amount of testing that I've done, I'm certainly lining up to do a lot more. I haven't had a huge amount of problems against the Eldrazi decks with Affinity. I am currently trying out one Sweet Painter Servant in the sideboard, testing it, just to see if I like it or not. It's good against Mimic. Mimic specifically says another colorless creature. Ayavugan and Eldrazi Temple both require colorless creatures, and actually the Vile Aggregate also requires colorless.
They're all colored.
So, it's a pretty incidental thing, but for a single slot out of it, the sideboard, I'm okay with testing it in the meantime. Other than that, the Eldrazi deck, definitely a powerful deck, and we will be we'll be seeing what happens with it. The feedback on the Eldrazi, actually fairly important. We're trying to not put it up for every match. Certainly it's not representative of our entire meta, but I think to openly ignore it as well would be incorrect, just because a lot of people, if they're looking for a modern stream, you do need to see how different decks interact with Eldrazi. So I will try to not put it on all the time. That's certainly been something we can do so far. But, yeah. And actually, one thing that I didn't realize, because I haven't played against Red-Green Eldrazi, it does stop Ancient Strings.
It does, because it looks for colorless cards, and all cards are colored.
Exactly.
Blue, White, Red, and Modern, I'm a fan of it. I have been a fan of it for a few years. Currently, I think it's good if you run a board wipe heavy list rather than straight like lightning bolts. Currently, the list that I have only runs 2 Helix, 2 Supreme Verdict, and 2 Angers. But that is subject to change based on what I anticipate. Helix is definitely better against burn, more aggro, whereas Verdict is better when things try to go wide.
Alright. Gonna try, unfortunately the finals is a deck that we've already seen multiple times, so I'm gonna try and get a different match, because we've seen Chord multiple times.
Is that why he's sitting there?
Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna be...
Right. So let's see what we can do here. Trying to figure out what our match on the finals table is gonna be. Okay, and looks like unfortunately we actually are gonna have Eldrazi up for the finals. It is, oddly enough, through just the nature of things, Kiki Chord is also going to be up again.
Sweet.
I know. So 29 decks, unfortunately not able to display a ton of them this time. Personally, I blame Dylan. But this is our finals match. Both players are currently 5-0.
4-0.
Sorry. Yes. 5-0. So this is the finals, and as soon as it's done, we'll try and get another match.
We're going into round 5 right now.
Yep. So, let's get both players up there, and let's watch Green Red Eldrazi face it down again. We will see you down there. Dang it. Sorry about that. Missed the button. Missed the button as I was trying to update things.
It's having some aim issues.
Exactly. But we are heading into round 5. Oddly enough, it's a rematch with a different player. So Kiki Chord and Eldrazi, the two decks that are doing the best at the moment. But, I mean, interesting to see the same matchup, but hopefully it goes somewhat quickly and we can get some other things up.
Yeah. I mean, it tells you about the meta and how good Eldrazi is, even with, 20-odd decks.
Certainly.
Still get Eldrazi in the final.
So stick around. We will try and get some other stuff, and if nothing else, sometimes people are willing to do some exhibition matches at the end for us as well. So, getting ready to head into the finals. Green Red Eldrazi going up against Kiki Chord. It is basically Ian trying to get some vengeance on Peter. Why don't people play Smiter and Wiltleaf decks? Actually,
There
they
is
have
one.
been. Online, Hatebears has been doing pretty decently in leagues because they can use Path. So it has been one of the avenues that people are taking against it. And I personally like
We're
that a
seeing
lot.
more of it here.
Yeah, actually. Okay, I'm going to assume that you mean how goes it, and it goes fantastic. Yeah, how about you?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah?
Having fun.
Excellent.
Watching Modern.
Always good. Yeah, Servant, I was fortunate enough to pick one up just before the major price spike, but it was still not as cheap as I would like it to be.
I've switched my list over to Ghost Quarters instead of Tech Edges. Tech Edge was good when there was a turn 1 deck, that kind of thing, for Blue-White Red. I run Ghost Quarters currently because I want to, they play an Eldrazi Temple or something, and I just want to kill that turn 1, get rid of it.
Yeah, I actually really prefer Ghost Quarter over Tech Edge. I've said it before, at this particular age in Modern, if you are building a deck, you need a reason not to be running Ghost Quarters right now. And those reasons exist. I don't have them in Affinity or Burn, but Ghost Quarter is just so good against so much of the field right now that there is not a whole lot of reason not to play it. So, a Windswept Heath followed by a Wooded Foothills. The Windswept Heath getting cracked by Ian, going for a land. Expecting a shock land. Don't really need to worry a whole lot about, especially a Blood Moon against this Eldrazi deck.
No.
And getting your colors early is going to be very important. So, a Sacred Foundry, not going for a green land, tells me either...
Probably got Grove or Stomping Grounds in his hand, or another fetch, but...
Yeah, having a green source in hand, very likely... but possibly just not in the form of a fetch land. It is just throwing me off a little bit, but it looks like he actually may have
drew a
that land.
Heath.
So, that fetch land now in hand, enabling that.
And he has a Stomping Grounds and a Wooded Foothills in his hand already.
Okay, so mostly just needing the white mana there,
Yeah.
more than anything, and wanting to get those multiple red cards so that down the line he can cast a Kiki Jiki. So we've got a shock into...
Core...
No, that is a Lone Missionary.
Wow.
So, Lone Missionary hitting the battlefield. When it enters, you gain 4 life. And we're going to be seeing him go up to 21 with Peter now fetching. Otherwise, it's a 2-1. It'll be a decent clock until Peter gets something going.
It actually seems very good in this meta that's full of burn decks and zoo.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's basically an earlier Kitchen Finks.
Yeah.
That is a bit easier to flicker. It's more of a one-off thing, though. But it's certainly not a bad card. And in this deck, I like it a lot. It fills the curve nicely. Okay. Doro, thank you for keeping an eye on those links. Doro, as always, being a fantastic mod for someone who... I tossed him under the bus. Pretty much just one day I made him a mod, and he picked up that sword, and he has been just knocking it out of the ballpark. So, a Matter Reshaper landing off of an Eldrazi Temple for Peter. Currently that 3-2 off of 2 lands, staring down a 2-1 Load Missionary that really you don't want to attack into, because when that Matter Reshaper dies, it's just going to be putting in another creature either into Peter's hand or onto the battlefield. So developing a nice prohibitive board state for this. But Ian really plays a Wall of Omens. Going into the late game is kind of what he's looking to do. If he can assemble that 5 mana together, that's going to be exactly where he wants to be.
Problem is, I think Peter's deck can cast Worldbreaker before he gets to 5 mana.
Who keeps swords under the bus? Keanu Reeves does.
I mean, where else do you keep them?
I mean, you know, when you have to stay above 50 miles per hour, you're not going to be able to stop at home. And sometimes you just got to be the 47th Ronin, and you gotta be able to transfer this quickly. So in a Carplusion Forest, landing a Thought Knot Seer, we're going to be taking a look at Ian's hand. So we have got an Eternal Witness, a Course of Krufix, and a Kiki. That Kiki gonna go away again. Eternal Witness, not fantastic at the moment, but could have some nice value over the course of this game. But at the moment, not fantastic. And that Kiki getting exiled, which is really what we could have expected.
Against
there.
most other hand destruction that Ewit's going to get back, Kiki, but Thought Knot Seer is not most hand disruption.
It is not most hand disruption. So that Thought Knot Seer taking the Kiki, and we have got a tap for... Or just a fetch.
Yep,
Looks
just
like
a
at the
fetch.
end of the turn. Going for an Overgrown Tomb. Possibly just preparing that mana base for the black cards, but doesn't really need it at the moment. So it really just seems like taking the opportunity to do it more than actually needing that black mana at the moment. Alright. So, what have we got? It is a tap for 3. It looks like a Path to Exile with the draw there. And that Courser, I like this play. It's going to enable him. We can't see his library at the moment. It's a little under there. But looks like there was a land on top.
Yep.
So going to drop down a Wooden Foothills. And actually, that may have been the draw there. Because it looks like that card on top didn't change. So, 1 mana still up. It is a fetch land. And Peter, heading into his next turn, does have the Eye of Ugin and those World Breakers. So he is basically, not this turn, but the following turn, he is going to be able to start dropping those World Breakers, and that is going to be really painful for Ian. And an Ancient Strings from Peter, that's going to really ensure that he can hit another land drop.
So you can move the deck up.
Yeah. Go ahead and just...
Ian,
Yeah.
Hey, Ian, can you move your deck up just like an inch or two just so we can see what's on top? Thank you.
And a Chord of Calling on top. That's a pretty solid start. Even with not quite able... Actually can go for the Restoration Angel.
Yeah.
So unfortunately that Kiki gone. But any other silver
Maybe
bullets?
he runs 2. Who knows?
Other notable things is that with more land, it is possible to get the Realm Raiser. At this point, the board state is a little bit beyond salvaging with a Realm Raiser. That Reality Smasher is going to be pretty impactful at this point. So, Ian at 21, going down to 20 to fetch, and going to be searching up that library, shuffling away that Chord of Calling, probably going to use a Path to Exile on that Reality Smasher. And it looks like he is going to be fetching. So getting rid of that one. And gonna just be paying 1 life for that Shockland to enter, because you gain 1 life off of that Courser. And another Path to Exile on top. Not a bad place to be. So that is going to be able to target that, discarding the Eternal Witness, which doesn't have a lot of value. And now that other Path to Exile, going to be able to take care of the Thought Knot Seer, really slow down Peter's clock. The
But
big
he can now
issue.
cast the World Breaker in his hand.
Exactly. The World Breaker, now a very existent option
Yeah.
that is going to be very.
Do you hit a
painful
land
for
or do you hit Courser?
If I'm Peter, probably hit one of the. I mean, he's got all the colors and doubles at the
Well,
moment.
he just blocked with Courser, so never mind.
Never mind. At this point, I'd take a land as an educated guess.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that insightful insight.
And actually offering a full trade with this Thought Seer, or at least making him pick between the two.
Mm-hmm.
So, going to be killing this Thought Seer, going to be drawing that path to exile, which is going to be really nice, and it's going to be able to remove that Matter Reshaper or that World Breaker.
Yep.
And that top card no longer revealed because the Courser got taken out.
I think it was a Chord.
And there we go. Sometimes it just works out. It's better to be lucky than good, I always say. So, a pass back from Ian. I kind of like that, not getting overly hasty with that path to exile. And actually might have 3 World Breakers in hand.
Oh, God.
Absurd. At that point, I mean, God, that card is just absurd. When you can cast it for 5, drop 1 every turn. World Breaker has really been the key card in all of these Game 1s, and even the Game 2s. Pretty much the premier card, and the reason to be running this green-red Eldrazi. So, this World Breaker, if I'm him, I'm probably going to be targeting one of the white lands. Puts him down.
I would take the Sacred Foundry.
Yeah. Take the Sacred Foundry just in case of a second Kiki.
Mm-hmm.
Also gets rid of a white land so that next turn you can take down that Temple Garden.
And he's off Angel.
Exactly. Okay.
Here's the Chord. For what? Chord for 3?
Eternal Witness? Maybe?
Back the land?
Uh,
A land?
I guess.
We'll find out.
Yeah. It's time to learn. And we have got... Yep. So an
Back
Eternal
forward.
Witness, going for the Chord.
And then he can Chord for 3 again?
Can Chord for 4, actually, at this point.
No, the land is being destroyed.
Oh, is it?
He targeted a land. I
And
guess.
now we know that a Birds of Paradise is in that deck. Information being revealed. As for me, I don't play mini foils, so I'm living the good life.
No, but you do spend your whole time at the GP running around to each vendor asking if they have any foreign one-ofs for your Affinity deck.
Which one of them did, so it was a big payoff.
And then you opened a mountain.
McPatches, big Game Hunter tech, normally in the Abzan decks, but if it is in this deck, which I'd like to see it, probably in the sideboard, and keeping some Fiend Slayers. I was really hoping for a Fiend Hunter, too. That would be a very good card to have. Okay. Which card? It was a Steel Overseer. So a path to exile on that World Breaker. Unfortunately, I think Ian about to have a pretty uncomfortable
Bad day
revelation.
here.
Yeah.
And then he got a pack of Japanese dragons of Tarkir. Is that what it was? That
Yeah.
you opened the mountain in?
I got a plains actually. I got a mountain from. Oh no, you're right.
Yeah,
I
you
did.
opened the
I did get a mountain. It was awesome. So that Eternal Witness letting him return the card, and I think we are just about to see why Peter is about to ruin his day.
World Breaker number 2, and then World Breaker number 3.
Definitely, I like the card. I prefer Fiendslayer in the Abzan. I'd like to see at least one in this Kiki Chord deck as some tutorable removal. But Big Game Hunter, I would hope, is in the sideboard. I'm not sure how I feel about that being in the main. And World Breaker. What a sad time. And it's
Casting
going
it with 4 lands.
seems to be pretty much agreeing with us on at least the choices there.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, at this point, you don't swing at the Matter Reshaper, a second Matter Reshaper, so attacking into it pretty unnecessary because those can block all day. Yeah, I can put in Fiend Hunter. So Ian in a really tight spot. I think this game 1 is going to be going to Peter, and we'll be heading into game 2.
They won't reprint Fiend Hunter because it has the Oblivion Ring wording.
Unfortunately, that is the case. But they have... I'm sure they'll create a secondary one that is similar. Nonetheless, a sweet card. Hey there, Justin. Good to see you. As for the Matter Reshaper, I thought he did pay colorless. Or at least I think he had the capability to.
He has the Eldrazi Temple right there.
Yeah. Though that may have been used. Huh.
Well, too late.
Banisher
now.
Priest being the new one.
Not as good. Can't break it.
Unfortunately... Oh, okay, so one of those is the Carplusion Forest, which is able to tap for colorless. Yep. Excellent. So the Carplusion Forest is not a stomping ground, so he was able to cast that Matter Reshaper. Otherwise, we have a Birds of Paradise entering the battlefield.
Corded for a bird? Is that what happened?
I mean, if all you can do is cord for a 1-drop, then that's about the option that you've got. What Affinity List? Red. I'm running 3 Masters of Ethereum, 1 Etch Champion, 4 Galvanic Blast right now. So a Wall of Omens, a Birds of Paradise, and an Eternal Witness looking down this pretty menacing field, all things considered, of 2 World Breakers and 2 Matter Reshapers. I mean, at this point, if you're Ian, I would be picking up my cards.
Just tag it in.
There's only so much you can take. So, could have corded for a wall. I think the Birds of Paradise, maybe not the... Probably, I like that. If you're going to keep losing your lands...
If you know he's going after lands, I would get the bird.
I
don't know what he's planning to cast right now.
Yeah. And he probably knows his outs better than we do.
Yeah.
Because these decks tend to have so much little customization.
Think you can find the 4th one?
The 4th...
World Breaker?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, I do. I mean, that Reality Smash will do fine, though. Oh, you know, worst case scenario, you drop a Reality Smasher.
I guess, if you have to settle.
How World Shaper... I'm guessing you mean World Breaker?
Yeah.
Why it isn't legendary? Well, because it's a 7-drop. Except it isn't in this deck. But that's the big reason.
The only legendary Eldrazi are at least 10 drops.
Uh-huh. I actually really like having 2 Fiend Hunters in the main board for Abzan Company at the moment. Especially when you have Chord.
Mm-hmm.
It's excellent at being able to take down, especially the Eldrazi decks, any of the big mana decks, has value against Infect, Affinity, a lot of those aggro lists. Even Zoo, it's a decent blocker. So. And apparently we are at 700 followers. So, that's actually incredible. Thank you, everybody. That's incredible. More than I ever expected when I started this, I can tell you that.
700 people think you're worth listening to.
700 people at least listen. I'm not sure if they think it's worth it. But, you know, certainly I think it might mean something. It means that I'm doing at least something right. How about that? So, thank you to everybody. Alright. So, lots of blocks here. Looks like blocking with everything just to get rid of that Matter Reshaper and revealed an Endless one again.
Again. You have to read the card again.
Wow. And unfortunately, that is a kill next turn, even after taking a huge amount of damage this turn, going down to 5. Not 50, 5. Absolutely. I think the big thing, and we're just going to see a swing at this point. So, heading into game 2, certainly Ian was holding out. Maybe. I'm not sure if he had any outs at that point, though. True. Just so, if it is about people just doing a feel sorry, you know, at least hopefully some of them matter. So, while we are getting ready for Game 2 here, Green-Red Eldrazi taking Game 1 in, of course, what can be expected with how the meta has been going. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for hitting that follow button. Looks like we got to 700 today. That is fantastic for me, so thank you to everybody for being a part of that. I mean, anybody who did hit it. This only exists because of you guys and the fact that you guys continue to show up and have fun each time. So, thanks. And if you're just joining, I'm TJ.
I'm Eric.
And we're talking about Magic and Modern. And very likely, we will be hanging out a little bit afterwards just to talk about things. And talk about Modern so that if you guys have any questions or want to discuss things, then we can go over it. Okay. How is the blue-white-red matchup versus Kiki Chord?
Kill their creatures, and then you're fine.
Just pretty much.
Just keep the removal hand, and you're good.
Yeah.
You can't Chord for as much. Wall of Omens is going to be trouble for you, but that's the only thing that should ever stick against you.
I think it has all the benefits that Burn has against Kiki Chord, which is some solid benefits. Yeah. Except you also don't care about some of their incidental life gain.
Yeah, it's like, oh good, you're at 26.
So...
like, Colonnade will beat you eventually.
Yeah. Voice of Resurgence, a good question to ask. But it is significant. And I think that blue-white-red probably does have an advantage.
Against which one?
Board Web's definitely
Oh, gotcha.
Wakeside, thanks for following. And for anybody else who has hit that follow button, honestly appreciate it. You guys are all incredible. And... I don't know, it's kind of weird. I'm starting to think that maybe I'm becoming one of those people that just might be a little too odd because I tell stories like outside of this about people, but I only know you guys based on your Twitch account name. So I start telling people about stories, except I name you guys based on this because I interact with you guys so much. And it really makes me seem possibly crazy. But it is a total blast. So thanks for being such a memorable thing that allows for us to have all kinds of fun with you guys. I really hope so. I really hope that is your birth name.
Probably a family name.
Oh yeah, traditional, named after the I'm assuming grandfather.
Probably.
Yeah. Platypus hasn't been in my name since the 40s.
I haven't gone by that since the incident.
Definitely. Eidolon of Rhetoric, very powerful card against blue-white-red control. And I know that it's sometimes played as maybe a 1-of in the sideboard. Chord allows for a lot of versatility in actually hitting it. I'm not sure if it is
It's not as good as you think it is. I've had it brought in against me, and I can play one spell per turn and be just fine. You cast one thing, I'll counter it one time.
And also, if that one spell is a Path to Exile,
yeah,
all things considered, not awful. It is prohibitive. I would bring it in.
I mean, I can't Snapcast do anything. That's mostly what it does. My Snapcasters are just Ambush Vipers at that point. But besides that, it's not as prohibitive as you would think it would be.
I think it falls in line with a lot of those other things that we say, which is... Platypus the third, first of their name. Oh man, that's funny. But I think it falls into with so many of these silver bullet cards, which is that I think some people get reliant on saying this card beats that deck, and that's all I need to do. I got to resolve that card and do it. You see it with Leyline of Sanctity against Burn. You see it with Stony Silence against Affinity. You see it with Blood Moon against Trondex. And the problem is that they know that those exist.
Yeah.
And sometimes, if you keep a bad hand with one good card, you will lose anyway.
Yeah. Which you see a lot as an Affinity player. Someone's like, yeah, Stony Silence and lands. I'm like, sweet.
Okay. Signal Pests?
Yeah.
So, Dave Boo bringing up an interesting point. In a combo deck, especially good.
Yeah.
So, in that Kiki Chord deck, it probably has a lot more value because you can turn it into a situation in which they cannot respond at that point.
Yeah.
So, a decent point being made by Dave there. I like that a lot. But still,
And then if you're the control player, you just have to try to stay ahead. which is if you fall behind to the point where that's inhibiting you, you're already behind.
Yeah. So definitely falls in line with when you are going to be playing a good sideboard card. Make sure that you have the ways to pressure it or protect it, or just have more to your game plan than landing that single card that may not get the job done all the way. Amori, absolutely, that card is backbreaking against Storm.
Yeah, it's also really good against Infect because they can't pump the guys like 4 times.
47 is a little ambitious. I'm gonna assume that you're including the copies as well.
No. You seen Legacy Storm, just like...
That's true. Legacy Storm and Modern Storm, not quite the same.
Sure they are. They both end with a card that says Storm.
That's a great point. That's a really good point. Both do run the Storm mechanic, and it's hard for me to... Slowly crashing, a fantastic way to put it. Sideboarding Modern, it's not here's a card, beat it. It's here's my plan, beat it.
Yeah.
Now, I will say, in Modern... the single cards do play more of a relevance, and that is just a fact of Modern. But certainly you need to have a plan.
That's why, so in my blue-white-red control deck, just because that's what has the most single sideboard cards for me, I think I run 14 singles and 1/2 of...
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it does.
13 singles and a 2 of?
14 and a 2 of. 14 single cards. Well,
And then-
yeah, math is hard.
Math is hard.
So then...
And we've got a 6 from Peter with Ian. Okay. Yep, so a Wooded Foothills cracking in response to an Ancient Stirrings. Looks like just trying to save time.
So I found that most matchups you're not super bad against or super good against. It's just bringing in 1 or 2 or up to like 5 cards that make you better against it. You're not looking to, I landed this, you lose the game. It's more, this will help me get to this card that'll let me do better later on in the game, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and some of them do have that ability to be very game-breaking, but especially just approaching it, you cannot regard it as such. That's more catching them with a board state more than catching them with a deck.
I don't know if I'd run Spreading Seas in the main. In the sideboard, it's fine for Tron and Burn, but I probably wouldn't run it in the main.
I can get behind it.
I mean, if anyone would get behind Spreading Seas in the main, I am behind it. I just think there's better things you could be doing in the main.
All right, so Ian heading
Run
into
Remands. You draw instant speed.
Second turn and dropping a Wall of Omens. Pretty consistent with this from all of these Kiki Chord players, and getting a Chord of Calling. So pretty in line with what they want to be doing. At this point, if I'm Ian, I want to stop having Kiki in my hand when that Thought-Knot Seer resolves. And it looks like a Crumble to Dust in the hand of Peter. Gonna have some pretty nice value against Ian.
Yeah.
Will hurt significantly, maybe not as much as he'd like, but in a mana base that is as loose as that, certainly a pretty solid one. Okay, so a Mind Stone landing from Peter just allows him to tap for a mana and also can draw a card later. And Wenkubuka, apparently there is a Jeskai list. That...
I mean, it's a good card. I'm not saying it's a bad card. I would run it in the sideboard personally. It's a preference of whether you want to kind of tempo on board if you want to stay as a reactive control deck.
True. And I think being proactive might just be the better call in general at the moment, but definitely not your personal preference.
Yeah.
So
it depends on your meta. If you're against a bunch of, say, Eldrazi decks where everything's on cast triggers, not necessarily on enter the battlefield, then it'd be good to get rid of the lands early like that. But if you're against, some more traditional decks where it's enter the battlefield and you can just counter things all day, I'd run counters instead.
Alright, now Voice of Resurgence entering for Ian. Not fantastic against this, again, serving largely as a blocker, and hopefully we do see those blockers happening.
Thought not this turn for the Kiki.
And if the Kiki's in hand, then that is just going to be heartbreaking. Yeah. So, a Carplusion Forest does get the Colorless Source online. We've got 4 mana, and let's see... Actually, might be going for the Crumble to Dust at this point in the game.
On the Stomping Grounds, that would be something.
I mean, he has the fetch land, so he can go for the Stomping Grounds in response.
Well, he can go for either one in response.
Pretty
or
much.
Is that a Razor Verge, or is that a...
That is maybe a Razor Verge thicket.
Okay. Does he know he can fetch in response and grab it? That's the question.
I am almost positive that he does. I think at this point Peter may be deciding his target, but I think that it is likely the Stomping Ground. And actually it's the Razor Verge, so letting that go away, checking the hand. We have a Courser of Krufix, Restoration Angel.
Chord, Minstrel Teeth, Ewit.
Alright, so not a bad hand. Restoration Angel, pretty solid, and even has the means to use that chord and get it back with the Eternal Witness. So a pretty nice hand from Ian, especially since he can keep hitting those land drops. Though, unfortunately, that Crumble to Dust is going to be a little bit prohibitive. And
I don't know how many Razor Verges it runs. Probably only 2.
I don't know, but there is a Revelark in this deck, which is pretty sweet.
And a lot of what this is about is seeing how you were sideboarded for.
Eggs are called eggs.
Because you cracked them.
Yep. You crack them to make an omelet.
The current version is the most annoying thing you'll ever play against. I have played against it. He watched me play against it.
It was awesome.
It was horrible.
Oh, sorry. Alright, so just shuffling his library after letting that Crumble Dust resolve. Peter so far not applying a whole lot of pressure. He does have a Reality Smasher in hand, but still not applying tons of pressure, especially now on turn 3, which is not a horrible place to be if you're Ian. Because one of the things
I'm fine with him not casting anything if I'm Ian.
Exactly. It's not... Lantern Control is a sweet deck. Maybe not to watch, but it's sweet nonetheless. Okay. So, we have an attack for 2 with that Voice of Resurgence. Not a huge cost to doing it. Might as well take your free swings. The only downside is if you end up wanting to block that Reality Smasher just to take the token, but at this point I don't think that you want to be doing it. Okay, so going for that green-black land. So far only a single white source, and not a whole lot of ways. Has the Eternal Witness, so can actually get one of those lands in response. But I like going for this Courser right now. And another Restoration on top.
Green Ash, you've clearly never seen eggs play in a tournament scene. You'll go an hour past time because they're still on turn 2 of turns.
It's awesome.
It's horrible.
I mean, from a logistics standpoint, it's awful.
Not feasible to do.
Yeah. That deck is just cool and innovative. Very cool. Alright, so we have an Eldrazi Temple and the Mind Stone and 2 other lands, casting in that Eldrazi Reality Smasher. And that is going to start swinging for 5. Really solid. And going down to 10. Reality Smasher being a just, I think when people first saw it, they thought, man, that card's really good. And then it was
realized.
better.
Oh, wait a minute. I can cast it for 2 in a colorless? Okay.
Okay. So, an Wall of Omens, a Courser of Krufix, and a Voice of Resurgence, drawing in that Restoration Angel with a Chord of Calling on the top and 2 of those restos. Gonna be playing that forest off the top, gaining a life, going up to 11. So, that Chord, actually, Ian is in a position to where he has the potential to win this game. The Dismember in Peter's hand
is going to make him sad.
It's going to make him very sad.
Actually, he has no mana to cast it.
As it currently sits, yes, but Peter will untap before the win.
That's true.
He can cast the Restoration at Peter's end step.
Well, we'll see if Peter taps out. If he does, he loses.
If Peter does tap out, he is in a lot of trouble. So, the nice part is that even if he, tries to go for one of those, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So a World Breaker right now would actually lose Peter the game to cast it. If he plays a land and then does a World Breaker, interesting. Vincent, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Okay. So we have got a tap for... looks like paying the 5 and going to be going for that Reality Smasher, keeping up the Carplusian Forest. And if Peter tries going for one other play, then this is going to be huge. Okay. So what are you expecting from Ian at this point?
I would probably block with the voice and the wall, play Restoration Angel, flicker the wall.
Unfortunately, they have trample.
Oh, well, that's not as good then.
Yep. So right now, Ian,
Probably read the card.
he can go down to 1,
Flicker the wall now.
flicker the
Draw
wall,
the
and
wall.
then block. Yeah. Okay. I like that. And also that voice should probably get in the way. Because you have the potential to turn it into a 5/5, or at least threaten to be a 5/5.
Yeah.
Again, that Dismember being unfortunate to be in Peter's hand.
Mhm.
We know that. Ian does not. So, if you're making plays around that, I'd probably get that Voice of Resurgence in the way as well and let that die.
We'll see what Peter does here, if he wants to fire it off now or if he wants to save it. I mean, he knows he's against Kiki Chord, because he saw the Kiki Jiki game 1.
Mm-hmm. The nice part is that he thinks that that's the only resto. Okay, so we're going to be drawing that card. The nice thing is that he does, if the Restoration Angel becomes the target for that Dismember, then he does have the other, which is in hand. So, actually going to be getting
Block with
really
the Courser.
aggressive.
He needs to block with the Courser, too.
Getting really
Yeah.
aggressive with these
1, 2,
blocks,
3, 4, 5.
offering a trade
Yeah.
with one Reality Smasher and then taking one, so going down to 10 off of that. I actually like that.
You make him choose whether he wants the token out there or if he wants the angel out there.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes the Dismember now.
Yes. Correct. I wasn't referring that you can flicker the other angel. I was more just thinking that if he uses the removal on the angel, he does have another one that he can play out to Chord and get the Kiki out in combo with.
So he's going to take 1, 2, 3, 4. And he has a 2/2.
Yep.
It's a 2/2. Why is it a 1?
I think they're just using it as the token. Could you let them know that there's an elemental in the box? And I think they're getting it.
Or that works.
Works for me. At least we see it as a card instead of as a dice. So, currently a 2... You're right. My apologies.
There we go.
Yeah, that works. I'm still working on getting one of the voice tokens, unfortunately. Can you tell? Okay. So, Ian at 7, Peter at 18, now at 8 because he did keep that Courser, playing the land off the top of the library.
No, that's not bad. Lone Missionaries.
Lone Missionary, not bad. Unfortunately,
Doesn't buy him much time.
not in hand at the moment, and he's going to have to do some blocking just to survive this next turn.
It basically negates 1 attack, because 1 toughness is supposed to 4 life.
Okay.
What is his plan now?
We have got a tap for 2 Wall of Omens, maybe?
Wall, not.
Okay, because you can wall...
You could wall Lone Missionaries, but then you can't Angel Chord. Or can you still Chord? Yeah. Yeah, you can still Chord. But not for Kiki Jiki.
No, you cannot keep Chord for Kiki Jiki. But you can get it up, you can get up to having both a 0/4 and
You
a
would work.
4/4 blocker. And getting back the Voice of Resurgence? Interesting. So now you have a 4/4 elemental that you can block along with maybe the Eternal Witness and possibly throw the voice in the way of the other one. So buying some nice time off of this still does have a restoration in hand. And depending on if he can survive, he is so close to actually surviving this and being able to resto and Kiki, but unfortunately this 10 damage per turn is just huge. But Peter not doing a lot with his board, seems to have run out of
he
gas
could
in the hand.
trade with both of them if he just blocks with all.
If he blocks with all, he is offering a full board trade, and
Well, he'll keep some creatures. Because he'll
Yeah.
keep
It's a dangerous place
Probably
to
the
be.
voice and the Ewit.
The interesting thing is that, actually, oddly enough, I don't think that's true, because the damage would still be marked on the elemental before it dies.
So if you're Peter, you do... I would do 4 and then 1 on the voice so that you get rid of the token and keep a 2/2 voice.
As opposed to
just getting another token back.
But it would be a 1/1.
No, because you're going to keep either... Is Ewit a X1 or is it an X?
It's a 2/1.
Okay, then yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay. I thought it was an X2. So yeah, you hit the voice first. No, you hit the... Yeah. Words.
So, looks like just going for the trade here instead of offering it. And actually, I think Ian has another land in hand, right?
Yeah, he drew a win... No, he has a Windswept Teeth in hand, yeah.
So, actually, I think he has a win on board. Because he has the other Chord in hand, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
He still has a Chord of Calling. So he can cast the Restoration Angel off of 4 of the lands and still have 2 up and have 4 creatures. So, oh no, I don't think he can.
3 creatures.
Yeah.
It'll be 3...
Unfortunately, not.
I would just do a straight trade across, make him have something to follow it up with.
Yep. But it doesn't look like that is the case right now. No, unfortunately not going to be quite what I was looking for. With that Chord, can only Chord for 3. Man.
You Chord for another Ewit, get back something.
Yeah, I think Abzan has a better matchup against these decks.
So Peter left the voice alive, like I was saying.
I think, yeah, I was making my estimation if he offered, also...
I would also not want to go to
Drought
3 against the
Smasher.
Bolt deck.
He has not seen a Bolt yet, though. And in the Endless one for 6, Peter tapped out, passing the turn, and pretty much Ian's got this turn to come up with some sort of answer. Can maybe survive a little bit longer buying time, but eventually
he has
he's
a
going
little missionary, so he's going to go to 7.
Okay.
Was up Pontiff, which doesn't do anything.
Does not.
I don't know why he left that in, actually.
Maybe to take down the Mimics, but overall, I agree, doesn't do a whole lot. I would have expected that to be sided out after game 1. But he might have just had other cards that he prioritized siding out. Again, I'm not really sure what they are, but they may exist. Alright. So we have got a swing a tap. Setting up some mana, looks like a 2 and a 2. Maybe going to do that Wall of Omens and also...
Lone Missionary's Wall. Draw the Pontiff, even though I would fetch away before I did that. I don't want that in this situation.
The deck does not make any 1/1s, and as it being huge against the Mimics, yes. But if I'm bringing in cards that are better against it, I may not want it just for the Mimics, especially since it's a 3-mana card going up against it. And normally you want something that's a little bit lower on the curve to take down those Mimics.
Should be an 8, right? One from the...
Yep.
Okay, they got it. Figured it out.
And still has the 4 mana. I think going to go for that Restoration Angel. Probably flicker.
Fetch away the Pontiff.
Yep. And going to be flickering that Restoration Angel. Or, I'm sorry, flickering on the
Ewit?
Lone Missionary.
Okay. Is there anything in his graveyard he would want back with the Ewit? Another Angel?
Maybe the Angel, but, he's already got the 1, and I think at this point, he's trying to survive a turn, get Kiki Jiki. It is survive, get Kiki Jiki.
If he can survive this turn, he should have it? Oh. Well, that's not that bad.
Piankir Nalar, going to be a pretty solid card. One nice thing is that it, if you're planning on actually doing a Chord as well, the card only kind of costs 1 mana, since then all 3 of those creatures will contribute to the Chord. Okay.
Does this one have trample?
He can throw the voice into... throw the voice into the Endless one. I suppose... So that voice probably going to block the Endless one. Only takes goes down to 3 and survives, and if he has the Chord, then that's close to win, because he still has the Restoration Angel in hand.
Mm-hmm.
If he has the Chord, I think Ian has the potential to win if Peter doesn't have it in hand.
You old triple block.
And never mind. I liked Sharp's suggestion. You put that voice...
Put the voice in front of the Endless One.
Yep.
Take 5. You have the Restoration Angel to flicker the Lone Missionaries if he has a bolt or something. And then you can end a turn Restoration Angel, flicker the Missionaries anyway. Chord for Kiki-Jiki, win the game.
Can he Chord for Kiki-Jiki with all of those creatures still? He can take down...
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he could.
Yep.
But...
So if he has the Chord, he is in a pretty interesting spot. Packy, congratulations on your 3rd expedition. Was it a good one? Man, if Ian... I'm pretty sure he has a Chord in hand, and he has the option of winning right now. If he sees it.
Yeah.
And I hope he does. So, pre-damage, the 2 options being to pre-damage, go for the Kiki-Jiki, or to use that Restoration Angel to flicker maybe the Lone Missionary, gain some life, or try and go for something on that. But I think that if you're planning on just winning... and I'd hate... If Peter has a removal spell in hand, it's going to be so sad. And he's going for the Restoration Angel plan. Okay. So flickering the Eternal Witness, if he didn't have a Chord in hand, I think he does have one in the graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
So if he doesn't have the Chord in hand, and I was wrong about that...
He's going to take damage from the trample still.
Not...
Well, no, he won't.
He will not. That's
going to
be... So he's going to be left with... yeah. I like this a lot, actually.
Lightning Bolt.
And a Lightning Bolt would just be heartbreaking.
He's going to gain a life. He's making red. Or green.
Alright, so...
Oh, Kozilek's return.
And a Kozilek's return. That is huge. Still, I think that going for this, I would have preferred him holding on to that to maybe take down a Kiki.
Mm-hmm.
Offers a lot of trades across the board,
So he's
definitely.
Take 3?
But right now, still has the option to Chord for Kiki-Jiki because of that token.
Mm-hmm.
So if he has the win, still has the win. I would have preferred waiting for that Kozilek's return, wait for him to play the Kiki-Jiki, activate
Unless
it.
he's got an Agent Stirrings.
In response, that's when you go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Almost a time.
Yeah. I mean, if he has a removal spell in hand, like if he has a Dismember in hand, then that's just it. But otherwise, we're going to see a Chord for the Kiki, and that's going to be a win.
Nice.
Unfortunately, I think we're about to see a draw and the tiebreakers in the finals.
Goody.
So are we... And
Ball?
I am immediately thrown off.
1, 2, 3. I mean, he still can Chord, but I don't know why he's...
If he... Oh, I'm so thrown off right now.
Just do it.
Has the Ghost Quarter.
Nike that shit.
New... And, this is... If he has the Chord in hand, which I'm fairly certain he does... I'm really thrown off still. Getting a green mana... Floating a green mana... Ghost Quartering his own forest. Storm count 1.
From the wall.
Yeah, I no longer believe that he has a Chord in hand. He has to be doing something else. But 1 floating red mana.
1 floating green mana.
Going for a red source.
Just go over the window, go smack him.
Otherwise, no. Trying to cast a Peeing Kier Nalar. So I don't think that he has Chord. He can't have Chord at this point. Because he just had the win multiple times.
Or he took Kiki-Jiki out.
If he took out Kiki-Jiki...
I mean, his best way to beat this is a combo.
I will be very surprised if he did take out the Kiki-Jiki. But I'm pretty thrown off by this. A Cooper Fuss. He has... When the voice dies, you do get the token that has power and toughness equal to the number of creatures you control.
It's a Chord player, so yeah. Understandable.
Interesting.
Switch his hand. Are we on his hand cam?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Yeah, so if he has it, then we should be able to see it.
I mean, cast a colorless spell, wipes the board, swings for lethal, right?
Pretty much. I mean, the board wipe will be pretty effective, but I'll be really surprised if the Kiki is out. Man,
Peter
I
should
am
have
so
this.
thrown
Does
off
he
right
have
now.
Yeah, he has.
Is that a crumble to dust? Is that a foil crumble to dust?
I don't think
So
it
that's
matters.
gorgeous.
Why is he swinging with that?
I do not know.
Throw a Thopter in front of it?
So we had, and just going for a chump block, even though his could have offered a trade actually with the elemental, and a Thought Not Seer. Going to take a look at that hand, and there is a Chord. Yep, we can add a punt. We can add a punt now.
He didn't get the trigger on the cast. Is it a May?
It's when you cast one with a converted mana cost 7 or greater.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Okay. Well, I think we can justify a punt at this point.
He could Chord for Kiki this turn?
I mean, he can still Chord.
He could.
For Kiki.
1, 2, 3. I mean, he could right now just.
I see. I saw the Chord as well, but
Yeah,
I kind
saw
of,
it, I saw it.
I kind of believed that what was going on. The timer might be slightly off, but definitely turn 0 is coming. I'm thrown off. I'm a little bit, but it is possible that the Kiki Jiki was sided out. But even in that case, I mean, I'd probably still Chord to get something, possibly another Restoration
Is that
Angel.
a Fulminator Mage?
That is a Fulminator Mage, which I can appreciate at least in the early game.
And a Scooz. Okay. Still Chord for Kiki.
Yep, can still Chord for Kiki. And we have got a swing for pretty solid amount, actually.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Keeping up blockers. Actually, Ian has the potential to get the beatdown game plan. The Kiki was taken in game 1, but not in this one. So I'm thrown off. And we are now on turn 1. So, a Fulminator Mage sitting up. None of these creatures do have trample, so he can chump block all day. And this voice actually, like, Ian has the chance to win this and do a draw.
I mean, he has a chance to win it just with a Kiki Jiki.
I mean, yes, and also if there's a Kiki Jiki anywhere in that library, then he can win with it that way. Which I'm still, I mean, maybe playing overly cautiously around a Dismember, but I doubt it.
I mean, it's one of those things that if you have it, you slam it.
Yes.
Okay.
But at this point, I have to believe that there's not a Kiki in this deck.
Does he have no hand currently?
Nope, no hand.
What happened to the, Oh, so the Chord went away.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, ended up taking out the Chord. With that thought, the first Thought Not Seer.
Mm-hmm. Because...
Playing a land. Oh, actually, still one card in hand, but maybe just it was a land.
Well, he just drew that card right now.
Yeah. So it was a land, at least, that he had with the Thought Not Seer, so that's why I didn't take there. And a Birds of Paradise being the landing here. So, exiles the Kozilek's Return with the Scavenging Ooze, so able to prevent that, and just swinging for massive amounts of damage. So, at this point, I have to assume that something odd is going on, but nonetheless, we're watching them move forward, and we're going to be seeing some blocks, actually offering a full trade with that Elemental token, still going to be taking 3, and I think that's just because, technically it's Ian's third turn, so he only gets one other turn. A little bit surprised that Thopter is not swinging. But that's just me. Because that
I've been
Thopter...
surprised a lot this game, so...
That's true.
it
But
would've
the
been
Thopters
hilarious
could
if
have
it
been
was a Kiki
swinging,
Jiki on top of it.
and it would have been the two-turn clock.
Mhm.
If it was a Kiki Jiki on top, then we could have recorded, I don't know, like 16 punts, one for each turn. But at this point, I have to believe that it's not in there for one reason or another. I don't know what it is.
Maybe he thought that it wasn't good in this matchup due to the quick removal, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Actually, he does have the capacity to still win next turn, because he can throw the Thopter at Peter with Key and Pierre Nalar. So...
Yes!
Oh, it's P and Kier Nalar, but still. P and Kier Nalar can pay the 3 mana ability to kill Peter after a swing through the resto can actually deal lethal damage. So this is all kinds of interesting. The course are 2 restos, Kiki, Chords, Mom and Pop Thopter Shop. I love the Mom and Pop Thopter Shop. P-Killa. Love it. Alright. And we have got Ian. Not quite sure what's happening.
They're debating live totals.
Gotcha. Personally, I like Mom and Pop Thopter Shop. And ends up gaining a life with that Courser. And we are now on turn 4. And we have a win. I mean, at least a win is on the board as long as it is taken by Ian. So, I mean, if I'm Ian, I'm even just turning everything sideways.
I would, yeah, just...
Turn it all sideways. You have, even after blocks, there's 5 damage after
Yes.
2 blocks. The Mutavault
Don't
is
swing the
out.
bird or the wall.
Don't swing the bird or the wall, but even with the Mutavault
Rest of the
out,
team goes.
you cannot block at all.
Yes.
So, everything should be turning sideways at this point. And then we will be seeing a win there.
I can understand keeping them back, but you can still activate them instant speed to do the 2 damage.
Yeah, but
You get 1 more damage in this way through the air.
so we have a swing for at least 4 in the air, going down to 1. 3 other creatures. If Peter activates the Mutavault, he has a blocker, and I think he might have forgotten. This match is all kinds of weird. I'm not quite sure what is happening here, but nonetheless, okay, and we are going to see that Mutavault go up. So that is going to block as well. We're going to see blocks on the Fulminator Mage, the Courser, and the Scavenging Ooze. And we're going to, as long as that Thopter gets thrown at Peter's face, we're going to be seeing a win.
Just have to see what happens.
Yep. But I'm
confused by this game.
So, this game a little bit odd. I feel like we might be suffering from them. Maybe it's, near midnight and just some tired players. But it's throwing me a bit. I mean, Peter definitely doing pretty fine in this one. For a second, I thought that he didn't notice the Mutavault, so doing solid there. But I'm a little bit curious. If there is a Kiki in this, I have a hard time seeing how Ian didn't win significantly sooner. So we are going up to 12 on Ian's side of the board.
Fulminator Mage to kill that because
Why not? I mean, they actually just trade. But
I know.
Getting that. Peter about to go down to 1 off of those, and gonna
There
throw
we
the
go.
Thopter.
Okay. And a draw.
And a draw.
That's fun.
So, let's bring it back to us. That is the end of this, and let's go ahead and talk some stuff. For those of you who are taking off, please feel free to hit that follow button. We do these tournaments 3 times a week. We stream it, provide the coverage. It is a whole lot of fun, and I'm going to go back up to the booth. But thank you for joining. A little bit of an odd game at the end there, but nonetheless, if you are taking off, we're going to stick around and talk to you guys for a bit. Feel free to hit that follow button. Join us again. Wednesdays at 7, Saturdays at 6 are Modern, and Fridays at 7:30 is Legacy. And don't forget, this Sunday at noon, we'll be doing a Grand Prix trial starting at noon Pacific time, going probably until, I don't know, 7 or 8. Going to be quite
at least until 8.
At least until 8, especially when you take away the time limit for the top 8. So, should be interesting. Other than that, we're going to be hanging out. If you have any questions, any comments, or any kind of feedback for us, please feel free to let us know. Now is an excellent, excellent time. But, always having fun here. And if you do want to stick around, again, 150. Excellent turnout tonight. Very excited if we can kind of keep up numbers on this. Certainly increases our odds of getting to the subscribe button, which would do a significant amount if in doing us...
we have someone asking if he sided it out, just so you all are aware.
Yeah. So,
We'll find
I think
out
they
right
are
now.
currently figuring out if it was sided out at the moment. Alright. But I think they are finding out. Drunken Platypus, thank you for liking the stream. We certainly appreciate that.
Well, have a good night.
Have a good night.
See ya.
See you later.
Okay. So, I feel like we are finding out. We should have an answer for you shortly.
Yeah.
In the meantime, other than that question, feedback is important. Is if there's anything that we can improve. Certainly an odd one. Going forward, I'm going to try to not be getting the same of the deck for 2 of those rounds in a row. That was unfortunate. Basically, we had 2 decks, and then it ended up being the finals.
Mm-hmm.
So, we will do a little bit more into that one. And thank you for subbing the YouTube. Still working on adding those things on a daily basis. Alright. In the meantime, how about what was your favorite deck that we saw this evening?
Blue Moon. It's
Your
my
deck.
deck, so...
Okay. A little bit biased
Okay,
there.
we'll go second favorite, which Grixis Control. As a control
Grixis-
player, I like seeing, a good control deck just take over a game, especially against something that can be as quick and impressive as Affinity.
Yeah, Dylan being on that Grixis control was a lot of fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
An interesting play in game 1, but certainly not a whole lot that you can do against such an explosive start. What is the most powerful card not to find a home in Modern? I mean, it's got to be a blue-green card.
Not sure how you rank power, because there's not really an Emrakul deck. You could, through the breach, I guess, call an Emrakul deck, but
Okay,
it's kind of a fringe.
reasonable there.
Um,
Mentor, a pretty solid one there.
Yeah.
I mean, even like Counterbalance is really good and has no home in Modern just because of the diversity of the
Mhm.
converted mana costs.
Unlike Legacy, where everything's 1, 2, or 3, in Modern you have things from 10 to 0.
Yeah, so that certainly helps out a lot. Thragtusk, Baneslayer, Brimaz, Mentor. I mean, they all say super fringe play.
Yeah.
Brimaz a little bit more recently
Yeah.
has been.
Thragtusk also recently has been in sideboards, especially for burn matchups for any green thing. Packrat, actually, that's true.
Ooh.
Packrat, really good.
I got one.
All right,
Grey Merchant of Asphodel.
good old Gary.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there was a mono black deck, he'd be right in there.
Or Phyrexian Obliterator. Okay. So I guess I was right with one of the predictions. He was playing around Dismember. So he was playing around the removal. He did have Kiki in the deck. Which still seems odd because he could have gone for it, and even the removal, he still would have had a win, possibly. So, an interesting choice there, but it looks like he did have the Kiki in there, but was playing around removal. For future, probably just want to go for that combo, but
Yep.
at least it offers an amount of understanding to it. And apparently there is a mono black list that showed up with Gary.
Does it run Underworld Connections also? Because
That's super cool.
Underworld Connections I liked before it was in mono black, and then I hated mono black, but then I played mono black, so
I was playing Boros Burn at that time, and it was so much fun. Just an absolute blast. I mean, the Boros Burn deck, that's actually what got me into Modern, was that deck was decent at it.
I mean, I played Boros Burn through Innistrad when you would go, turn 1 Rakdos Cackler, turn 2 Ash Zealot, turn 3 Reckoner, turn 4 Hellrider. GG.
That was a bit before that. I actually didn't play that one. I only started playing Standard
They were
when
good
Theros.
times. Good times.
Yeah, it's when Theros entered that I started playing Standard, and basically within about 6 months I was playing Modern. 3 months later, Boros Burn was a thing when Born of the Gods came out. Had a ton of fun with that one. Won that game day. Thought that, that means that I can play this deck in Modern. Well, I got second. It was a very underdeveloped Modern
It's a
meta
burn deck
at the time. So it was a very underdeveloped one. I mean, the deck's there, so it was just a burn deck. The biggest thing was that I took down an Affinity, but it was because I had like 3 Searing Bloods in my opening hand, so it was just delightful.
Blasphemous Act, yeah. It's hard to find something that synergizes well with, other than, oh no, I'm being overrun here.
Here's my deck card, Vengevine. Huge amount of power.
Dredgevine is a deck.
Dredgevine is a deck, but the deck does not have a home in Modern right now.
Correct.
But it is a very powerful strategy. So, I like that. Now, a question for you guys. How about, what... I'm debating. So here's my 3 options. Help me pick a question.
All right.
I'm debating asking them what time it is, where they are, to go a little bit of just like a survey thing. A second one being what their favorite red card is. And 3 being what their favorite Modern deck is. Or what their favorite dinner is.
All 4.
I guess if you want to put all 4 into your
Just
response.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Or if you just like to answer any of those questions. Let us know any one of those 4 questions. Always a blast.
So what time, where you're at, favorite red card, because that's obviously one of the 2 best colors. What your favorite Modern deck is. Oh god, the camera's flying everywhere.
Oh my. And that's getting minimized.
And then, what's your favorite dinner?
We're going to say post-ban, by the way.
Current Modern.
Current Modern, unfortunately.
Right now, if you had to...
However, you can pretend that the deck is well positioned if Eldrazi wasn't around.
Yes.
So, let's toss that one.
Don't care about the meta, but it has to be legal.
Yeah, pretty much. West Coast, Best Coast.
That's true.
Awesome. Love it. I'm a big fan.
Blue Moon. Nice.
Blue Moon is a fantastically cool deck. Yeah. All kinds of fun happening there.
Blue Moon, Blue Red Control. After my own heart.
Goblin Guide, Kiki Chord, Lemon Pepper Chicken. That is awesome. Lemon Pepper Chicken is a delicious thing. I'm partial to... I guess maybe we should answer these ones. What time it is here? It's about 11:51. My favorite red card is Lightning Bolt. I'm a little bit obvious at that point. My favorite Modern deck? Probably my favorite is Burn, but I prefer to play Affinity just because I think that it's a bit more competitively viable. And also just has the higher skill ceiling. So I enjoy playing Affinity. Burn is my first and truest love in all formats. And then my favorite dish is chicken fettuccine Alfredo. How about you?
Favorite red card. Lightning Bolt is up there. Does it have to be Modern legal red card? Or can I,
Nope. Does not have to be Modern legal.
Ooh. I'll come back to that one. Favorite Modern deck. Jeskai Control. Just because it's my jam. If I have to pick one deck and I don't know what I'm going into, I'll just play Jeskai Control. Because it's good everywhere.
And then you previously said steak was your favorite dinner.
Steak, yep. I'm a steak man.
But there's so much at stake.
Ha! I see what you did there.
It's nice to meet you.
Favorite red card.
Getting spicy. Arc Trail. That's a pretty cool card.
That is really good.
Yeah. Denalis, I will allow Scalding Tarn just because it goes and gets red mountains.
Oh, if you're allowing that, volcanic island.
All right. By no means are you required to send things to me. However, one of these days, I'm told that this is a thing, and I think I've seen it once. One of these days, actually, someone else mentioned this. I should get someone to order us pizza. That would be super cool. But
I won't ever turn down pizza.
no, of course not. Of course not. One thing I'd like to say, in the middle of all of this, the fact that there's like 100 people just hanging out and talking Modern and just Magic with us is the coolest thing to me.
Mm-hmm.
It is just the coolest. And I've said it before, and I'm sorry if it's a bit repetitive for those of you who are here all the time, but when I started this, my maximum expectations, this is like living the dream, was like 20 people. Because I was expecting 5-10 average, and to maybe just local people who couldn't make it in so that they could see what was going on with the meta for that particular week. They missed it, they can watch it. And since then, it has just done nothing but exceed my expectations in every possible way. And it is the coolest thing. So thank you to all of you, because it is because of you guys. I can only do this part of it. The fact that there's so many of you is because of you. So thank you so much to all of you. I really appreciate it. And, you know, this is as much a part your guys' thing as it is mine. And it's certainly something that I do the main talking.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys have as much input as anybody else in this. And so one of those reasons why I keep asking for that feedback is because you guys are the audience. You are who we are making this for. And so if you guys do have any of those ways that we can improve it, that's something that we're interested in hearing, because the better to this product that I can make for you guys, the more fun that I'm having. Because this is just an absolute blast.
Yeah, this is great. Like I said, I've seen some awful chat rooms on Twitch before, and this one is not one of those. Everyone here seems to be pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'll pick a real red card, Keranos.
Nice. Very cool card. That gets a plus. Probably among my favorite blue-red cards.
Mm-hmm.
But probably my favorite blue card would be Psionic Blast. That card's sweet.
Sensing a theme.
All right. And thank you for that feedback. As much as I do request negative feedback, which maybe comes across as odd, but it is important, positive feedback, also very good, because it lets us know that we're at least doing something right and that we should continue doing that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's just as important, because I keep trying everything's all the time. Denalis, I understand maybe a slight minimum next time, but not the biggest thing. As for getting a sub button eventually, I'd like to get a sub button. I think we have to start averaging. I've heard that it's 500 averaging, but I've also heard from other people anecdotally that they've been going a much lower Twitch, so that it's maybe like if we started averaging a bit over 100 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that I'm currently setting my sights on, to get that sub button. As it currently sits, and again, I don't expect anybody to do this, but I think below where we are now, there is a donate button linked to a PayPal, and it's mostly because some people requested that we get that set up, that we did, but it's way at the bottom. I'm certainly not asking for it at this point, because, I don't know, we got to keep improving it. So, just spreading information there. Drunken Platypus. One thing is, I tend to talk about Affinity a lot. If you would like to see my list, I can post it onto my Twitter. It's at RedBaronMTG. I also have a list. I have the exact same username on Reddit that I do some posting from, and I can certainly, if you happen to Reddit but not use Twitter, you can find me on that, and I can get you the list that way. So, but I do like my Affinity list. I'm always down to talk Affinity, so if you ever message me on Twitter or on Reddit, more than happy to talk Affinity. It's the coolest thing, and I'm happy to help.
Yeah, I can post my Jeskai list onto Twitter also. Don't even follow there, and I can do that later tonight.
Yeah, Jeskai Control, so if you want to toss it to me, and I can toss it onto the Twitter, and we can do all kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, we can get that Jeskai Control one as well. Drunken Platypus, I have been on Reddit. It's Red Baron MTG, mostly on Modern Magic, Magic TCG, and there's also a subreddit that you should check out, r/affinity for artifacts. It is entirely affinity-based subreddit. I am on literally every Magic-related subreddit. There's even a Lantern MTG one.
For people who want slow responses to things.
Exactly. Okay. But, oh, good, you're on all three of those. Excellent. So I've certainly been around, and if you just find my username, feel free to send me a message, and I'd more than happily chat Affinity. Big black. I'm trying to get better. I was notoriously a lurker, and I've been trying to get better about actually just saying things. The problem is that I have this tendency to, basically, you know, I want to have some, like, revolutionary thing to say, and sometimes it's just keeping up a conversation, and I need to get better at doing that. Dark Dweller Modern Deck. I've got some thoughts. Do you have some that you'd like to start off with?
No,
It's super
I think it has a
sweet.
place. I'm not sure where it is yet.
I am super thrilled about Dark Dwellers, and I hope that it eventually takes off. It's in a bit of a rough spot right now because it is a bit of a slower deck, and the meta right now is really fast.
Yeah.
I think that will change and evolve. Goblin Dark Dwellers, sweet card. Boom Bust, so cool. The fact that you can start going for that, and then you can start running things like Wildfire. You know, we used to have that Titanfall deck, and Goblin Dark Dwellers adds a lot of utility, maybe in like a Naya shell or possibly a Jund shell. I think that deck has a whole lot of potential. Big fan. Definitely. The costing 5 is prohibitive, certainly. But if the meta slows down to a certain point, there are a lot of ways that you can adjust for that by running a series of Pyroclasm effects, because you're eventually planning on having the biggest creatures on the board. So a solid removal suite, mainboard Pyroclasms or removal of some sort. The fact that you're going to be casting Boom before you flash it back. So if you can cast Boom, disabling their mana base, targeting either your fetch lands or possibly some Darksteel Citadels in the deck, enables you to really slow down their game plan, and once you wipe the board, what you are left with is a 4/4 Menace on a potentially empty board if you're casting Anger of the Gods to take down anything smaller. And then you can even run in the Jund Shell things like Tasigur, which lets you, even if you play a single land, you can start powering out a Tasigur. So some of those Delve threats could also be extremely good. So I'm very excited. As for the Wildfire, doesn't work fantastic with Dweller. It reminds me of that because we've seen the Titanfall, so I'd start drawing some pieces away from that. Didn't mean to be misleading there. My apologies.
Yeah, Wildfire has to work on its own. It doesn't like to play well with other things.
Yep. So, very excited to see where that deck can possibly go in the future. And again, to those of you still hanging out, I hope to see you guys Friday and Saturday. Friday for Legacy, Saturday for Modern. But definitely, we are going to be streaming all day Sunday, and it is going to be awesome. I'm going to have Slowly Crashing from the chat hanging out with me. Named Coleman, he's been with me once or twice previously, just hanging out for a couple of rounds. We're going to be here all day, doing just a ton, and I'm very excited about it. I mean, I don't know, maybe it'd be hard to find people excited to talk for 8 hours to a camera and interact with people, but that's apparently...
But you get to talk about Modern, so how could that be bad?
That's apparently where I get my thrills. Oh, man.
Dark Dweller Psionic Blast. I mean...
Dark Dweller Psionic Blast. If I can hit Coleman with that just once in my life, I'll be a happy man. So, hopefully we will see you guys. In the meantime, yeah, I mean, also, anybody who is relatively local, we are streaming out of Snohomish, Washington. anybody who is relatively local, come down and play Modern with us. It's always cool to get a bigger crowd. We had 29 people today. Unfortunately, not as able to display as many of those decks as I would have liked. Again, something that I will be working on. But I'm very excited about that going forward, about having a larger Modern crowd. Saturdays, I'm hoping to also see expand because we have just so much more time there. And then these Friday Legacy events, still catching on a little bit, tend to get between maybe 10 to 12, sometimes 14 people. Not as many as I'd like, but still good. Is Yakima local? It all depends on how far you are willing to drive. And also if... Oh, I'm sorry.
Anything's local, sort of.
Anything's local on a celestial scale.
Exactly.
Yep. But, also, if any of you find yourselves in Washington, hit us up. Come play some Modern with us. It would be certainly cool to just meet some of the people that I end up interacting with the chat on such a regular basis. Because, I don't know, you guys are all... I mean, I don't mean to sound rude, but you guys are all usernames to me. And I still like interacting with you guys, but sometimes it's cool to have a face to the name. I can cast Pulse Decay. Yep, the patch is dropping some really cool things. Pulse of Marasa, really one of those cards that I'm expecting to start seeing more play going forward. Gaining 6 and retrieving a card, solid in a pretty aggressive meta, which is what we're currently in.
Yeah.
The biggest thing for me is the fact that the 3 mana might be too late, but not really. As a value card, I like it. The biggest thing is that there's not a whole lot of green control.
Yeah.
But maybe a sideboard card in Jund or Abzan.
I can even see it like in a Teamer Delver type thing. Especially Burn is a horrible matchup for you. So I could see that.
Same state, just 2 hours away. It might be worth the drive. I'm not going to tell you. I mean, that's your prerogative.
If you feel like driving for 2 hours to come see us, that's perfectly fine.
In fact, I kind of like that. Being able to retrieve those things from the graveyard, pretty cool. So, Dave Boo, yeah. I mean, I am always really excited about the direction that Modern can go. And while I am certainly concerned about the Eldrazi takeover at the moment, I am hopeful...
Just need more Hadrons.
I am hopeful that these 3 Modern GPs that are coming up will really shed some light on some innovations against it.
There'll be no Eldrazi, I predict, in the top 8s of them, or there'll be a whole bunch of Eldrazi, and then we're going to get bannings. If there's no Eldrazi, though, I feel like it's around to stay.
Yeah.
For at least a while.
And if this MTGO trend that is producing huge numbers, that's where all these high numbers are coming from. I think part of it is because there is so much happening as far as a hype around these decks that people are buying into it. And online, I don't think that it's overly expensive to buy into. That doesn't mean that it is not good. The deck's good. That's a fact. But it might be overly inflated. And sometimes, I mean, if you have a starting off field of so many people running the deck,
you're going to get some.
Eventually, some of those are just going to make it to the top, even if they end up playing against each other. And so the deck's good. They're getting into these top numbers. And if we see diminished numbers from a GP, that could certainly serve to move some of that, distribute some of that hype, get some other decks in there. I'm honestly not... That's a potential theory. Part of it, the other theory is that the deck is insanely good, and everybody's running it because it is insanely good. Again, it's an option. Jeff, how is Eldrazi doing at the fort lately? It's doing well. It has not taken over, but it's certainly putting up good numbers when it shows up. It has won one tournament and at least gotten first or second in another. Those are the only 2 top performances that I'm aware of currently. Yeah, 45. No card that you should just play.
I agree, Vincent. Island.
The Titular Elf.
So, there you go.
I actually never even read my card. It's a red-green legendary elf berserker. I'm an elf?
Yeah, you're the Keebler elf, remember?
I do have pointy-ish ears.
You're in the forest.
A 3/1 ETB. Search for a card named Lightning Bolt and give a cookie to your opponent.
Sounds like an uncard, but it seems like it'd be decent.
That's a fantastic card.
It's a bolt tutor.
Why doesn't it have haste?
You're having the Goblin Test Pilot issue right now.
Yeah, no
Goblin
kidding.
Test Pilot should have had haste so that you could slam it down and be like, you're a 2, I'm a 2, boom! Who's
Nailed
living?
Or maybe the
Or it
test
does. Just, oh.
One thing that I am a little bit curious about is that the Pro Tour Gauntlet on Modern, it is the multiple Eldrazi decks going up against each other. I'm a little bit curious about if that's inflating some of the Modern numbers.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, and I don't think so. I think they're mostly pulled from dailies and things like that. So I doubt it, but I'm a little bit curious to see if that affects numbers at all. So, no, of course you... No. It should have haste, so you deal 3 damage, and then you have a bolt in hand. It's going to be
Then you
amazing.
just search for it, you see it, so you know that there is a bolt there, and that's comforting for you, being, the red player, and then you shuffle and put it back.
Oh, then it definitely needs haste. So basically it's a 3-1 for 2 that you get to look at your bolt and then hand your opponent a cookie.
Your opponents love it, because they get cookies.
Fun fact, I hit a lightning bolt in the cookie! Take 3, sucker!
That's how it works.
Can you hide magic cards in food?
I'm sure you could.
Because if so, Astronaut's coupon just got worse. You have to get me a drink? Okay, I'll put a Blightsteel Colossus in it. Enjoy.
Oh, in fact, you're dead.
Man. My other fun idea, I saw this once in a casual tournament. And keep in mind that when you enter into the world of EDH tournaments, things are going to happen. Especially
off
if you
the
open
wall.
that up to
Oh, God.
uncards.
Oh, God.
The casualist of casual tournaments. What happened was someone sleeved up their deck in penny sleeves, and you know how people use a magic card to sleeve the back of their card? Did entirely cheaty faces on the back of their magic cards as the card backer. So they presented their deck, it was cut, and then he immediately spread out the deck and said, "These are now on the battlefield."
Oh!
It was amazing. And then was promptly banned.
Get out, basically.
Oh, man. It was, it was absurd. Oh! Your brother's being rude.
Everyone ridiculed Brainan662. That's Bryce. He just salty they, didn't win the whole thing.
Be kind of nice.
He was playing Red Blue Eldrazi, so is
Do
that guy?
you know what his record was?
I don't know.
Obviously not 5-0.
It wasn't.
Do we hate Cheaty Face for that reason? Sure. The card's absurd.
I don't hate Cheaty Face.
Okay.
If you're playing in form where Cheaty Face is legal, play every Cheaty Face you can get, and just here's my lands. Oh wait, I win.
Okay, so, I mean, it's past midnight. I think it's probably okay for us to call it a night at this point.
Probably.
Looks like there are still 79 of you. Again, if you have not yet, please hit that follow button. If you're one of the 80 people who are still just hanging out and watching Modern with us, I have to believe somewhere that means that you're at least entertained by this. So, please hit that follow button, join us again, and I look forward always to seeing you guys next time. But we're going to call it a night. From Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, my name is TJ.
And I'm Eric.
And we are saying goodnight.